jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports.
Bomb Squad! You already know what it is. Shout out to the hottest chat in the MFing game. A-side official. No negotiation needed, period. Let's get down to the rag wipe. Part 3. Yes, I will continue to do the rag wipe. It ain't going nowhere. And this is going to be around for a long time. And you know who started it first. Me? Yes. And you understand? I got rage wipe this time. But it's really rag wipe. Because this particular episode will enrage you, fellas. Enrage you. All I'm trying to do is be a mediator, be a voice, be someone who can pass their word out to those of you that's out here that's looking for women. I'm speaking strictly for the heterosexual men who are out here dating and looking for men. I'm telling you to make sure you arm. Yes, I said it. I want you to arm yourself with a rag. Okay? I want you to arm yourself with an item to protect you from permanent damage. God damn it. Yes, permanent damage. See, years ago, I try to stay away from back in the day stories. Okay? It tends to rub people the wrong way. Back in my day, there was a time years ago that we didn't have to worry about this because women barely wore makeup, right? And they looked just fine without it. And you can pretty much tell how beautiful a woman were with the low amount, the minimal amount of makeup that she had or that she chose to wear. And it was very classy, tasteful, and everything. Now it's straight up witchcraft. It's straight up witchcraft and sorcery. People are, look, did you ever think that people's lives would be changed? People would get their lives taken. We had the show come out for catfish. This don't have nothing to do with catfish, yo. This don't have anything to do with catfish. Because every catfish I seen you pull out, you catch on the end of that hook, that motherfucker was ugly as hell. This don't have nothing to do with catfish. This has something to do with deceptiveness, deceit, sorcery, witchcraft. This has something to do with sinister. All those ominous words that you know when it comes to thinking someone's going to give you their heart, their integrity. That's supposed to, dating and conversation is supposed to be so natural. It's not natural anymore because people, like myself, I have to ask questions, man. And you either going to have the patience or you're not going to have the patience. That's just point blank period how it's going to go. I'm looking for how your hair look, first of all. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking beneath the chin area. I'm checking the tone of your voice. I'm trying to see your jaw structure, nose, you know what I'm saying? Eye contact. I want to check out the width of those shoulders. I'm basically giving you a whole, once over and you don't even know it because there are individuals out here that don't care about what they have going on. They have looked at all the YouTube videos. Now look, there is a plus in this, which I'm going to tell those deceitful women that's out there. There's a plus in what you're doing that I want to caveat over to the YTC community. All right. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down to you. But right now, this is the rag wipe part 3. But this particular one is a bit more raging outside of what I've done I believe. You know what I'm saying? This is a little bit crazy. I'm just doing one today. I'm just doing one rage wipe today because it's important that you see, that you identify, that you pay attention to. You know, dating still happens. I know a lot of people don't talk about dating in the natural form, but women do still exist. You know, that's the best creation ever, ever. That's the best species that was ever created. A woman. A woman has more power than money. If a woman don't have money, she can get it. Somebody can have money and they can lose it. A woman can get money, she can lose it and get it again. Now, I'm not saying that's every woman, but I'm just putting it out there. Like, if you get a smart enough woman, she'll know how to keep herself above water. Men, not so freaking much. You know, I mean, I love the years back, the years ago, and when we was able to talk about seeing a female, how attractive she looked, and we just make our little comments to one another, and then whoever wanted to step to her. That's what it was. But this day and time, cats don't talk about women like that for some reason. And I don't, and those not the guys that I ever want to, try to have a conversation with, because their interest is elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Their interest is elsewhere. I'm not trying to sit up here and teach grown ass man to stop talking about all that other homo erotic shit they be talking about. Now tell me how, what you think of that female right there, this, that, and the other. Yeah, it's much more of a chess match right now. You have a woman that's dressed a certain way, and she may be genuinely and naturally I'm talking about a naturally born woman. And then you might have the one that's the double agent. You have to break them down. You have to find out, do your investigative. You got to get good with your questioning. You got to get good with your insight and your visual. You got to get good because they have gotten very, very good. But you know what? Sometimes when you're born a man, you can't hide what God has blessed you with. You can't hide it, bro. You can't hide the goddamn big ass fucking head. You can't hide the damn big ass cheekbones. You can't hide it. You can't hide them big motherfucking left and right paws that God blessed you with. You can't get away with it. That's why I told you some of the significant signs of when you're going out there to the dating game. When you get a woman with her hands crossed, motherfucker got some big Kodiak paws, and she got their hands crossed and tucked under. Oh, hey, can you do me a favor? I saw your watch. Can you show me your watch again? I saw it from across the room. Oh, it's nothing but a swatch. It's nothing big. Can I show it to you? I mean, you dressed definitely to impress. I just want to check something out right now because, they know how to dress, y'all, to be deceitful, to get you in a conversation, bro. Let's check this out. Everybody around them knows who they are except you. It's up to you to find out who they are and what they're trying to be. You know what I'm saying? The bad part about it is that the cowards that's around them, allowing them to play this game and put on this facade, they are just as wrong as the person that's acting. Because it's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game that's going on in life. Not just down here in the ATL. It's a dangerous game, y'all. This is a dangerous game. For you not to arm yourself with the rag wipe. You have to arm yourself, and you have to introduce this rag wipe to these dang females out here to make sure you're good. These females, apart from the deceptive, man dressed like a woman, we're talking about the women in the rag wipe part 3. We're talking about the women who have found a way, who have basically taken it to a whole nother level on how to make themselves up, how to apply the proper mud foundation to their faces, makeup, eyeliner, everything, and make themselves look years younger. You know what I'm saying? And see, Georgia is a open carry, closed carry, concealed carry, back carry, front carry, side carry. You know what I'm saying? And your sock carry. It's an all over carry on state when it comes to firearms. And then you have to look at certain people don't fare well, deceiving guys. It's shit on the news down here all the time of guys going through this situation, which I'm trying to get you all acclimated to. I'm trying to get you aware. I'm trying to bring awareness to the fellas that it's women out here that's all about the sorcery. You heard about people that's all about the fuckery. It's women out here that's all about the sorcery. Now, it's been some women that hit me up surprisingly. I was like, what you saying about that ain't all true. I never said it was all true for women. But you all have on too much makeup, and there's too many areas that I can pay attention to as a black man that know that you looking like Kojak. A lot of you don't know what Kojak is. You look him up. A lot of these women are putting freaking glue on their head with all these chemicals, and their hair is gone. A lot of you mothers who are putting these braids in your daughter's hair in high school, middle school, and high school, they're damn near bald head by the time they turn 30. And you wanna and look, if I was to roll up and I got the dugout, I'm missing, I got a receding hairline or anything to that, they won't even holler at you unless you all the way bald head and you look halfway decent and handsome as a man. That's it. These women will trip on you. To my, oh man, look at your hairline all the way back. Look at, and then you say, your hairline is back there too. No, I got braids. I got 30-inch all the way down to my waist. No, take them out. Let's bring in a freaking rescue. Let's bring in a distraction team to take down them braids. I can help you out. I can bring in an extraction team, take down those braids. I'm serious. It's too much going on, fellas. And though I may ad lib and sarcastically make my point, man, you gotta understand the era that I came from. Being able to meet a woman with all her hair and then have to worry about all the fucking braids. Even making love and having sex with a woman. Back in the day, you weren't worrying about freaking messing up their hair. But as times start to change, it's women out there that don't want you goddamn touching their hair at all. I say you got a whole motherfucking lasso back there. You got a whole horse stirrup. You got 30 inches all the way down to your waist. Multicolors. Fine as hell. And the brother can't hold on to it for safety? You trying to tell me I can't hold on to it for safety? No, don't touch my hair. Don't touch my hair. You ain't paying for this. I'll pay for it next time. You sure? Yeah, I'll pay for it next. You playing. You know how much this costs? It costs like $600 and some dollars. We'll talk about it after. Okay, we'll talk about it after. It's not impossible. But all I'm saying, man, this shit has to change, bro. Shout out to Toby Bartley, Mr. International on deck, man. Salute to you. The hottest chat in the YTC. We're global, baby. Yes, always better to be global than just local. And then you won't have to look at these women and say to yourself, is it? Ain't it? I don't know. I got out. Something just ain't right. Hey, you on deck? What's good? Shout out to Detroit. In the building, salute to you. Jones is in the building on deck. Debbie says salute, man. Appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to be. It's just, what it is. Jones, you know what I'm saying? Dope content, very relevant to challenges of the dating market. It's sorcery, no doubt, man. And that's what I'm trying to get the fellas to understand. This is real life stuff, man. Women still exist, but it's gonna change the game. I just gave you a brief synopsis of, you know, how the trans community is attempting to fool men, but this is more so dedicated to the Rage Wipes series is more so dedicated, the Rag Wipe rather. This is the Rage Wipe part 3. Because this woman that you're gonna look at right here, people, the Rag Wipe is me trying to heighten your awareness, to arm yourself with a tool that you won't get locked up for. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't hear me my last time, I said, hey, most of the time, you single cats or you cats that's creeping, you do go to a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? You do have drinks. You do eat. You know what I'm saying? And most of the time, restaurants, you're never going to walk into a restaurant that's fully lit. It's always going to be dim, especially according to which one it is. The high-end restaurants, they're going to be dimly lit. They're going to set the tone. You know what I'm saying? They're going to give you that romantic ambience. You feel me? They're going to put that romantic ambience up. It's nothing like romantic ambience, man. And you sipping on something, and then dudes start to feel that alcohol creeping up on them. And then his game get that much tighter. Say, God damn, I'm shocking myself today. Damn, I'm saying some shit I don't think I ever came up with. And then she's smiling and stuff like that. Everybody having a good time. But see, moments like that, before I have to stop you at the entry. You know what I'm saying? In the Marine Corps, we used to call this the ECP. Okay, I want you to understand something, fellas. You gotta start your investigative efforts at the ECP. Okay. ECP stands for entry control point. Okay. Don't say I ain't never tell y'all ass. I'm telling you, the ECP is the entry control point. You have to start early. When you go in there and you meet somebody or whatever, it's conversation, because women love hitting us up for drinks, y'all. Back in the day, or should I say years ago, fellas, we just came off drinks like it was cool, man. A woman walk up to us. Most of the time it was a woman. First of all, most of the time it was a woman. Like 99.9% of the time it was a woman that you was talking to. And they have conversations. This is when I was learning the game, right? They would have conversations with you. And then before you know it, you say, do you want me to get you something to drink? Oh, you sure? Now this became an understanding that when you get to the ECP, the entry control point, and you scoping out the scene, you got to check out the ones that's sitting at the bar. The ones that sitting at the bar, fellas used to get them drinks easy, and they'll turn them down until they find one that they can hustle for dinner. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. But anyway, most of the conversation, if you're single or out there just stepping out, it's going to start with that liquor. But that liquor, that's a goddamn potent. That shit right there is because this is something that is always gonna get you right when it comes to the rag wipe, that liquor. Because the more and more you drink that liquor, the more and more you might keep that rag in your pocket. And I sat up here and gave you the game. I said, God damn it, make sure you take care the priorities first. You are armed with that rag. When you start to converse with a female and you doing your goddamn all points bulletin check, just like they checking oil points in your car and maintenance checks and all that, you're checking head to toe. You're trying to see, okay, am I speaking to this person? Okay, it's a female. Okay, now I want to try to determine what lies beneath. You feel me? I gotta find out what lies beneath. In order for me to find out what lies beneath, I got to start, amping it up a little bit. I got to start taking risk. I got to start asking certain questions. I got to really get a full view of her face. I got to look at her headpiece. You know what I'm saying? I got to look at her headpiece. Does she have on a head covering? Oh, she does. Now I gotta find a way to find. I gotta determine how much hair do she actually have, because a lot of women wear wigs, but they have hair underneath. A lot of women wear wigs. They don't have hair. A lot of women have weave, lace fronts, or whatever, and they barely have any hair underneath. Check this out. And also, you have the women who, unfortunately, have braids, and they have that little garden back there, that little patch of whatever you want to call it. They have that little cabbage patch of hair, and they haven't learned their fucking lesson, and they keep on going there getting braids and braids and braids, and their hairline is way back. You know what I'm saying? That shit is listening to Fat Joe. I lean back, I lean back, I lean back, and they braids are leaning off the back of their head. And then what they do to substitute that, they'll get another hair piece and set it on top, and then they'll brush out. Y'all see it, fellas. They get one of those look like a toothbrush, but it's a just a small hairbrush to brush that baby hair. So they'll put the type of spray on there and brush that baby hair to the right side, to the left side, let that dry in, and then they will apply a whole, miniature piece, hair piece to their head, glue everything, and then they'll cut the little stocking layer around that, and then they'll blend in real nice with their braids. That's just one part of the hairstyle, right? It's irretrievable. And then when the fella find out, it's irreconcilable. Now, this is some areas that I have to explain to you too. Fellas, we may be armed with the rag, right? And you have to take your time with this. You don't want to scare them off. Because the reason why I'm saying you don't want to scare them off, because you know us. We assess situations, right? What if she got that body on her now? What if she got that body on her? And you looking and say, oh shit, god damn, she gotta be bad. God damn. But I'm looking at her hair. I don't think she have any hair. I'm saying bald head, that body, bald head, body, bald head. You gotta make you gotta make a decision, man. What you more focused on? You focusing on the body, or you focusing up top? Because sometimes up top can just supersede everything below. Once that shit start, the show is faced from the hair pieces and everything that's well put together, y'all. To peeling off, to peeling, to shoveling, to cutting, to revealing the entire makeup mask that this woman has brought to you outside the comfort of her own home into the general public, and she has had your attention for minutes at a time. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, fellas, you got to stay focused. You at the bar, you start drinking, you're gonna lose sight of having that rag on you and what its purpose. That rag could save you jail time, fellas. Listen to me when I tell you this shit now. When you go through the ECP, and you put your eyes on them, while you're approaching, you need to be surveying. Okay? Surveying. You need to pick out all the fine points. The head. You know what I'm saying? The body. You haven't been able to close in and make contact yet. You got to check all this out. I'm talking about when you know it's a female, when you pretty much can see the features. But things have changed. Like I said, I'm trying to keep it off the acronym community, and more so the rag wipe is more so for us determining that we're actually talking to a woman, a female, lady. You know, that's what we're talking about. We're not going to make this about a pack of Skittles. We're talking about dating the heterosexual community. So right now, you know, my whole purpose is to warn the fellas. So let me bring up this one female that I had conversation with, man. And I was feeling her. She gave me a little bit of the old, salt and pepper vibes a little bit. You know, when I originally saw her, I was like, okay, shawty, okay. I see the headpiece and everything. I see the skin complexion, little light skin joint. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't digging the purple too much, the lavender or whatever, the sparkle. Whenever I see females with them big ass motherfucking, you know, what they call them plants. I totally forgot that shit. Um. Anyway, man, when they have those like caterpillar type lashes glued onto their face, I'm starting to see the work. I'm starting to break it down. I say, okay, this female right here really took some time, to put her lashes on. She got that straight black hair coming from underneath. Telltale alert, 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 alert. You start reaching back. Don't reach back for the rag just yet. You gotta get her nice and calm first. Right? You gotta get into that conversation. I'm looking at the straight black hair coming from underneath that hairpiece. I'm digging the outfit, looking at her shoulders and everything. Nice full lips. You feel me? I'm kind of taking back from the eyebrow. The brows are just no. I had to take a step back and say, almost. I said, can I see your ID, please? You know what I'm saying? But this a woman right here, right? And nice size nose. Even though I don't care about the nose, man. Some women who had surgery, you can tell by the way they look and everything. But from judging for this picture and everything, she was pretty nice. Her personality was nice. Had her shit together. And another thing, fellas, we have to look out for. You have to pay attention to when you run into a woman like this. And some young women sound like old women. When you're talking to a woman like this and she sound like she's much older, then that's another alert that you have to pay attention to. You gotta finesse this shit and break it down, so transparently, that she don't even know you're doing it. She doesn't have too much of a neck piece on. She got a small freaking pendant or whatever. I mean, she's put together. She's not a bad looking woman based off what I'm looking at right now. You know what I'm saying? She's not a bad looking woman at all. You feel me? But there's the flip side of this. You know what I'm saying? Women, fellas in the chat, how do you grade this woman, how she's looking? And don't go off what rag wipe consists of, because it's about to be a rag wipe. And I don't want you getting too discouraged. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to get too discouraged when it comes to today's dating scene. But 1 through 5, 5 being the cutest. You know what I'm saying? How would you do? You going to the bar, you chilling. How would you rate this female? Please. I have to hear, from you all. It's from the UK, Detroit, all around. How would you rate this female right here? Please, let me know. Can you put some in the chat? Because I need to gauge my audience. That's all. How would you rate this woman and how she looks? You know what I'm saying? Her lipstick is basically matching her eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the brows, to me, I'm not feeling that shit. All those painted on brows. But I'm telling that body, she got that banging body, then I ain't looking at the brows. It can be no brows when she wake up. But I know I'm with a woman. You know what I'm saying? From 1 to 5, I give her a 3 with makeup. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, we meet in the middle. We're meeting in the middle of this shit. She about a 3, 4. But if I stay at the bar long enough with a 5, she gonna be a fucking 5, bro. She gonna be a 5. Real talk. Like I said, one thing that makeup cannot change. Remember this. It's the features that you can't change. A woman can't change her features. Like, you have women that's getting BBLs and all this other shit. Yes. But I'm just saying, when you sometimes you get people that's on a budget. You get these women that's on a budget. They can put all the makeup on and spend all that time. Cool. A lot of these women is doing that themselves. But some of them have old posture. Some of them have old tendencies. And if you talk to a female, a woman that's in the rag wipe series, right? They'll give you some telltale signs on if they're older than what you're looking at in front of you. If your conversation is right, you can find out how long they've been in life and what they've been doing while they've been here. And then you'll kind of say to yourself, nah, this person kind of old. This person kind of old to me. The way she's talking, she's kind of old. And then there's some that's very educated, very astute to the game. This is what they do. They don't go to the same place all the time. They hang out with women who continue to give them tips on how to freaking make themselves up like this. They become experts, y'all. When a woman gets to a point where she don't have to pay somebody else to put this shit on her and make her up like this, she's dangerous. Oh my God, y'all, she's dangerous. When she can put her own makeup on, however she feels like, and she finds a way to blend in those colors and make it look different, the shape of their eyes and all that. Makeup can redefine the shape of a woman around their face and their eyes and everything. It can redefine a lot of shit, bro. It can make it look very, very different. And it can actually absolutely change your life and make it very, very different. Because sometimes that liquor, it takes you out your game. You came in their arm, rag wipe. I'm ready. And the more and more you start tilting that glass back, you wasn't even ready to goddamn draw that motherfucker. You had the glass of ice up there. You wasn't even ready to draw it. Put the ice in there. Say, I gotta ask you to come here, baby. You put that palm behind their heads, and you kind of have a firm grasp. Say, listen to me. I'm liking you right now, but I just have to determine some things, right? Okay. I want us to go from here. Spend some time. You say you want to go this, but we can go. But look, hold up. Don't feel no type of way. I know we just met. I'm just holding your head and listen. This rag right here, don't think nothing about it. It's just got ice in it. All right. It's just a protocol I have to go through, baby. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I understand. I just protocol. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hold this up to your face. I'm gonna put it on your face. It's not gonna be that cold. All right. And I've been drinking Henny, and some other shit. So you might get a little stickiness, but I'm gonna finish that up. I'm gonna put this rag with this ice in it to your face, and I'm gonna go 5 rotations clockwise. To have applied to cosmetically, and I just want to see what you look like, the natural beauty. I want to see your natural beauty. That's all I want to do. You can give me that opportunity. Can I have the opportunity? I need your permission first. You see, at that time, y'all, she might try to start moving her head. Man, well, you got your hand on my head, and then the other one's like, okay, I see where you're at with it. I think it's warranted. You can do it. Those are the ones that is going to provide you with 2 results. When you start to wipe that away, they're going to give you that natural, saying, okay, I can deal with this. Like Megan Thee Stallion. No makeup, Megan Thee Stallion face. She's cutie, bro. She's sexy as hell. I ain't gonna lie. She's sexy. No makeup on, she's sexy still. I think she looks better without it than with it. And then they're going to give you the second point to your results. And it might cause you to run the other way, goddamn. It may cause you to flee the scene. If you flee the scene, fellas, make sure you grab that rag, because you can go home and wash that rag off. You know what I'm saying? You can go put it in the washer, wash that motherfucker, and goddamn talk to that rack. Say, hey, thanks, man. Thanks for saving my life tonight. Because goddamn it, I don't know what we both would have been in prison. Thanks for saving my life, man. I would have had to probably move out of town. If and another thing I want to bring up to the fellas on why I'm saying you might have to move out of town, because some of y'all have a bad habit, bro, of freaking meeting these females, not really giving a damn because the liquor's taking over. You go to sleep and you wake up and you find out what's in bed with you, right? And you lose your fucking mind. But during the time you was asleep, these women be awake, y'all. These women be awake because not all of them climax like we do. They up there taking pictures of you. They done put you all on freaking the gram and everything. Yes, they done put you out there, shawty. You prime time. They have placed you out there for everybody to see. And now you got to go out here and try to, do repair work, get home. And then she said, hey, I sent you a link. Appreciate the time. I look forward to us meeting up again. So she sent you the link, possibly if your game was good. And if you laid it down right, and you go through her IG and shit, you strolling and say, what the fuck is this? Huh? Who is that? And you be rubbing your head because you got to hang over. Oh my God, bro. Shit. I'm tripping, man. I must have been drinking some goddamn old school Alizé. Oh man. Shit. Who is this female right here? Ain't no fucking way. Man. You start getting with your boys. Hey man, have y'all seen this chick before? Because she's up here got pictures and shit she probably took off my IG. I ain't never seen the bitch before, for real. I ain't never seen her, for real, man. I ain't never seen this girl. And then she started sending pictures of you booed up, laying on the motherfucking chest, sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all been married for goddamn 10 years straight. Love. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn it, you find out this bitch look like this. Just take a moment. Just take a moment knowing that you might have slept with your grandma or somebody's grandma. This is how she look, y'all. Come on now. Rag wipe that. What? Look at this shit now. Look. How many years did me dropping the rag wipe? I kept the brows up there so you could know this is the same woman. This is the same woman, y'all. Look, listen to me. This is the same woman, y'all. Look at this right here. Oh man, hey, I'm looking at her from afar. Her shit good. I say, goddamn, she's kind of sexy. Okay. Really didn't get to see the body full. They love sitting down. They don't want you to see they body, especially when you older and they really can't go to the gym and put them glutes up and firm them up and shit, shape them. No, that's what you get. They be sitting down. You can't see everything. Big ass motherfucking 3/4 sweater on. And it's 85 degrees out there. Look at this now. That's what you're dealing with, fellas. Now, Jones said it was a 3. I gave him a numeric range from 1 to 5, 5 being the cutest. Now, looking at this picture, I need to ask those of you that basically put those numbers in chat, is it still a 3? Is it still a 3? For real? Is it still a 3? With liquor? You ain't paying for drinks at this time. You ain't paying for drinks. She said, I like your conversation. I like you as a person. That Long Island right there, man. You good. See, your conversation's so good, you ain't paying for drinks. With that good conversation, you take her back to the house, baby. I've been waiting on this moment. Oh, so you take her back to the crib, shawty. You take her back to the crib. She might have got up and started making you breakfast. You smelled that sausage. Damn, shawty. Okay. All right, I did my thing. Shit. She in there cooking it for a nigga and all that. All right, cool. And then this is what serves you up. This is what serves you up, fellas. Now, what the hell you do? Now, what action do you take right now? Be honest with yourself. What action do you take, fellas? I gotta be real. What action do you take? I need to get to the chat. What action do you take? Come on, man. Come on, man. Women, do not get upset. Do not get upset because this is a reality in the world, especially down here in the A, yo. This reality right here is in full of phys ed. You understand me? This woman right here is the one that serves you your plate of breakfast. She done went in there and wiped all that makeup. You know what I'm saying? You looking at the pillow next to you and you see all that makeup that came off while y'all was sweating. And you was getting it in. She was making all them noises and shit. And you say, damn, I'm laying it down the right way. Fellas, like they always do, let a woman put them to sleep. And then in this damn time, in this era, even the old heads, they be putting you on motherfucking camera because they want to show your friend. Girl, I put him to sleep. I put his ass to sleep. Yeah. So he didn't ask you to do the rag wipe. Girl, I think he was trying to, but I started feeding him them drinks. And after he had that third Long Island, that shit was over, girl. He wasn't even, I saw him reaching. Though. I saw him reaching. I had to goddamn change the subject and keep his mind. He almost rag wiped the fuck out of me, but he didn't get me. Okay. All right. They got your picture in your phone. You up there snoring like a fucking baby, yo. You was trying to break it in and do something nobody else has done. But little did you know, this who you had, this who you was in the company with. I'm going to let y'all look at that. Toby said even ugly women were at least women back in the day. Nowadays, y'all can't be so sure. Yeah, I mean, back then you can see an unattractive. I never really called women ugly unless I was going in on them. You know what I'm saying? For trying to be bullies and shit. And I was trying to hurt their feelings. That's about only time. But straight up, I really never called people ugly in general. You know what I'm saying? Boy, until I got on the YTC. Bruce Gas, Boxer Jackson Moore. Salute to Yogi. How you feeling, bro? You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to worry about a cock in the frock when I was young, but things are different now. It's definitely different. It's definitely different now. That's why I'm trying to arm the fellas with that rag wipe series. I want you to be fully aware that this isn't going anywhere. What women are arming, look, they're arming themselves with covering concealment. They're arming themselves with certain minerals, cosmetic minerals, and they're becoming artists at the element of disguise. They are coming artists, y'all. They are mastering the art of disguise. This is another perfect example. You fall up in there and you looking at what? How old you say she is, man? Come on now. How old you think this female is with the makeup on and the headpiece? Look at her hair. Where's that straight black? Fellas, pay attention to the headpiece, man. Come on, look at this shit, bro. Come on, man. Look how full her lips look. You know what I'm saying? Look how full the lips look. Look at this right here. You know what that look like. You know what that look like, man. Jesus Christ, bro. I'm trying to pass the word. I am. I'm being a voice. I'm putting it out there. Make sure you arm yourself. Rag wipe series on deck. I want you to be able to understand this before you get too deep cover. Too deep cover, goddammit. Shout out to the head empress. Salute. Late to the party, but what we talking about? That was really serious, and salute back at you. Shout out to Nate the Great. So what we talking about is that I'm trying to pass the word to the males out there and what the new line of defense needs to be when you're on the dating scene. You have to be able to do a site survey. That site survey is serious business, real talk. You don't have to be in the military and do a site survey. You need to be able to have your ECP on lock. Once you enter a place of business and you go in there and you're looking for a woman, we're not talking about the acronym community. We're talking about, that you're talking to an actual woman. The rag wipe is simply a gesture. It doesn't even last that long. Okay? It's just an action that needs to be taken. Just like you have legal documentation that needs to be submitted, the rag prevents us from going to that legal process. Because without the rag, things might get a little bit more crazier later on. So with the rag, you're able to write rotation 5 times clockwise, 5 counter, to see who's beneath that art that you've been able to put on your face. Because women have become artists, y'all. They've already known how to put on makeup, but not to this level of makeup, yo. Not to this level of sorcery. Not to this level of sorcery. Women have taken it to a whole nother level. They are watching videos. They are getting with a group of women. They having private luncheons. They having tea parties. They having all these moments where they getting together and they are being taught. Look, you got 70-year-old women up in there. I paid my membership. Come on in here. You came to the right place. Look, you're going to get every bit out of this membership. And when you get used to it, it's not going to be as tiring as you think. Especially when you start getting that attention. Okay, mama? Okay, where do I sit? And can I have some of that tea y'all always talking about? Sure. Hey, get her some tea. That's what this female right here went through. She went to one of those gatherings. She went to them sessions and learned and learned and learned. She always looked in the mirror and said, damn, I just want to return to the way I would like to have looked back in the day. I just want the men to come and approach me like, I want to be the catch. I want to be the center of attention. Look at that straight black hair. Boy, it ain't a hair out of place, man. That headpiece she got matching her outfit. She got the gold and black headpiece with a black top, drop shoulder on the right side, a little sexy. Give the fellas a little shoulder, some neck. You know what I'm saying? Her facial structure doesn't give me any alarms. Her makeup, they learn how to blend it in with their neck area all the way down to whatever attire that they have on, whatever, dress piece they have on. You feel me? But, with the lavender and everything, it's some fellas, like I said, it's some fellas like me that'll look at that and say, oh, I ain't digging that. I'm not digging all the freaking, the lavender, I'm not digging all the gold and black hair piece. You know what I'm saying? Even though she's giving me the perception that there's some hair there. Being that I wasn't born in the 2000s, I know that there may be something that's just under that and it's not hers. But it looks good how she arranged everything. It looks very, very nice. But I just don't see all that straight black hair with this shit. I don't see it. No. When they sign up for them memberships for them freaking sessions, bro, that's what that rag is there. That rag is to keep the fellas from being in court. You know what I'm saying? The rag is to keep us away from the judicial system. That's what that's for. To keep us away from having to claw and scratch our way out that door. When you find out you have been the victim of witchcraft. Come on, fellas. You got to make sure you arm yourself with the rag, and you have to make sure that when you are going out here and you're not really, astute to the game like that, make sure you order a glass of water with ice. Tell them, say, can I have just one glass of ice water, please? Because that ice water, what it does, that water hit them first. When you put that rag on their face, it sends that shock and try to take them back. And then you lightly rub, five clockwise, five counterclockwise, so you can see who you actually revealing. Safety, y'all. Safety first now. Safety freaking first. Shout out to Jay in the building. Chastity on deck. What's good? Salute. They said, I don't think this is real. This is a trend going around on the internet for clickbait. That's that woman mother who brows are done. Makeup can't conceal that much. Hey, I'm telling you, it's the same woman. You know how I know it's the same woman, Chastity? And see, this is what I'm talking about, fellas. That's why I got to educate y'all, man. I'm not saying y'all need educated. It's Chastity. I'm assuming she's a woman, right? Okay, I don't know you like that, Chastity. I've never had you on the panel, so I never heard your voice. Look, these aren't just pictures. This is a video. These are clips that I took from a video. She showed the video of her putting on this shit. And the end result looked like that. So all you got to do is look at the nose. The nose is the same nose. This is a video. This is a video. Look at the background. This is a video. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got to educate you, brothers. Chastity coming here saying, this is a fake, this is a trend. No, the trend is deceit, deception. That's the trend. This is a real deal situation that's going on in real life. You have women that are putting on makeup and they damn good at what they do. They are damn good Picassos, bro. And they are making themselves, look, these women are giving you tutorials. They're showing their real face. They're showing how much hair they don't have. They're showing their plain face, and they're making themselves up on video. It's no editing of this shit. When I go out here and find this, I'm taking pictures from videos. I'm not taking pictures just off images on Google. It say you can look at her neck and shoulders and see the first photo of the woman with youthful skin. Look, it's the same woman. She did this on video. She did it on video. The reason why I started with the brows. Look, I could give you a screenshot of when this whole video started before she even put on these brows. You're trying to tell me the switcheroo? What other? Hey, this woman right here, I seen her when she was this woman right here. When the video was going, this woman started putting on makeup to become this woman right here. I know the line of the fence is trying to close in, but fellas, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. And I don't have no problem, Chastity, with you, defending. But this is a video. This is not pictures from Google Images. This is an absolute video. Matter of fact. Matter of fact. Some of you all wasn't over here last time, right? So let's kind of go back a little bit, because we have some non-believers. Because when I do this, I do my research pretty decently. You know what I'm saying? And the rag wipe series ain't going nowhere. I don't care how the women feel about it. It's to pretty much make the fellas aware of what we have to go through out here and what's going on. You got to be aware, yo. You have to be aware. I'm about to show you some things, right? Let's see. Let me read these other comments and then we're going to get back. Okay, cool. It's not the fact of who's in the chat as a woman and whatever. You have your comments. It's all good. I'm talking about the person on the video. It looks like a female. Okay, for sure. I'm a Gen X woman, and I never got into a whole face beating thing. I just think women of color are creative. Okay, so Empress believe women of color are creative. What about the women of color that are beautiful, and they have that freaking milk chocolate skin that you put that spray on there? You know, you put the moisturizer on your face and everything. Hold on for a second. The way I look at it, I've seen my sisters and they have this different type of maintenance for their skin, and it looks like they're glowing, man. I'm talking about that one. I'm not talking about the sandbox. I said this a while ago because this ain't my first time talking about dating and all this. If I'm walking with a woman, I would like to kiss her on the cheek and not think that I fell into a sandbox face first. If we was on the beach and I fell face first, tripped on my own feet, and goddamn came up with sand on my mouth, say, shit, man. No. I mean, I basically want to go over there and be affectionate with a woman the whole time we on a date. That's our time. You know what I'm saying? That's our time together. But with this particular makeup that's going on, and you're saying it's creative, most of the time as a man, we can't really be involved intimate with kissing. I'm an affectionate person, like kissing a woman, you know, kissing on the lips and all that when they are all made up like this, because it comes off. And look, if I'm doing that anyway, that means I already seen you without it. Period. But let's just say it's the first day type of deal when I'm talking with the rag wipe. A woman ain't gonna let you touch their face. They're trying to maintain this type of image the entire time that you're there. You can say it's creative, and I agree with you. That's why I said they are going to these sessions. They are learning how to do this themselves instead of paying people to do it. And the whole process is sorcery. You rather look this way and then look a totally different other way. We're going to just say having variety is also enjoyable. We come in all colors. Exactly, you come in all colors. And also, you come in all descriptions too. Exhibit A. Is that not the same woman? I guess that's a different woman too. You can tell by the neck and the shoulders and everything else. I guess that's a different woman too, right? Just because I extract pictures from photos, I didn't use this side by side comparison when I initially did my rag wipe on this female. What about this right here? You think that's a different woman? You think this is something that's going around YouTube and people just having look at where the hair starts. Look at all that. You think that's a different woman right there, Chastity? Are you still not convinced? Do you believe this is the same person? Look at the cheekbones and lips, nose, everything. There's certain features you can tell on a woman. They can go out there and paint them brows on, but you can still see all the facial features that they have, like high cheekbones. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, this woman that we're looking at, she's smiling. The other picture, she's not smiling so much. But even in the picture that she's not smiling, if you look at her hairpiece, that's not her original hair. That's not her original hair, man. I mean, if you pay attention to how the whole process is working with these women that's learning how to put these hair pieces on and stuff, that's not her original hair. That may have been when she had her hairpiece put on before the makeup, and then the after when she actually had the final stage of her freaking makeup done. Which to the right, attractive. Even the one to the left, you know, there's some people that may You know, get with her. I mean, she don't look that bad. With her natural. I don't know her. She's just taking a still frame picture. So we still saying that that's not the same Chastity? That's not the same woman? Just because it's this woman right here? Yes, this woman right here can look like this woman. Absolutely. That's why, fellas, you got to be armed. You got to keep that rag wipe close to you. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep the phone lines open. I don't do phone lines, but I'll definitely drop the link if you want. I'll drop the link for you, Chastity. If you want to chop it up, I'm definitely I'm definitely open to hear a woman's perspective. Absolutely. Just give me a minute. Mr. Golden OG on deck. I would drop the link. If the woman wants to get a perspective on this sorcery, please. Believe me, I'm not new to the game now. Empress said, I'm personally an all natural woman, but I would never hate on my sisters. I think some be looking fabulous. And look, you supposed to though. Never have I say hate. This is not the rag wipe series is not for you to perceive it as hate. I wouldn't be talking about it if I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? I have standards too, just like women have standards. Women out there will have a man attempt to look a certain way, certain build, clothes fit a certain way, look at his hair and everything like that. If a man came in there, because look, I'm gonna give you both sides of the spectrum, Empress. If a man came in there and you seen him, he was all nicely faded up, nice hair, look clean cut, everything. Men have hair pieces too, but the rag wipe ain't for men with hair pieces. You got to find a woman to do the rag wipe series. But me, my rag wipe is that face. Why? Because they're getting to a point of traditionally on how they used to apply makeup has absolutely changed. Absolutely changed. And women are becoming and have became Picassos. They have became Picassos when it come down to, applying that makeup cosmetic. Picassos, bro. Hey, don't go nowhere, Chastity. I'm dropping the link. I want to hear what you got to say. Real talk. Empress said a lot of women of color have issues with their hair and they add something for them to feel good about themselves. Why not? Okay. I understand that you're saying they're adding, but when they adding, they're subtracting. Look, I've been black my whole life. I've dated plenty of sisters. I've dated the ones where they take down their hair and I've had more hair than them. That's not what I'm saying. Personalities outrules everything. I'm talking about the deception. This don't have just 100% to do with their hair and the lack of it. We're talking about their entire facial structures, their appearance, and everything else. So you saying it's okay for a man to come up there and look totally different? For him to get made up, for him to get a headpiece? Because women demand a strict criteria from men on what's your type. Y'all demand a strict criteria. What we have to deal with when we're up here conversing with y'all for the first time, we have to peel back all the layers without physically doing it. And if we get to a point where you physically peel back the layers and remove all those components, we're talking to a whole different person. But Empress said it's to feel good about themselves. I'm dropping a link. Hold on for a second. So the link is in the chat, right? I strictly want to hear from the women. Okay, fellas? This is not, going to turn into a full blown on experience. Not yet. But I really want to hear from the women on where the defense mechanisms are coming up to say it's okay for these women to put on this much makeup and for us not to do the investigative methods to try to figure out how they truly look as a person, just like a woman would do. You know what I'm saying? Just like y'all would do. Y'all would try to find out everything about the man and everything else that goes along with y'all being satisfied with who we are. And are we okay for you to keep going forward with? This is something that we have to deal with, not just the makeup. The rag wipe is just for the makeup. You know what I'm saying? All that other stuff comes in later. What's going on, Chassie? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for dropping through for the first time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't even know your name.
My name is Scotty.
Oh, Scotty. Okay, well, nice to chat with you, Scotty.
No doubt. Same
Um,
here. Same
well,
here.
I guess first of all, I just want to say I agree with a majority of your points. Like it is a form of deception and witchcraft when it comes into like making yourself look completely different than how you originally look. Like I never really understood why women wanted to do that because to me it's like you're attracting uh like whoever is approaching you like that is not really seeing who you are. So I mean I totally
Absolutely.
agree with that. I'm
Abs-
not a woman who wears a lot of makeup. I wear like a little bit of powder. I wear mascara is my favorite and a little bit of lipstick with some like blush, and that's just mostly for work. Um, but
yeah,
I
I'm there.
also
I
want
ain't
to
hear you. Go.
tell. Can you hear me?
Say what you said again. You dropped out. Yeah.
Oh no, I was saying that like I myself am not a woman. Like I'm a natural woman. I'm very simple when it comes to makeup, and I don't really wear a lot of makeup myself. And
Let
I
me
think
ask you this, Chastity. What age
mhm,
group are you in? What age group are you in?
I am in the
What age
35,
range? Okay,
the
cool, cool.
35 to 40 age range. That
Okay,
bracket, yes,
okay.
yeah. So um, I think that men have to always second guess when a woman is wearing an excessive amount of makeup. That is a red flag to me. I think that you know you should. I mean, I get why men are a little hesitant about that. Like, it makes sense to me. But on the other side of it, we are living in a social media era where people are doing things to make money online, and some of these things are not real. Some of these things are mothers and daughters doing things to make money, to get clickbait, to get views. Like, we live in that world right now where people do anything. Like, these kind of videos, those kind of like images get a lot of attention. Everybody wants to see like this dramatic reveal or somebody completely change themselves. But like, and I know you said it was video, but sometimes like those videos are edited and you can see like if you look closely. Because I've even caught it with like weight loss videos. You know what I mean? Where people will act like, oh, I lost weight in a month, but it really took them 4 months. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah,
a
that's
lot of
that's different than makeup,
deception.
though. That's
It
different
it
than
is
makeup.
different than makeup, but I'm just saying these are like the tricks and things that people do now to get attention. Because there's one thing you can't hide. You cannot hide wrinkles. You can't hide sagging skin. You can't hide your bone mass, your bone density decreasing as you get older. Older women, you can look really good for your age, but when you get to a certain age, you can't hide that. And I'm going to give you an example. Like the most popular mother I can use is P. Diddy's mom. All the money she has, you think she wouldn't look 20 years younger than what she looks like? Because makeup can't do but so much. You know that she wears blonde wigs, all kinds of fashionable clothing, but you
Hmm.
still know that she's an old woman. She wears contacts, eyelashes. You know that she don't look like that for real, but you also know that she's still an older woman.
Well, you gotta understand, women body types are different. Okay, some of these women that are glamming themselves up like this cosmetically, they've been doing it for years. and they have aged a certain way. We're talking about, let's just say, a woman who kept a fairly decent body shape, kept herself fairly decent throughout her years. And yeah, as she aged, like you said, there's nothing you can really do about stuff. But some of these women that take care of themselves and they age, they love the makeup because they've always wanted to look younger than what their age is.
That's
You know what I'm
true, and
saying?
that's something common with women. All no, no woman. Every woman wants to stay as youthful as possible, but I just think whenever a man sees a woman wearing everything, you got on everything, wig, eyelashes, a cake of makeup, eyeshadow, like you need to like know, okay, 9 times out of 10, she not this is not how she really looks, and she might even still be a very beautiful woman, but there might be some other issues there, because I mean, it's just my personal opinion. Anyone who just is comfortable changing themselves that much, it's a red flag. It's a red flag.
Correct.
And I mean, I know that we're in the era right now where lace fronts and eyelashes are like the thing. My sister is 25 years old. She wears all that crap. I hate it, but she don't need to. She's young, she's beautiful. She don't need to wear it, but she does it because it's just the trend. It's just what everyone her age is doing. You know what I mean? And
So it's trending for her. You say she's young and beautiful. It's trending for her, but a lot of these women that do it, it's not trending for them. It's trending for the split second that we're conversing at the bar, we having conversation, we talking this, that, and that, everything's going well. But then again, if it goes further than that, and the fellas find out that when women get back to the crib, they love to take off that. They don't want to mess up all the sheets. I mean, I'm talking about the ones that I knew. They want to remove everything, and once they do the reveal, a lot of them look absolutely totally opposite of what I was talking to. You
and
know what I'm
that's
saying?
true. That's true. And that's why I said I agree with most of your points. It's just that I also want to let y'all know that this is like the social media age, and there are people out there doing stuff just for clickbait. Like it's not real. Like I actually agree with maybe those other pictures you showed were real, but I really don't feel like the purple eyeshadow thing. I don't think that that's real. I really feel like that is a setup. I really do. I think it was just something that this girl teamed up with her mom to do and get a whole bunch of views, because you get
I mean,
paid
she
from
never, she
this.
she never, you keep talking about the girl, but like I said, this was on video.
So
This
you
is a
saw this
video.
woman, you saw that older woman put on all that makeup.
Yeah.
So where did she go? Where'd she go to change to put on the shirt? Because they don't have on the same shirt.
No, I'm
So
just
there was a
saying,
cut somewhere. Somewhere she
correct. And
went
you're
and put
you're
on
you're
a black shirt and a necklace. She didn't have that on
you're,
in the
you're
other one.
absolutely right. I didn't see her get undressed, or else I wouldn't. I'm not saying all that. All I'm saying is she did a video, and then of course it's a final edit, a clip, a split,
Exactly.
and then she comes back.
Hello?
Now, of course, I understand where you at with it. We have a lot of editing that's going on here with the entire clickbait and for views and subs and all that. I get it, but a lot of these women that I'm talking about, it's them. It's absolutely them.
No, you're right. Some of it is them, because some of the I've seen the videos. I've seen the ones that are real. You can tell because they will sit there with their regular face, and you will see them not move and put on a whole nother face. Like I've seen
Hmm.
it. It's true. It's out there. But some of it is not real. That's all I'm saying. Some of it's clickbait. I work in film and television. I know editing. All of it's not real. I mean, it would have been more believable if she had the same outfit on and she did that right in front of the camera. Then I would have said, "Oh, whoa!" But that woman, her eyes, like there's just some makeup. Like guys, makeup can only go but so far. This is why I brought up the P Diddy thing. Look at P Diddy's money, mom. All the money she has, you still know that woman is old. Okay, she don't want to look that way. She want to look as young as possible. You telling me that this woman, I don't know what this woman does for a living, but you telling me she can transform herself better than P Diddy's mom?
I don't know that I want to use P Diddy's mom as an example.
I mean,
You
I
know what I'm
am,
saying?
because she
As an
fits it,
example.
but she fits the culture. She fits with
No,
what.
we're talking about. I'm going off average citizens, blue
Okay,
collar workers. I'm just going off the average female that shows up, that's out here, recreationally dating, whatever on the dating scene. I'm not really going to the high end of,
Well, the only
millionaires and billionaires and stuff like that.
no, I
Because you
get
know what they
you.
do a lot of, Chastity? They drink a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going for the ones who are out here. Yeah, they're intertwining themselves with social media, but in the process of them doing that, they're deceiving. They're learning how to cosmetically enhance themselves, and they're doing a great job. They're becoming artists.
No, you're right. It's true. Like I said, like a few of the other pictures you showed, I said, okay, I can see how this is the same person. Like especially the lady with the blue shirt on. I could see like definitely that's the same woman. And the fact that she still had the same blue shirt on shows you like that's the same woman. You can see, like you said, you see her features. Like to me, that's the most honest one. Like yeah, I think that that's the same person, and she looks very different. But the only reason why I'm bringing up the P Diddy thing is that she's a woman with wealth, and she can't even transform herself like that. So how can like an average woman do that? Like to me, when you're an older woman, you can't like your neck and your arms and certain things are going to give it away, the tone of your voice. Like there's certain, and you brought that up, but like there's certain telltale signs that are going to start to come out, when you're an older woman with all this makeup on. Like makeup is
Hmm.
great and it is deceptive and it is very witchcrafty because
Oh
you're
yeah.
I agree with all of that, but it only can go but so far because at the end of the day, truth is truth, and it's going to reveal itself eventually.
So I want to ask you something. What Empress said. She said it's okay for the women, the black women, to, basically do for themselves, to make themselves feel better. Okay, but when I seen, when I was, going through this process of picking up my sons from high school, I see all this long hair, 26 to 30 inches, all at the back of the waist, right?
Hmm.
And we all know when you get braids, it pulls the crap out of you. Women be patting, they got to go through a process until it loosens up, but them braids are pulling their hair, right? So they
Hmm.
go through their 20s. After they get out of high school, they go through their 20s and they're still attempting to maintenance the same type of hair cosmetics. So when they get to their early 30s, their hairline is freaking farther back than a man's.
Well, and let me tell you, this is a new trend that's happening with women going bald. But y'all know where that comes from. That comes from that glue on them lace fronts.
Correct.
It's pulling
But
out
it's
your
been around
hair.
for it's been around for a long time, and women they continue to wear the lace fronts because this is what I was talking about. They're learning how to put that mask on. They knowing how to put the pieces together with the lace front, and they're doing a very good job to the point where it looks natural, very natural.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, like, let me tell y'all, the lesson to men is don't go after looks straight away. Everything that glitter ain't gold. How long that saying been around? It's true.
Yeah,
Everything that
but
glitter is not
you're trying to
gold.
tell men not to do something when women do the same thing. Like y'all go for looks.
Not as much as men do, and you know that.
Yeah, I can agree with y'all go for looks.
You've
It's
seen a
some women
beautiful
want
woman
us
with
to.
an ugly man. You have.
No, okay, yeah,
You
you're right.
have.
In life, in my life, I've seen it maybe 2 or 3 times. Yeah,
2 or 3 times.
and hey, Chastity, you know why I believe that woman was with him? Come on, you smart.
It's
Why was she with him?
money. Money, money,
Exactly,
money.
oh, exactly. So we disconnect on the natural part, and the dude's probably a millionaire. And he's driving a nice car. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah,
because she naturally want to talk to him.
exactly. That's very true. But that's I mean that's for the men to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Like the men
Oh,
got to
it's
figure
for
it
us
out.
to figure out.
What do you mean? You don't want to figure out if a woman is using you or not?
No, but that's why we're trying to figure out who we're conversing with at the bar that has all these layers on.
No, I look. I told you I don't agree with it. I told you. Like my little
Yeah.
sister is. I mean, she's so youthful and cute, and she walking around with these thick eyelashes on. And I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? But it's what everybody her age is doing.
Oh,
She don't
okay.
need to do it. I don't agree with it. I don't. I've never worn a lace front in my life. I'm a natural hair woman, and I'm not
Mm.
like bragging about it or anything like that. It's just what I feel comfortable with. I want to know someone likes me for me. I can't be around a man and have this facade. I don't want to look like from Brazil or something, and that's not how I really look. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
To me, that's how can I really love myself?
I get it.
and
I
and
get
and
it.
be okay with it. Now, don't get me wrong. I think like if you're, maybe you're in a relationship, or you just want to have fun, and maybe you put on a wig one night and go out for fun. You don't feel like doing your hair, because a lot of times is that too with black women. A lot of times black women just get tired of doing our hair, and that's why a lot of black women have backup like wigs. Like, look, I can't
Yeah,
deal with this today.
yeah.
I don't want to go outside. I need to just throw something on real quick, and not have to worry about it. Or maybe, you're preparing to do a wash day or something, and you just, your hair is just dry, and you just want to throw something on real quick.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
somehow you just dropped out. Hey, shout out to you, Rachel. I see you in the building. Yeah, go ahead. Somehow, you dropped out. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, women, especially black women, um, you know, I think
Why do you
that
think it's such a trend?
well,
Let me ask you
but come
this.
on, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do y'all act like y'all don't really understand why black women wear like hair weaves and stuff? Like, y'all
Because
know why.
history tell us all the time that it didn't used to be that way. If we talking about what our ancestors was about, I still see them to this day. When I go to an African restaurant or something, they wear their natural hair, man, and they got bodies for days, man. Like they ain't
African
trying to
hair?
enhance anything. Like they have a whole different spirit about themselves. Like they would wear a fro, and it's really not even any enhancement to it, and their skin be glowing, man. Like I'm talking about milk chocolate. Like they be having it glowing and nice skin, no makeup on it and all that. But yeah, school course.
Say that last part. I missed it.
I said as and when it comes to American women, the men we have to go through an obstacle course.
Well, I mean, all women, especially women in Africa wear weaves too, and African women wear weaves too,
I'm talking
and
about the ones I'm seeing down here in the states or whatever. Like more of them, I will find to be natural than I
really.
would, yeah, that I would find American women. Because American women, like you said, they go off trends. You know what I'm saying? It's based off who their friends, what their friends are
But
doing,
there's a
what's
natural hair
trendy.
trend going on too.
Where's that at? I mean, that's not
I
really
mean, there's a lot of.
promoted. That's not really promoted like the sorcery.
Where
The
are you?
sorcery.
Where are you located?
What
If
are
you
you
don't
talking about?
mind, like city wise.
I'm in the A.
St-
I'm in the ATL. Born and
really? Okay,
raised.
all right, I get that. That makes
You
sense.
if you heard me speak, I say, I'm speaking about what I see, and ATL has grown. I mean, incredibly, with the amount of people that's coming from different cities. So I've did lives on the acronym community. I did lives on this right here, the rag wipe, because it is something that you see a lot of in the city. You see women that's made up. You see them looking a certain way, not to mention the BBLs and everything else, but they look totally different when they remove all that facial makeup and cosmetics.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's true. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's not. Like, I've seen women that can definitely transform their faces and all that. But I live in New York City, so there's everything here. Um,
Okay, okay.
yeah, so there's definitely a lot more black women that wear their natural hair. I'm definitely one of them. I've been wearing my hair natural for about 15 years now, or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so but it was something that you have to embrace. Black women are taught to wear weaves. We're conditioned to wear weaves. I mean, remember back in the 90s, what was everybody doing to their daughter's hair? Putting perms in it.
Yeah, and they was using, straightening iron straight off the stove back then in
Exactly.
the
So what are you
70s and
telling
80s
your
and shit.
daughter? What are you teaching your daughter? Your hair is not beautiful. It needs to be straight.
And see, that's where a black woman has to be strong enough. They have to be
It's not
understanding
strong
that,
enough. We have to be accepted and embraced. And a
and
lot like
you have to be strong enough, Chastity, not to follow what every other black woman that you may know is
but it
doing.
takes time. When people are dying, when people are perming your hair since the age of 6 years old, how where do you going to where how do you win? You have to wait until you become an adult till you see other. Let me tell you what inspired me. I was in I was about 12 or 13 years old, and I did a fashion show in DC because that's where I'm originally from. I did a fashion show at Howard University. They had like a kids portion of the fashion show. I saw this girl, this brown skinned girl with natural hair all the way down to her waist. I mean, she looked like Nefertiti or something. I mean, she just looked like a black queen. I had never seen a black woman with long natural hair like that. That was my mission in life. But it didn't even come into fruition until years later because I had no idea. Like I went through a process to embrace my natural hair. I cut my hair, cut it really low. I used to wear short and curly. And then, then I started wearing weaves again, wearing braids again. But then when I got into my 20s, my mid 20s, I was like, you know what? This is the way the Lord made me. I got to work. I got to figure this out. I got to figure this out. And I learned so much about my hair, my hair texture. My hair texture even changed. Like once you start conditioning, a lot of black women don't know how to take care of their real hair. They think they have bad hair. That's what the community says, but they have beautiful hair. They just never ever learned how to take care of it because people have been perming their hair since they were children, and they don't even get a chance to go through the process like through your early years as a child and going and learning how to deal with your hair. Other cultures get to do this. There's plenty of girls I've talked to that are Jewish who have very, thick hair. And they were like, girl, when I was in school, like my hair was big, it was froey. I didn't know what to do with it. Like other cultures get to go through that. Black women, we're taught very young, your hair is not acceptable. I'm going to change it.
I see your point with the conditioning and all that. I mean, that goes with every decade. The trends are always transitioning to something, but it's up to that person. I've seen families who's gone through the trends, and their kids have a head full of hair. They did everything with the vitamins and minerals and what they eat, the herbs and all that. I mean, it's some families out here that's so strict with the herbs. Their kids have such healthy hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's research out there, first of all. And this social
it's
media
more now.
technology is research out there now.
It is, and that's why I'm saying that the natural hair community has grown so much within the last like 10 to 15 years. It has grown so much because when I saw that girl, there wasn't nobody to help me. I even went to a hairdresser, a black hairdresser, and told her I wanted to go natural. And she was like, girl, no. Because my hair is thick. Like, it's a lot to deal with thick hair on a daily basis. It's so easy to just put braids in it or put, a weave in it or perm it. It's so much easier. This is the same way why men, you guys cut your hair because it's easier, or you don't cut your hair because it's easier. Like whatever's gonna help you live life easier, that's what you're gonna do.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, Chastity. To a small percentage of men cutting their hair and keeping it the way I keep mine. That's what I've been doing since I went into the military. I just find it, since I learned how to cut my own hair, it's easy for me to fade myself up and keep a 0 to 4. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of cats that don't cut their hair. They'll put the sponge to it and they want the twisties or whatever. No, it's a lot of cats that's not even freaking cutting their hair and keeping it clean like back in the day, and putting the line up there. No, because the women, they don't require the men to do that. They don't want to see a clean cut
But
man.
I've heard men say like, "Oh, I'm tired of paying to get my hair cut. I'm just gonna grow it out." Because why? They don't want to pay for it no more. It's just easier for them to
I mean,
just
that's
grow it
just that's
out.
just them that they can't afford to do it. But when you're talking about a choice, I mean, I thought you was talking about more so a choice because they just don't want to cut their hair. Like they just choose not to cut it. Now you saying they just don't want to spend the money for it. That's
Well,
different.
I mean, I don't really know what the root is. I'm just saying these are things I've heard men say, like, "Oh, I'm tired of cutting my hair. I'm gonna let it grow out," and they don't care. They be looking crazy too, walking around. It's just like,
You can't put that like you can't say that from the rag wipe there, Chastity.
no, no,
We're
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no. It's not the rag white, but we was
when
talking about
we meet
hair.
y'all, when a man meet a woman You know what I'm saying? We don't have makeup on. You can pretty
That's
much tell
true.
what you're getting right then and there.
That's true.
Look, our personality might be messed up. Then you might look at our features, our physical features. Then it's something that you might like, something that you don't like. But in the reality of it all, you do have an understanding of who you're looking at. Vice us, if we get a
Yeah.
woman that's made all up, caked up, and all this, it's different. It's different when they take that makeup off. Their skin look totally different.
I mean, it's true. It's true. It's true. But this is my thing. Like, I mean, I understand that men like things that appear nice, and women have. This is why
We're
women do it.
visual. We're
Exactly,
visual.
but this is why women, they know that that's all they need to do is appear to be something, and that's what catches y'all. This is why you have so many women doing this stuff. They understand that, oh, this is the bait, the eyelashes, the wig, the whatever else they're doing, the push up bra, whatever. Like, this is the bait, and y'all bite.
What you
Why would
mean?
they
What you mean,
stop?
y'all? What you mean,
I'm
y'all?
not talking Scott. Y'all don't even know you, man. I ain't talking about you. I don't know what you doing. You could be a
I'm just
married
saying.
man for all I know.
I'm not married. First of all, I'm single. But check this out. I always tell my listeners, right? I saw the Empress put in there that I'm in ATL. Yes, born and raised in ATL. Ain't ashamed of it, But one thing that I know for sure, when it comes down to meeting a woman, a man needs to display his confidence first of all. We don't have that in a lot of our men anymore. And then you'll hear people make fun of ATL. I can't stop people from coming down here in ATL. I can't stop the way people their selective process and who they wants to date and who they are. I can't stop that. But when it comes to me, Empress, I've been all around the world. I dated Koreans, Japanese, Filipinos, Black, African, Australian. I've dated Thai. I've dated all over the world. And you're talking about a cat from the city of the A when I was 17 years old. I've learned on the go about different ethnicities and everything. So if I'm down here and I'm seeing the change on how it's not just ATL, it's just my people, from the men to the women, how we have to go about on the dating scene, how we have to go out here and converse with women. It's different. It's deceptive. You know what I'm saying? People get in serious legal trouble for out here deceiving men. You have men that's, killing women, beating them up, all that because they being catfished and everything else. But that's just the way, that's what I'm getting out with the rag wipe series because you just have to carry a rag with you, that chastity. For real. You know. Are you there?
Hello.
Did you hear me,
Hello.
Chastity?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. On what did you not hear?
No, I heard you say you got to carry a rag with you now, but I'm like,
Yeah, I'm just saying it's that serious. Like on the ATL, you don't have to be out on the dating scene. You can see it in stores. You can see it in events. You can see it everywhere. When a man speaks about being in ATL, the immature, in my opinion, they choose to group all men together to what's going on down here. And hey, I'm born and raised down here. I'm always going to claim the A. I can't do anything about the population and its increase. But what I can tell you is about the dating scene. Me having experience to travel all around the world at 17 years old until doing 20 years in, I learned a lot. I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? I've seen the brothers. I've seen brothers in the military date the Japanese and marry Korean and all that. Why? Because of what they seen at home. What they experienced with their mothers. I'm
mhm.
serious. They
No,
chose to
I
bring them
mean,
back home. They chose to bring it back home. Hey, I'm marrying a Japanese, a Korean, a Filipino. That's what I like. That's what I love. I'm going back.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm a black woman. I'm in this community too. I'm in this culture too. I definitely seen it, but there's a lot of C's to why things are the way they are, and you know that you're not a stupid man. I can tell that. I know that, and I know that this is something you've pondered before. And you know that it's deeper than just like women trying to deceive. You know that it's deeper than that.
What you mean is deeper?
Like what we talked
Oh,
about earlier.
you're talking about, women trying to appease
Yeah,
men.
appease. Yes.
Well, that's only on the surface, though. This is just a surface deal. Like, let's just say if you are about the deception on the surface to a point where you're spending all this time, what is when we go below the surface? What is that going to be like? That's going to be crazy.
And that's why I said men should think twice when they do see these things, because a lot of times there is something else going on.
So, what do you expect from a man, though? Like, when you talking about the rag wipe, you heard what I had to say. When you're let's talk about superficial. Let's talk about the surface. I'm talking about the cosmetics and makeup. And what would you, if you was talking about the rag wipe, what would you consider as from a woman to a man? What's one deal? Just one thing.
Like what? Wait, I don't understand exactly the question.
Like, how I'm talking about rag wipes, wiping away the makeup and everything and all the cosmetics. So for you, in my situation, being single, dating a man or whatever, or looking for a man just out on the scene, what would be just one rag wipe? I'm talking
One,
about
like
when it comes to a man, something that you say, okay, I gotta do away with this to see who you truly are. It's hard for you to answer, right?
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's hard for you to answer, right?
no. It's not hard for me to answer. It's hard for me to understand what exactly you're asking me. Are you saying, okay, wait, let me tell you what I think you're asking. So you're asking me, like, if you see a woman out at a bar or something and she has on like a lot of makeup, how do you find out who she is beyond that?
It doesn't have to be just at a bar. It can be anywhere. I'm talking about
Yeah, anywhere.
the surface layer of appearance on the details that a woman to go through to beautify themselves. And then that beautification can be removed and she looks like someone totally different. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, take a rag and put some ice water in it and wipe away everything else and see who you're really dealing with, because some of these women look totally different. As you, a woman to a man, is it any area that you have to look for, when you're talking about the looks? Because you say women don't go off looks, right?
Well, no,
So what?
I'm not. I didn't say that. I said that women do date men who are unattractive more than men date women who are unattractive.
Okay, so a female date a man that's unattractive. What's the attraction then? Personality?
Well, it's on different levels. Like we can talk on the
Okay.
very bottom level. Like let's just talk about the average, like around the way girl. I have seen beautiful girls deal with some of the dirtiest, hoodest dudes I ever seen in my life, and I'm sitting there like baffled, like what in the world did she see in this guy? But it's a lot of the time it comes back to deeper issues. Um, just wanting a man in your life, just wanting to be seen with a man, wanting to say you have a boyfriend, um, thinking that puts you above other women. Like there's a
Okay.
lot. This is what I said. It's a lot of seeds there.
Well, what about appearance though?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it cut out for a minute. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like women, a lot of women, like this is why we're talking about the culture aspect of it. A lot of women are conditioned to be a certain way. Like, if they are hanging out with a girl, like, I'm a cute girl, I'm a pretty girl, but you know, if I go out with another woman who's done up with wigs and lashes and all that stuff, and depending on how she's carrying herself, depending on where we are, I already know, like, okay, I know she's going to get more attention at this scene than I would,
What? Why? Look,
because
look.
of the
Good, great
mentality.
point. Great point.
Yeah.
Great point. Let's stop right there for a second. You
Why you
just
say
told
what
me.
though?
You just told me that how you feel about yourself. You say I'm
Yeah.
this. I'm this. Okay. So for a guy, you say we go off visual. We're visual creatures.
Yeah.
You cannot put us in the same
No. I'm not saying.
category. At just
Uh-huh.
because your friend is made up, you might run into somebody like me that'll select
And that's
a
true. It
female like
happens.
you
It
because
happens.
you don't wear the makeup. You don't wear the
Exactly. I'm
makeup.
not saying that doesn't happen, Scotty. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying that like you can go somewhere and I'm cool with that, Scotty, because that's what I want. I want that guy who's not going to go for that and come over because that is more. I understand that they see me for who I am. So it's not a problem for me or anything like that. It's
Yeah.
actually it's a form of confirmation for how I feel about myself. But I know that like I could go to certain bars or certain lounges. Not that I even really do that, but I'm just thinking like back in the day, when I would do those things, I know like depending on where we're going, this girl's going to get more traction. She's going to get more, and I'm not saying it doesn't mean that dudes don't talk to me. It's just saying that there might be a larger number of men who want to talk to her because of all of the things that she's done up, like the whole beautifying yourself and looking like something else. But that's okay because honestly, like if that is what those men are attracted to, I mean, they're kind of just they're already laying their beds for themselves. Like, it's like you have to like we have to talk about like the men and how they like this stuff. This is why women do it.
See, that's one thing about a woman. Y'all group us together.
Now, I'm just saying men in general. I'm not talking about you personally. I know that there are, I'm never ever talking about everybody as a whole. You always have your exceptions. You always have
Yeah.
the wise ones out the bunch. You have the
Yeah.
mature ones out the bunch in every situation. But I'm
and
just
I, and
saying,
I
in
say the same thing
generally,
about the women. You have different type of women who no gender is the same, right? It's just on this. And then on the dating scene, no dates are the same. Now, people may speak of them as if they're the same because the struggle always get more attention and traction, right? They want to know what happened. Oh, so hey, where's so and so that you was talking to last night? Oh man, forget that. And they go into deep conversation. My whole deal with the rag wipe is just simply telling a story about what we're dealing with today in real time in this social media era, and how people are just having resources to look on YouTube tutorials on how to cosmetically beautify themselves, and it's almost like artistry, like paintings and stuff like that. They're learning how to make themselves and turn themselves into somebody that look totally different.
it's
The
true. I mean,
empress
I agree
said,
with
let
you.
me get what empress said. It said, when you see a woman you're interested, tell her you would be more comfortable seeing her in natural state. Say it, use your words. It's easy to say use my words, which, listen, anybody who talked to me, I can use my words very well, right? I never ran game on women. I just had to talk my talk, and that's what it was. That it has nothing to do with using your words. It's the fact that the confidence level of every woman is different.
Yeah.
So when you approach them, some women, if you go right to say, I want to see you in your natural state, you made up, you're not going to get far, that empress.
No,
You're
you're
not going to
not.
get
You're
far.
not. You're not going to
That
get far. They're going to
conversation is
be
over.
offended. They're going to be
Yeah, she's
offended.
she's gonna be offended, and that might be a very nice woman. But you're sitting up here talking about her looks and say, "Hey, before we go any further, I want to see you in your natural state."
Yeah, because honestly, it can't. I'm just gonna go back to like what I've been trying to say before. It can't be just about looks. It just can't. That's
It
where
can't.
that's where the men are falling short. Like you guys, you guys have to understand that real relationships and real connection is not always going to be with the most fabulous woman. It's just not.
No,
It's
for
like
us, we
there
ain't
are
going for the
so
most
many,
fabulous
but wait,
chastity.
but hold on. We're talking about people being made up. So that is like, what do you think these women are trying to look like when they're putting on this stuff? They're trying to look fabulous. They're trying to look good. They're trying to attract a man. So or whatever they're trying to attract. So it's just like obviously, if you're going, if you, I mean, I don't know, if
Who's
you,
the aggressor? The man. We always been the aggressor. Period.
but that
Point
doesn't have
blank.
that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. You could be the aggressor to a natural woman. You could be the aggressor to a woman who doesn't have a wig on.
It depends on the man's type.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It goes back to what you're attracted to. So you can't want. This is the thing with men that I notice. You guys want the woman that you're attracted to be the type of woman that you want her to be. When most of the times women are showing you who they are right off the jump. It's like you
Well,
can't.
first of all, men, every man is different when it comes to their attraction or what links them to a woman. Every man is different. It's a type all the time. You know what I'm saying? But um, you can't say that. Okay, once we see a woman that we want, there's a process we have to go through, right? You're talking about getting into a relationship, Chastity. That's way far beyond than what I'm talking about with the rag wipe. That's
Well
way
then,
you're talking about a man trying to turn a woman or trying to sway a woman into how he wants them to be. That's a relationship. I'm not even at
okay,
the
okay,
relationship
no,
point
no, no,
yet.
no. Okay, you're right. But okay, so this is the other point then, real quick. The other point is that if you're dating a woman, then you're going to get in. I don't care. You're going to get into situations where things are not going to be 100% all the time. And if they
Right.
are 100% all the time, that's a red flag. That's a red flag in itself. If a woman is looking like 10 all the time, like she
No,
should
no, no,
have
no, no. I
some.
never said that. I never said that,
No, no,
Chastity.
no, no. I'm not saying you saying that. I'm just saying, like, I'm just speaking in general terms to like to all the other listeners out there. Like, if a man is with a woman and you're dating her, you're gonna have different. There should be different situations, different setups, to where as though things will be revealed. This is why you're dating. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
the reveal I'm talking about is the initial reveal is when you first make contact. I'm not talking about relationships because most of the time, if you're with a woman and you have gotten acclimated and comfortable with them, you've seen them without everything. You know how they look.
Yeah,
You know how they
exactly.
act.
Yeah,
Hey, shout
yeah,
out to the head Empress. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
yes.
fine. Yeah.
Okay, so this is good conversation, and I think we have a different perspective because I'm a Gen Xer, and I heard Chastity say that she's a millennial.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I've never seen it as not being um, ashamed to be a natural woman. And I don't know if it's because like I'm not 100. I'm a sister girl all the way. That's just the set that I claim.
Me
But
too. Amen.
yeah, but I
Where
am
you out of?
still.
You say you on the West Coast, right? Where were you born? What city?
I was born on the Reds in South Dakota, and
Okay.
my
All
mother
right.
is 100% Indian woman.
Oh
So
wow. Okay.
yeah, so hair and all natural. It's just been that's me. I'm an
Yeah.
all natural woman, right? But I also understand that we're living in a day and age now where a lot of enhancements have been added to the woman of color, right? And if you have a group of even the men that are 100% all natural men, you can't tell a man that grow your hair out. Our hair was never meant to even be cut. You know what I mean? Some people seem to think that we shouldn't even ever started cutting our hair, but see, that's only a group of people, right? And but now I think you have to have the conversation of really saying what it is that you want because of the day and age that we live in, because it could even be a trans that's and if
Mm-hmm.
you're interested in going a step farther in a relationship with the person, why not be so real to even say that if that's a problem for you? You know what I mean? So
Well, I was talking about cosmetically the surface, Empress, and I have to ask you to put it in context. Your hair texture, is it that of a black woman, or since you say your mom is 100% Indian or something like that? Do you
yes, and
have
my
that?
mother and my father is uh, only 25% Cherokee Indian, and my mother's a Sioux Indian.
So you must
So
have a different texture of hair though that you
yeah,
didn't have
I
to deal
have
with that a
a
regular
different
black woman
texture.
would.
That's right. That's right. You're
Okay,
right.
I got you.
hmm So I just see it still. I've never been my hair. I never got caught up in the hair thing.
You
But
didn't
I
have to,
see.
Empress.
It's a
Your hair is different
different.
texture.
But
Yeah, it's a
see, I
different
have three
thing.
daughters. No, in the defense of that,
I
now I
mean, when
could
you
say
probably fix your hair up, you probably get it to wave up real nice and everything, and
right, right,
you always
right,
got
right.
compliments on that on how you look because of your hair. You didn't have to deal with what the sisters have to go through.
Well, see, that's not true because
Okay.
see, I'm making this just about hair, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This ain't just about hair.
Yeah, that's what I've been
This,
trying to say.
yeah,
But I was talking about I the rag white wasn't just about hair. It was about the makeup and the whole mask.
But
I
Yeah,
usually
all
hair
the
and
understand.
deception.
makeup,
I
this is look
understand that.
in film and production, we call it hair
Yeah,
and makeup because hair and
yeah.
Right.
makeup usually goes together.
Well, see, this is just the discussion that we're saying. I don't know what you mean specifically when you say the rag, but
Rag wipe.
I
He means
understand the videos and what you're saying as a man. I've heard lots of podcasts even about how men are looking at the woman, how they just don't like it. Right? I get that. So I'm just saying that if men are meeting a woman
Hmm.
inside of a bar location or setting, okay. So what at the moment that the men are we now that it is what it is, this is what we're faced with, right? So what's the solution in this whole situation, right? So the solution can be if a man is generally interested in seeing this woman again another time, right? And if it's in a bar, okay, it's in a bar. Don't take her home. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to see her again, why not be afraid to have that conversation if you have an interest in this woman and for her to get so offended by that? Because what if it's what if it's a transgender or something? We don't want to go there. But at the same time, for the women that are women, if the men genuinely have a problem with it's going to affect something in the men, what would be the problem with it? I don't
You
understand.
might have came to the live a bit late, but I said this is specifically speaking about women and not the acronym community. You know what I'm saying? I was speaking strictly off men socializing, in a dating scene, heterosexual men to a woman. I already know it's a possibility for all this other, transitioning process. I'm talking about strictly for a woman conversation and more so to set a scene. You know what I'm saying? You all have dived into relationships, which I get it. I'm not against that. You're talking about relationships, but I'm talking about the surface layer of looks and deception. You know what I'm saying? That's not the way I am, but it is happening, especially down here in Atlanta, the ATL,
I know
definitely.
I'm not speaking specifically though, Scotty, about making it about relationships. I'm talking about the solutions because it's out here. You know what I'm saying? And this is just what it is. And
So
if
so
you
so
can't,
let me ask you this, Empress, right quick about solutions. Do know that when it comes to a black man attempting to have a dialogue with a black woman and you want to talk about a solution, the black woman is going to look at it as if it's not a problem for her. And just like Chastity mentioned, they have some fellas out here that want a woman to look a certain way. Now, if that woman is confident in what she has going on for a long period of time, and I see some good in her, I like, how she look and everything, because we're visual creatures. I like how she's acting, but then, she wears a pound of makeup. So for me, I mentioned I'm not able to be affectionate with you with all the makeup on if we was to go out and date. So I'm gonna use my words on the first date and say, "Hey, I would like to see you again. Is there any way you can wear less makeup?" Hey, my sister's gonna click. She's gonna turn up. She's
yeah,
gonna
she
do
gonna
all of
turn
that.
up. She
well,
gonna
I
turn
would
up.
think that you can be a little bit more creative than that. Maybe let's go,
You said a
go.
solution.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying that, hey, let's go swimming. You know what I'm saying? Let's go hit this waterfall. Let's go get in some water.
Man,
We
See,
just got to
she
be
sisters,
ain't
creative
lying.
with it.
sisters ain't going on no waterfall, no swimming on no second date, no first date. They trying to look pretty, man. I mean, it's according to
I
what
think
hair,
that the best thing about it is like we are so different. Like it's so many different versions of the woman of color. Like you kind of got to choose that right version that just fits. I don't think
That's what
there's
I was
no
saying.
one case
Women love
fits
their
all
hairpiece.
for the woman of
Women
color.
love their hairpiece, Empress. And I don't think you really have went through the struggle with the hairpiece because you have a different bloodline in you.
Let
Believe
me
me,
say
my
this though. Let
I
me say this though. I
believe
hear
me.
you. Trust me. I hear you. I hear you. And I put grease on my hair. You know what I'm saying? My hair need grease. And two out of my three daughters have dreads in their hair. Right?
Hmm.
So I get it. I'm a woman of color, truly a woman of color.
Yeah,
Right? So I'm proud of my father to not tell you that I'm not a proud woman of color. So I
yeah.
just say that to say that for me, with my woman of color that I am, I would have to say that it should be okay for the, if you have any woman, it don't matter. It's all about what you're looking for in the woman. If you're not making it about
Looks.
relationship, right? And if you can't say when you want to, you can't speak for every black woman. But when it comes to what specifically, with this, what do you call it? The
Rag wipe,
scarcity. Yeah,
rag wipe.
that's when you got to
Look,
get
rag
with what
wipe is just a
you want.
slogan, that Empress. It's not. Look, rag wipe is a slogan that, due to the severity of the dating scene this day and time, it's gotten to that point where, some of these women do need the rag wipe effect. They have on too much makeup. They have on too much lipstick. It's a too much,
Right.
a lot of everything.
I
And
get it.
and look, I know what y'all saying about looks, and that's where I'm at. If you really dive into what I'm saying, I'm not a person that's going off straight looks. I go off personality, and I can deal with the inner you that I love rather than everything else that's on the exterior. Because
I
it's a
get
lot of
it.
fakery that's going on. It's a lot of punctual appointments being made to the doctor. It's a lot of females that's
Right.
going out here enhancing themselves and they still not happy.
Right, I get it, because you see, some black women will really, like, it'd be okay to show up as a natural person, but at the same time, hey, after you done seen, if this is what you like, it's fine. But still, if I, after this second or third or fourth date, if I feel like I want to put some red tracks, blonde tracks, or
Yeah.
whatever color tracks, and maybe put me a little uh 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 lift up this, or pick up this with a dress, and you out on the town, okay, so be it. But the woman got to still do what the woman want to do, and how the woman want to present herself.
I mean, I
A
feel you on
piece,
that.
you know what I'm
I feel
saying?
you on that.
So it's got to be both
I
both
mean,
ways.
I never said, look, y'all just dropped in today. I haven't seen you on a rag white. It's only part three, but at the end of the day, I never said a woman should be doing anything
It's got to be
except
the balance. So
not
I agree.
deceiving
It's got to
a
be the
man with
balance.
all that makeup. Because, like I said, I never dated a woman with a lot of makeup to the point where I couldn't really give her a kiss or be affectionate to her when we out in town. I never liked that. It wasn't gonna work
Mm-hmm.
because I like that's all time to be affectionate. If you're telling me don't touch your hair and don't touch your face, well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you for
Yeah,
real.
but I think people got to really appreciate what the black woman really brings to the table when you add all the different layers to the black woman, because
And the
the black
black
woman
woman needs to
really,
appreciate what the black man bring to the table too.
yeah, I agree. I agree. You know what I'm saying? I
Hey,
agree.
I asked Chastity Empress, what do you look for in a black man outside of us looking for the cosmetics? What is one deal you look into a man? I don't know if you're married or with somebody. I'm just saying,
I would have to say it would be geared toward more of those things that would be like
You didn't
honest,
ask me that.
you know, a
yeah, I
honest
did.
person,
You,
No,
somebody
you
that
say
you
you
will
didn't.
didn't.
You say you
do
didn't
all those
understand it,
things.
Chastity.
No, you
But
asked.
let
Oh,
Empress
sorry,
get
sorry.
hers out.
I was just
My fault, Empress. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It would be more like integrity. You know what I'm saying? How
Okay.
how you are, like, perceive what type of person that you are genuinely versus who you are on the outside, with things that you've done, your accomplishments, how people respect you as a person, how what your family think about you, you know what I'm saying, those types of accolades, not a lazy person, you know what I mean. So it would have to be more those types of things versus, you
So
know
looks don't matter.
looks. I would have to say, even with a I think with a woman, uh of course you will want a nice
You didn't
beautiful
mention
eye
anything about
candy,
looks.
but
Rag wipe
still.
is about looks first.
Oh, see, okay,
I'm talking about
okay.
from a man perspective. A
Yeah,
man
because
perspective, us seeing a woman.
men are visual creatures. Definitely, definitely.
So you started off with integrity. So it don't matter how your man look, long as he got good integrity, you good.
Oh, I didn't know that I, like I said, I didn't know what that whole full thing meant. But you're talking about, like, people that are dressed up on the interior here in this thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's far from it, because we all know beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Correct.
And anybody could be sexy, but to know what you want and what you're looking for, that's on a different, that's besides of what somebody is looking for, because you're gonna get what you're looking for if you don't if you don't ask, right, if you
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
do.
if you're going for looks, yeah, you're gonna have plenty of relationships that fail because that's all you was looking
Mhm.
for. You weren't looking for any substance. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and you know what I can really tell you is like, um the spirit of lust is running raggedy out here in these streets, and that's just the real thing. And
I did a live on that. I said
real,
that it's no more love.
yeah,
Lust is taking over with the L word.
yes it
Lust is
is.
taking over. Period.
Yeah, look, it's on such a big level. It's even on the internet, and that's why we having this discussion right here. It's in all the communities. It's everywhere. It's
But that's what led me, Empress, to start this rag wipe series because it's based off lust.
That's exactly what
All
it
you
is.
gotta do is look at my catalog. It's based off love. I said
Mhm.
love isn't it because people
Right.
seem confused on how you find love. It's all about lust now. They going off what they see.
Well, not just that, and it goes even deeper than that, and it goes to even anytime you have sexual intercourse, whether you are wearing protection, you are having a marriage in the spiritual realm. You're binding your spirit and your life to that person. So that is a
If
unity
you're a
on.
woman,
I'm sorry.
a woman is bonding themselves to a man in that case. If you have a baby by a man, not so
No,
much a
that's
man bonding
no,
themselves to a
that's
woman.
anytime a person has sexual relations, period, in general.
We,
If
we're not
you're
we're
looking,
not
that's why.
procreating. We're not having
No,
babies,
that's why
Empress.
you have when a man and a woman contemplates the marriage. That's
Yeah.
that's unity. So you are unifying. You are becoming one. So in a spiritual realm,
Hmm.
anytime that you have sexual intercourse, you are tying your flesh in the spiritual realm. It's a marriage. It's contemplating your spirit in a bind with that person. So that's what it is.
Okay. Let me. Chastity, what were you about to say earlier?
I'm sorry, I
You
don't.
were saying I didn't tell you. I
No, you
didn't.
didn't. You asked me
I hear
about
that
what.
New York horns blowing in the
Yeah,
background.
you hear them. Sorry, guys. The city has a soundtrack.
You ain't
um,
lying, right?
what I was saying was earlier. You asked me like, what are the signs of a woman who like a rag white woman? I didn't. You didn't ask me.
No, I
Was
said,
I?
okay, the rag wipe is for a man with visual, right? And like Empress mentioned, and I've mentioned before, is everything is based off lust. It's show and prove at how you look. So for a man, whether it be whatever venue or arena is in, we're going out there as a heterosexual man. We're looking for a woman and having a conversation with that woman. I was saying if the roles were reversed and you was in that situation and you was out, what will you look for? What will you do away with cosmetically when it comes to a man? And you say you didn't quite understand why?
No,
Because I said you wasn't visual like we are.
no, no, no,
You
no, no.
know.
It was. I didn't. You didn't phrase it like that, though, sir. To be honest, you didn't phrase it like that. That's
Now
what
I'm
I
a
was.
sir.
No, I'm being honest with you. You did not phrase it like that at all. Because if you would have said it like that, I would have
I
understood.
did. You
You
have to hit the
didn't.
replay game. You
No,
have to hit the
that's what I was
replay
going to
game.
tell you. I was going to tell you to hit the replay game. I was literally just about to say that. I'm like, I think you got to go back and listen. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I agree with like what Empress is saying. Like, and it just goes back to what I was saying to you before, Scotty. Like, it's the bait and catch with all of this wag wipe stuff. Like, these women are doing it to catch, and you guys are taking the bait. Like, if you want something, and you said it yourself, you don't really go after women like that. So you know what type of woman you like. You know you can't be with a woman who has a lot of makeup on. You want to be intimate. You want to touch her hair. You want to kiss her lips. Like, those are the things that you're attracted to. Those are the things that work for you. But there's a whole lot of men out there that just want something that's going to look good in public, look good around their friends. Some men don't even care about this. Like, you think men care so much? Though respectable men a lot of times, and not to insult women that do this, but like, there has to be a part of you that's a little, I don't know, if you're always attracted to women with lace fronts and eyelashes and a cake of makeup on, like that's something that's a part of you too as a man. Like, you can't tell me that you guys aren't like seeing this stuff. You guys aren't stupid. You know when someone has on a lot of makeup.
I mean, like I said before, like of course, all men don't think alike. All right, and all men journeys in life has been different. Some you gotta take a man and ask where he's been in life. Where have been your travels? Where have been your travels in life? Where have you been? What have you experienced other than the city that you grew up in? What other people have you been around? I've been around almost all of them. You know what I'm saying? I had the privilege of traveling around the world. Whenever I was in another country, I was making sure I flew to that other country and this, that, and the other. I travel. I just learned a lot. You're talking about a southern dude that was never taught about relationships. All I saw was my sisters. That's it. I grew up where it was black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? All that.
So
I grew
you're
up in the
saying that.
South.
So you're saying like I mean because but look at
But if you listen, I'm gonna cut you off. But if, for instance, if I have talked to some dudes that's been down here since I was a teenager, and their mindset is strictly ATL, man. They done been through the sisters this, the sisters that. Man, my sisters. My mentality is not like that. I have a different perspective because I don't know. I just don't really go
But
for
what
this
I
looks
guess
and
what do you mean? But what I guess what do you mean by that exactly? Like oh I mean what's wrong with only being in the look I'm all about
because
collaboration.
you deal with certain type of women. Like if you live in an area, let's just say the whole transition from, let's just say the 70s all the way up to now in the ATL has changed. You're talking about going through the Freaknik era, all that. Things have changed. If you take a person that grew up in that era, they probably dealt with certain women that was down here in the city. You know what I'm saying? They probably surround themselves. I know Cass is just strictly to the city. They have evolved in the city. So the relationships they've been in is strictly been with the women that was even born down here or the ones that came down here to live. They
Yeah,
haven't never been to other countries. They ain't never experienced other cultures.
but
They never been able to balance this shit out, you know?
but what I guess I understand what you're saying. Like I think it's very good to travel and be in other atmospheres and other cultures and all that stuff. That's a beautiful thing. But I'm having a hard time. Like what does that have to do with the rag wipe though?
Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, other countries they're not wearing a whole lot of makeup like, you will find here in the city. You know what I'm saying?
But other
Like look,
cultures.
they don't believe in
But
wearing
that's
all the makeup. They pretty much walk around, they'll put on some lipstick, but a lot of these other countries, these women are going off their natural beauty, that everything else. They just not going around here trying to beautify themselves. I'm not saying it ain't happening now. I'm just saying I didn't see it. I didn't
but
see it
you're of a different look. I don't know how old you are, but we have to remember that like what the times we're living in right now. Of course, everything changes, but we're in a time right now. Just like I'm telling you about my little sister. I let me tell you, I only wore eyelashes. I danced and did fashion shows and stuff when I was young. That was the only time anybody wore eyelashes. and
Mm-hmm.
they weren't comfortable. You hate it was a very annoying thing to wear eyelashes and stuff when you're a dancer and stuff. They do that stuff to enhance your features on stage, but when now people do it every day. I don't understand that, but that's the culture. This is what's going on in this. Just like people wore afros in the 70s, they wore bell bottoms in the 70s. That was what was going on then. This is what's happening now. So we have to talk from the perspective of now
And
and
that's
what.
why I can go back to saying what I say about once you have to add the internet into the fold in this whole thing. And it's still all anytime vanity is taking place and people see these bodies and all this and it's a lustful spirit. And you're
Mm-hmm.
in Atlanta. And in Atlanta that now they say it's become like every person feels or thinks. I've heard this, that okay, when I grow up, and they're a gay younger person, when I move to Atlanta, I'm going to be able to live my whole life is just going to be amazing, right? So you have to include that too.
You know what I
So
mean? That's when your friends,
I think that's just I've heard that on different podcasts.
because the people
And
that I know down here, I ain't never heard that. You know,
Well, I'm
they have
saying
their own community.
like Chastity just said, we have to speak from this whole ragweed thing, and
People
we have
just
to
think
speak from
ATL is
the
about the gay
era
community.
the
That
era
ain't totally true.
that we're all living in right now, though.
Yeah.
Right. And it still goes back to vanity, and it still goes back to everything is, it's got that lustful spirit on it. So if lust is your driving force, then that's just what it is,
But
right?
lust can be heterosexual too. You keep mentioning the gay community. Well, I'm talking from a heterosexual standpoint.
I
You ain't never led no response in reference to the ATL when you talk about heterosexuals. They do exist, Empress. They do
Okay.
exist.
Right. They do exist. Right. And you're right, because one thing I can say, because I'm not born in Atlanta or Georgia, but I can say that how I've heard it and what I've thought about it and how I've looked at it is there's a percentage of women when they move to Georgia with a man that are likely to not have their relationship anymore because of the amount of single and available women that are in Georgia.
Yeah,
And
I mean it's a lot of single women there, but it's not because that
wait,
particular
let me finish
scenario
though.
that you can't. Okay, go ahead. Go
And
ahead.
they say that what I've heard and what I've thought, and is because of the amount of undercover men that are down here in 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 Georgia.
So you in the A. You in the A right now.
I'm in
Empress is in
Georgia.
the A.
I'm in the suburbs.
So the suburbs can be in the city. You know that, right? I mean, take it for somebody who's in Buckhead. The suburbs can be in the city.
Oh,
So so I don't know what part of Georgia you in, but if you saying you in Georgia, but you in the suburbs, your suburbs close to the city on the outskirts. So I was trying to just find my way on why you was bringing up you down here. That's why you're talking, and that's the friends you keep. That's your circle.
well,
You have
no, no, no,
gay
no,
friends in your
no, no.
circle.
We can't say that. I'm just
You
only
you
coming
have gay
from an
friends in your circle,
outsider woman,
Empress.
though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Are you
only coming.
single?
I am single.
Okay. Did you lose your man down here?
No,
Okay, so you have gay friends in your circle.
no,
I
no.
don't.
Okay.
I
No,
don't.
I'm coming from just being around other women who have moved that are not from Georgia. You know what I'm
Why
saying?
did they lose their man to another man? Their man must have
No,
always
and
been
then
like
just
that. I was
different
born and raised.
stories that
Look,
I've
Emp-
heard about
well, you need to tighten
Georgia.
up. You need to tighten up your circle, Empress.
I don't have a
You
circle,
got
yo.
people. You got people listening, right? And
Okay, no, I don't
it
have a
don't do anything
circle.
for
I'm just
me.
saying, when you speak along the lines of saying
Heterosexual.
heterosexual, okay,
It's like you have a problem with leading with heterosexual. That exists.
Scotty,
It's men out
we
here
not
that
gonna put the dead
love.
empress out there
Look.
on
It's
the
men out
highway.
there
That's
that
not what we need
love
to say.
women
I'm
that
sorry.
don't think about men, Empress, and they stay in the A. Seriously, they stay in the A. It's men out here that love women that stay in the A. Now, according to the amount of women that's down here single, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of working women that makes a lot of money, and they're single women. And they'll tell you, I'm trying to find the right man. If you go into a city that has a stigma, when that DL crap came out, and I did a live on this, when I was in the
Uh-huh.
military, when I was in the club, a female asked me when we was leaving, they said, I got to ask you this before we leave because we're going to go get something to eat. That's when clubs used to stay open all night. They say, are you straight or you bi or whatever? I said, why would you ask that? Because I'm in the military. I'm away from home. She said, because we have this thing going on and these guys are on the down low now. So we have to be safe. And that's when I found out how bad the stigma and the label was for ATL.
Oh yeah.
And that's
Listen,
what
I
you're
can tell
talking
you
about.
this. Yeah, because I travel for work, right? So I'm not just always here, right? So I'd say this. Before I relocated, when Freaknik was still going on, my sister was already um we let's say Cobb County, okay? Let's clean that
Okay.
up and say Cobb County, right?
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
already relocated back in Freaknik. So I was just only coming and traveling here to go to hang out with my sister, right? So I had met a man, he was an older man, and he had told me, and it always sticks with me. He has said, we was at a concert at this time, an outside concert, and he has said to me, he said, Georgia is a straight man's paradise. And I never forgot that. And I
What
just
year was
always,
this? What
I
year was this?
remember that. And then still like a decade or so later is when I would decide to, relocate, or, you know, down here in Georgia. But that still sticks with me, that that man told me that, along with the other stories that I've heard from just other women of color. That's all.
Man, can I ask you
Good
this,
love.
Empress? You don't date men no more. You date women, huh?
No,
I'm just
don't.
asking. I'm just
Absolutely
asking.
never in my life have I
Okay, I didn't
dated
know.
a
You
woman.
know, I
Absolutely
just asked the
not.
question. I just proposed the question. You know
No,
what I'm
because
saying?
we were just talking about this whole ragweed thing,
Yeah.
and I'm just saying, like Chastity said, is we're gonna talk with right now what's going on in the world now. And I'm saying you add the internet in there, and it just enhances what people are doing for looks, for clicks, for views, right?
I mean, I'm
And
glad you mentioned what you mentioned there, Empress, because, for the women down here, they would tell you a story as they had broken relationships and they choose to dive into the pool of men that's not from Atlanta, but a lot of these men are from different areas. Let's just say you got the gay community coming from exterior regions down to the ATL. Why? Because it's a huge community. They have housing areas designated. You cannot get approved unless you are a gay couple or whatever for these housing communities in these certain areas, right? So they're
right,
coming down here to be a part of this huge gay community in the ATL. It has evolved into that, but that doesn't mean the women that are single or without a man came down here with the man and lost the man. That mean their man was gay before they even left where they was coming from. They
well, I
mean
can't say
they
that they
look
left for
they was
another
with a fuck
man, though,
boy.
Scott.
They was with a fuck boy before they came down here. Period.
I would have to say I agree, but I'm not saying that the women on the stories, their men or whatever, would have left them for another man. That's not what I'm
A lot
saying.
of these women always want to say in the
I
ATL
just
too,
have met
Empress, that
more
they man is
single
gay when they break
women,
up.
and it's like I've just seen more single women, and I think, like, I've met a lot of amazing women who are, holding their own in life. So I'm not saying, like, yeah, I date, I'm consistent with enjoying me a well established brother in my time, but I'm
But you also take in consideration when you say well established, you have to take in consideration of the information you just put out to the public. You have to take him down a whole timeline to make sure he's not one of them DL brothers.
What do you mean, one of those DL brothers?
I mean,
Well,
that's what
we're gonna just say this. No, because
a
I'm
lot
not
of
gonna
people
put my
tend to
my
put a label on the ATL, heterosexual community, that a man can't be down here dating a woman and be all about a woman. It's always something different than what it was, when that label was coming out, when that scandal came out and they was talking about the DL and all that shit. I mean, every time you talk about the ATL, people say, "Oh man, that you down there where they on the DL." That's not true.
see, and I can let me say this. Like, I can't speak for dating ATL men. I can't have I'm not in that conversation to
So
speak
you don't
for.
date men down here. You date them in Georgia.
I haven't dated a man in Atlanta. So I can't have that stereotype. I'm not
I
putting it
mean,
out here.
most of the men that work in Atlanta or whatever, they live out in Georgia because they can't afford to live in the city unless they one of them, you know, them millionaires or them realtors. You know what I'm saying? Most of the realtor game down here is strong in the real estate. They the ones that live in the condos in the city and shit. I mean, you can
Oh.
tell that from freaking television and all that, but
Oh, well, I've only dated my children's father, and unfortunately, COVID, he's no longer with me for COVID, so
oh,
you know what I'm saying? So I'm not out there like that. So I can't really
okay, I
speak
got you.
have a intelligent conversation about how
I
is it
got you.
dating any man that's in Georgia, period, let alone it being Atlanta or anywhere else. So I'm
But you've
not.
been you've been. I mean, okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. I
So don't
got you.
put that on me.
No, I was just trying to feel you out. This is my first conversation with you. That's
Right,
all.
right. Mm-mm.
You and Chastity, it's been a nice conversation. I've just been trying. It's always good to have a woman's perspective, especially when it deals with different. Yeah, we reside in different areas. I'm a
Right.
male.
And I'm not, I haven't been in dating. So I'm just saying I have this conversation because, hey, I haven't been out there to know how is it and what's going on in this whole dating world. But this is just my perspective as it pertains to, these women that are going the nines on presenting themselves how they want to present themselves. I can't down it. I think it looks great, but I've been hearing a lot of talk about men saying this ain't what they want. So
The
I'm
men
learning
are saying
myself.
this ain't what they want.
Yeah, men are saying they don't like the BBLs, and they're saying that
Oh, oh,
after a
the boo boo
while,
loaf.
no natural women left over. So I'm learning this because this is all new for me too. So I just learned like I gotta show up on the first date in an all natural form, right? So I'm learning this as I go in my own journey, right?
Hey, it's some women. It's some women down here. When you see like it's some real. I mean, women that will rock the natural, and they do it with confidence, and they are super sexy, and they don't have to do anything else. It depends on what their personality is like after that. If it's a man that's digging that like myself, it's all about what the conversation personality is gonna be like. That's all
But
that
but
is.
Scotty, can you
You
guys
know,
hear me? Can you guys hear me?
yeah, yeah,
But not every, like you said before, not all men are the same, and
yeah,
you do have superficial men out here that
correct.
are looking for those things, and they don't mind those things, and that's why there are so many women who do those things.
But Chastity, just like yourself, you say you're an attractive woman. If you're used to getting attention from certain men and they tell you, well, hey, I saw you from down the way and I had to pull up on you, and you say why? It ain't gonna be because of your personality, Chastity.
No, 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 no. But they're still attracted to me for me, so there is no figuring out.
They don't know who you are. They just know
So
how
they're
you look
saying
at the time.
like I told
They
you
just know who you
earlier.
are at the time. They just know how you
No, no,
look.
no, no, no. Yeah, they just know how I look, but they know what I look like is me. That's my point.
Okay, I got you.
That's
I
a
got
very
you.
good starting place. You see what I'm saying?
But
Like,
see, a lot of women that got the BBLs and all the other enhancements, they do the same thing to them, and they know how they are too. They know that they look like they high maintenance, and like you said, every man has their type, right? So they pull up, and that's what they like.
that's what
Same
I'm
thing
saying.
with you.
So, but this has to do, but all of this goes back to the rag wiping thing and why women do this. Like, first of all, like I'm not in ATL, but from y'all hearing y'all conversation, it sounds like it's a hell of a lot of competition down there
Right,
For
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 right.
women,
women. For
for women.
women, exactly. That's what we're saying. Women. So, what do you
Mm-hmm.
think? So, if you're a woman and you got to compete with a whole city of other women that look all different types of ways,
Hey, those
what do
women from where
you
you at, Chastity? They from New
What do
York,
okay, but what do you think? I mean, y'all sit
Virginia.
back, but y'all act like women are like we women just do things for no reason, just
And
no
Chastity,
reason.
and they say in Atlanta, Chastity, there's 30 women to one man.
That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But
And
what
then
if
you
you
now
haven't?
now
If
you
you
got to
haven't,
narrow it down even more to say the heterosexual men. Like
yep.
that's a real thing.
It is a real thing because I've heard about that for years about ATL, and I know you don't like it, Scotty. You do not like that. You do
No,
not like that.
no, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like Empress told me in the chat to use my words. So all you have to do is use your words down here and ask them straight up. Are you a heterosexual all the way through and through? You gotta use your words. That Empress. Yeah, it ain't no
You
competition
right.
if you use your words.
You show right. And
If a
not just
man, if a
that. I
man
mean,
stutter,
hey,
if a
to
man
go
starts
even a
stuttering and
step
looking to the
further,
left,
be holding the hands. If they want to go farther than that, hold their hand on down to one to see some paperwork on that thing. Seriously.
you
Wait,
think
wait, wait.
so
What you
you
say,
saying
Empress?
some doctor paperwork? You talking about some doctor
Yeah.
note, right?
Oh,
Okay,
Seriously.
down HSC down here in ATL, that ain't a bad thing. Going to the doctor and getting paperwork before you even
no, that's
see a
smart.
person,
That's smart.
because we are second in HIV, yo. We are
Yeah.
Yeah.
second.
Yo,
So
people
That's what
don't
I'm
even
saying
talk.
you're
You should
right,
do a
and
show
it's
about that, Scotty. Why don't people talk
I
about HIV
did.
no
Look,
more?
Chastity, you haven't really been paying the channel attention. I get it.
I
Because I talk
tried,
mostly about boxing.
but
But every now and then I will talk about the
yeah,
HIV
I'm
rate
on there
down
for
here.
boxing too, Scotty. You don't see, you don't remember me in
No,
your
no, no.
chats?
No. I'm talking about this probably was before you actually start giving it attention. Real talk.
Okay.
Because I was heavy on Facebook before, but I've talked about the ATL situation. I talked about the dating scene. I do have conversations about this a lot. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's
Because
but
really
my
good
whole
to
thing is
know.
like, why don't people? But my whole thing is like, why don't people talk about HIV anymore?
hey man, damn good question.
Like,
You know
what is
why?
it?
And
It's
this
like
You,
is the
HIV
look,
like
I don't have the answers,
disappeared.
man. Look, I don't have the answers, but people, in the A, especially if women is not having a conversation to see a dude's paperwork, and the dude's having a conversation to see the woman's paperwork, and you want to use lust to just wipe over that, you a
That's right.
fool. You're a fool because some of these men are sleeping with the women down here. They're sleeping with other men.
That's
Period.
Scotty, let me tell you something, Scotty. A lot of men don't think like that, Scotty, and you know it. Like, you obviously, if you're a man who wants to see paperwork, you're a mature man. But it's a lot of men out here who risk their lives all the time.
They do recklessly,
And see,
and you
that's
know the
kind of
crazy
why
part
I
about it.
kind of said what I kind of said is because in my mind, and I even before I even relocated to Georgia, I watched the movies about what
Yes,
Atlanta stuff, and it's always had this has always been really on the forefront of my mind, so hard, and it really has made me look at it really different, even considering dating or looking at it different down here in Georgia. That's a real thing. And you are really the first man that has ever really made me look at it as there is a group of heterosexual, adding the heterosexual into this whole equation. And that's really crazy to me.
So your mindset was that whatever man that you're thinking about communicating with, he could possibly be bisexual down here in the ATL or
No, my
gay.
mindset was always because I do so much traveling for work that it's 99 problems, and one thing that I don't ever have a problem is a man. So I'm not even in the market. I don't have a problem, like, right? But I say that just the thought of hearing other women's perspective on it, right? And this is just
These are
how
women from ATL because you say you travel a lot. These are women from Georgia, ATL, where or
yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah, they have groups on in like on different even on a
So,
Facebook, I think it's like
oh my
forty
God.
thousand women. It's 40, the women is 40,000 women in this group. The group even made it on the news. And it's
See,
just
those are
about
inner. Okay, go
and,
ahead. Go ahead.
and it's just about how all these women are sharing all these other men's in this group. And it just adds my how I would think about the quality of what they have to go through when you got all these down low men that are down here disguising it and don't know what side of the fence they want to be on. I don't have a problem with that, but they just should pick a side and just stay there instead of putting the other women at risk.
Hey,
That's all.
Empress. What does Empress stand for anyway? What
What's
does Empress stand for?
what does it stand for?
Yeah, what does Empress stand for? You have it in your title. What does Empress stand for? I don't know.
Um
You said the head Empress. What does Empress stand for?
it's a form of royalty. It's a form of
Okay. Now that's all I want
stature.
to know, Chastity. So, Empress, it's a form of royalty. If you're wearing that tag, right? Let's just take that name that you have, which means a lot. Like it stands out, the head Empress.
Absolutely.
Why would you gravitate to a pool of sheep when
I
you
would
are the
never
head Empress?
gravitate to a pool
You are the
of
head of
sheep.
Empress.
I
Why you listen
understand
to a
that, but
Facebook of
I'm
women?
gonna say this though, Scotty.
They
In my
never even
current
experienced
avenue,
what you're talking about.
I, I'm sorry.
A lot of these women that's in this favorite or this popular group that you're talking about.
I'm not
They
talking
haven't
about
even
a populist
experienced it.
group
But wait a minute,
because
I have a question, guys. Wait, I have to interject for a second because I have some questions about ATL. Because Scotty, what I have to ask you something. You seem very perturbed when Empress brings up like the Download Brothers in Atlanta. You obviously don't like Atlanta to have this image, right? Am I perceiving that correctly?
I don't like if I'm who I am, but yet when I'm having a conversation like Empress, you know how I was trying to walk her into finding out where she's actually at right now, and she ended up slipping up somehow down here. So I said, okay, this is why she's bringing up trans and the gay community. Somebody that's not down here, they're going to speak of it from afar. They're going to speak of it as if that's what they heard. But if a person that's down here and you might have those individuals in your circle, you might continue to talk about it. Me, I never, when I do the rag wipe, I'm speaking about a heterosexual man out dating or looking or lusting or out there in the recreational dating scene. I never talked about no acronym community. Never like that. Only time I talked about it is to warn. I say, okay, if you're coming down here to the ATL, I'm warning you. Be very careful. That's when I was talking about the acronym community. That's when I was talking about the HIV. That's what I was talking about the deception of men dressing up as women. It's down here in the ATL. That's the only reason. I wasn't perturbed. It's just conversation at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And Empress was leading with trans, and she was leading with, the homosexual community. And I just wanted to kind of find out if she was actually down here. And she stays down in Georgia. So that makes the sense in the world.
No, I get you, but I guess what I was trying to do, I guess I was trying to understand. I thought that Empress, and I could be wrong. This is why I'm asking for clarification. I thought Empress brought up the whole DL brother or trans thing. I
But it's no
remember.
deal. It's no
Oh,
DL shit, man.
wait. So, but I'm when if we go back a few minutes back, I thought the whole point of her bringing up the trans thing was that if we're going off the rag wipe, she was saying like, yeah, because these could be men because
No. I get what
of
you're
the
saying. That's why
makeup.
I'm
If
saying you really haven't been on here listening to when I've spoken about this. I made it perfectly clear early in this live. You hit the playback. I said I'm not talking about any trans.
no,
Now,
I got you, Scotty. I understand that you weren't, but I thought that Empress was, and Empress, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the point initially when you brought up trans was that we were talking about it in association to the rag white, the fact that a man can also put on and transform himself to look like a woman. Is that Empress? Am I right or wrong? Is that why you were bringing it up
yeah, that's right.
initially?
That's where I was going with it.
Yeah,
Is
that was the
because
whole point. She was actually
hmm
just kind of agreeing, saying that, well, yeah, men can also like transform themselves, look a certain way, and these are things that, like, and this
but that
and
was
that
that was said like minutes away. That's like
that's what I'm
half an
saying.
hour
But
ago.
but this is
I was
why.
talking about Empress when the only reason I mentioned
But that's how it got
Empress
into the
being
DL
around sheep.
stuff.
Oh, okay. You're
That's
talking
how
about the
it led
DL.
to. But
Okay,
that's how
check
it
this
led
out.
to the DL stuff. That's what I'm saying. That's what led it there.
The DL situation was a group of individuals that, well, based off one situation, one man, Chastity, one man who his wife went public about him being in DL with somebody else. One man placed that label on an ATL.
When
Not
was
to
this?
mention, this was back when the DL situation happened. It was one man, his wife discovered that he was in a relationship with a man.
But I gotta say,
One prominent figure down here was exposed by his wife for sleeping with a man.
but
One
wait a minute,
prominent figure.
Scotty. I work in television and film, and I've been a part of the performing arts my whole life. Literally 20 years ago, I heard about DL stuff in Atlanta. I heard about. I knew a friend who was dating a producer who actually walked in. She lived in Atlanta. Who walked in on a guy that she was dating with another man in the
I mean,
studio.
you're talking about.
And this is a personal person that I knew who moved to Atlanta. I was much younger. I'm not saying this was recently. This was like maybe 10 years, 10, 12 years ago that
No,
this happened.
we can't even talk about no 10 or 12. We talking about way before that now. We ain't talking about no 10 or 12 years ago.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm
We
just
talking about
saying, but
way
like
beyond that now.
I'm just saying Atlanta has always had this reputation of like having a high amount. But I live in New
No,
York
no,
City. I'm
not at
not,
all. Not
but
at all, Shouty.
I live
No.
in New York City. I am in the capital of gay. Okay. So
I'm gonna tell you, I didn't grow up in the capital gay. I didn't grow up to this ATL. No, it's no. I didn't go. And when I used to come home in the military, and I used to go to the clubs down here, no, I went up there, and it was like 15 women to one man. The women was always. They used to say women get in free before 10 and all that. It used to be
well,
women
you're
up in the
talking
club.
about those times back then, but we have to talk about how things have evolved and how women,
We are. That's why we have this conversation. What are you talking about? I'm just telling you how it was when I grew up.
no, I know, I understand that. I remember that stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm just
You're
saying
not that
that.
old, Chastity. You still a youngin' in the game. You still in your 30s.
I
I
mean, yeah, but
think. I
still,
think. You know.
yeah, I'm in my mid 30s, but I've still lived and I still have a memory, and
I
it's
get it.
still,
I get it.
but
You have travels. You have travels.
yeah, I have
You have
travels and stuff
experience.
like
But
that.
that's what I was trying to express on Empress. I thought she was traveling, and at one point I thought she was dealing with a lot of gay men who are in these type of occupations, whatever it is, like in your occupation, or beauticians, hairstylists. That's where the business down here took off, and a whole lot of the community started to grow because we have fashion shows down here and all this other shit, and it just starts to grow. You know what I'm saying? And the cost of living down here in the A is not the way it used to be. It's kind of
But
difficult to be able to afford it now.
can I ask you a question though, Scotty? Could you imagine how it would feel though, like knowing that there is a such thing as DL brothers being a woman? Could you, like, how are we supposed to, like, it's easier for a man to see a deception that a woman can come with, like when it comes to makeup and hair. But how is, like, just imagine how that feels being a woman, knowing that there's a chance that a person that you're with isn't really who they say they are.
I mean, look, when you say that for a woman, yes, I see what that can be a big problem, right? And the
It's
same goes,
scary. It's
look, the
scary.
same goes for a man too. A man, hey, I'm telling you from experience, you know what I'm saying? From a family member, my sister. A man could be, infected. How he got infected, it couldn't have been from another man. It could have been from a woman that he was dealing with that may
Yeah,
have
that's
been
true.
having relationships with another man. They just found out that it was HIV positive, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at it. My sister died from HIV, okay? She took her life.
Mm,
You know what
mm.
I'm saying? She took her life, and the only thing she knew was ATL down here. She ended up being infected down here from a man. You know what I'm saying? From a man. And it hurt me down to my core when she told me that. That was my youngest, and it was a lot that went in that. And the first thing I told her, I said, "Hey, did you get tested again? I mean, how many times you get? 2, 3 times? What did you get? I got tested." And she was crying, bawling out. She said, "I got tested, I got tested, I got tested." You know what I'm saying? So that's why I look at this like in that light too, because I like talking about stuff that's going on in the heterosexual community. People were always trying to put it out there that every time the gay community conversation come, oh, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem. Well, I don't have a problem talking about, talking about women. You know what I'm saying? What I love. And I don't have to sit up here and co-sign on that. I don't have to co-sign on it. I can talk about the heterosexual community and loving a woman.
No,
Dudes
you
act
can
like they can't talk
absolutely
about that.
can. No, you can definitely talk about that, and you can totally reject anything else and say you can't relate to that, because I can't relate to women who are lesbian. I just can't. I don't even speak on it. It's not something I relate to. I'm not lesbian.
I would suggest women down here, yeah, definitely get a test because HIV is no joke. Definitely get that question going out there, get that conversation, and say, hey, you mind going to the doctor and giving me an updated doctor's report? Because I'm feeling you, I like you, we're getting along, and I definitely like to take it farther, whatever the conversation may go. But if you choose to, let a female get mad or a dude get mad, and you say, "I'll just forget about it." Okay, all right, forget about it if you want, until you have to give a blood test or go take some blood, or you getting sick, and they say, "Hey, I'm sorry to tell you." No, no, man, no way, no way.
Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate, but it's definitely a conversation that needs to come back up because it just died out for some reason, and I feel like people were more cautious when AIDS and HIV were talked about more. It was on people's mind, but now I feel like it's not even on
They
people's
still talk about it,
mind.
Chastity. You know, they still talk about it, but they have all these medications that's out there that they's feeding to these people that they can say HIV can go undetectable. So these people that got HIV, yeah, the initial shock of it, they was like, oh man, I got HIV, I'm done. And then turn around, they got all this medication. If they got healthcare, they can take all this stuff, and they acting like they living a normal life because they HIV is undetectable because they on medication. That's Man,
So
that
it's
shit is fucked
undetectable,
up.
but you can still pass it.
To be honest with you, I'm not educated right now enough to know if it can be still. From my understanding, it can't be. If you taking, I don't know.
I mean,
I haven't
listen, I
properly
heard
educated
that like there
myself.
are strands because the viruses are strands, and the more strands, the stronger the virus. So I did hear that like you can get HIV down to like a very strand where it's not you're not going to pass it, but you still the virus is there though.
So if a dude, basically broke that down to your Chastity and said,
No, 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 no,
yeah, I
no.
just got the strand, Chastity. Can we still, we still got a future. I just got the strand. And you're gonna say, well, hey, let me hit you back later. I gotta go.
Yeah, that's a hell of a conversation. I tell you that.
I mean, you ain't gonna talk to nobody talking about they got a strand of anything dealing with HIV. That's just the way it is. But you got people down here with HIV and they on this medication. They walk around like they don't have a care in the world because they in their community. They still up here being sexually active because they have put out medication to that community because they're making billions, man. They're making billions of dollars. And they're going down here and HIV rate is growing and growing. Why is that? How is the HIV rate growing and growing down here in Atlanta and we're second if they have all this medication out? A nigga like me, you have to be very careful and you have to know that you can't just go out here and be living reckless. It's no way. No, no. That's dangerous. That's a death sentence. It's a death sentence. And it's going on down here a lot.
Atlanta Atlanta has turned into like the mecca for black people.
I mean, it's black people down here, but also it's plenty other races, man, coming down here starting businesses. Shit. Shoot. It's some of everybody down here now.
Yeah, I mean,
It's some of everybody.
I don't know.
It's some
I
rich
don't
black
know.
people down here now, though. Real talk. It's some rich black people down here.
I mean, that's very sad to hear though. Like, I didn't know it was that bad down there when it came to like, I guess what the women are dealing with when it comes to like, it's 30 women to one man.
It's
That's
been like that for a
wild.
long time. Even before this freaking HIV thing. When I used to come down, and it's always been a lot of women in the A. Always. It's always been a lot of women in the ATL. And the reason why that is, Chas, is that they came down here and went to college. There's a lot of women. There was more women coming out of high school, going to college, Spelman, Georgia, all these freaking colleges, and they was out here getting these jobs, man. And they was more focused on their career, starting their career and everything. So they wasn't really locking themselves into a relationship. Now that has gotten even worse because you have more women from other regions down here in the A getting paid, have a very good source of annual income, and they not just really locking themselves down to a serious relationship. They're not starting families. They're not doing any of that because they all about their occupation, making that money, supporting themselves. Because look, inflation is the cost of living down here has increased, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you still got some brothers down here that I can't speak for them. I ain't gonna lie, man. I can only speak for myself. I mean,
Well,
I'm pretty
what
sure
is
some
dating
people.
like? What is dating like for you in Atlanta?
I don't look. I look at it like this: like you find somebody that you like, and you go out with them every so often, and because people, you'll find a lot of females that's not from Atlanta, but when you hear the groups that they hang around, they kind of sound just like people like Empress was on here. You kind of hear them out, say, huh? Who are you hanging around? What's your circle like? What's your circle like? What's this? What's that? So you gotta, it's much difficult for me to go down here and date because I really got everything that I need as far as, I'm not a bum, so to speak. It's a lot of dudes down here don't have jobs. They working, they cutting hair. Some of them own the barbershops, a lot of them don't. But being retired military, it just comes down to, I don't want to get a woman that's in between jobs, that's very needy, or she's wrapped up in the ATL drama. She's fake with her appearance. She's more so the high maintenance and everything. It's difficult, but for me, I need to be careful. I need to be secure. You know what I'm saying? Make sure I be patient and allow myself to be sexually active with a female because it ain't no game down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just more mature, like I said.
What have your
Go.
experiences been down there though? Have you how often do you date?
I wouldn't say how often. It's just like I said, being in a relationship with a woman. Like I was married for a good bit. I've been divorced for a while now. So I wasn't really trying to jump out of a marriage straight up in the dating scene into a serious relationship. I just didn't want any freaking other drama contributed to my life. So look, that comes with a sense of maturity because like you said, lust take over. It's a lot of bad women down here that, they got the body, they got the clothes, they go to the stores and get all the tight jeans. I may comment on it. And, cause I'm a man, I may comment on it because I am single and all that, but that's not something I would want to deal with on a dating, dating. I don't want to deal with that.
So
I
if you
don't,
comment on a woman who is like a nice figure and stuff, and what if she responds and she's like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" Like you wouldn't like take it a step further.
I mean, I'm not young in the game. I'm not young in the game. So a woman can respond to anything, but you find out quick if she's good people or she just used to people responding and she want to go out somewhere with you and it's usually a restaurant. Real talk. These women love eating or depending on what they see, your type of lifestyle is, they want to go and go shopping at some of these places and stuff like that. That's just the way the protocol is down here in the A. They ain't trying to go with you to church. I take that back. I take
I was
that
about
back.
to say there are some women that would go
There's
to
some
church.
mega churches down here that women will go with you. A lot of the women that's out on these streets, believe it or not, they do go to church. Some of them, they
But
go to
that,
these mega churches.
hmm
That's a fact. They go to these mega churches because it's a show and tell when they walk through them doors.
with a man.
It's like a club. I mean, if you
No,
with a
you're right.
man,
You're right.
yeah.
I go to church. I know exactly what you're talking about. And the thing about it is, you know, it, it's a lot. This dating life is no joke. It's no joke out here. Like you do have to be careful. You do have to like really find someone. I think the best thing to do, Scotty, honestly, it's about connection. It's about chemistry, and honestly, you gotta pray in these days. You can't do it on your own.
I don't know. I don't know about prayer, Chastity. I rather
What you mean you don't know about prayer?
I don't know about prayer. I have faith in the Most High. Real talk. I have faith. I always have. You know what I'm saying?
But that's a
I
form of
don't.
prayer.
I got faith. That means I have
Faith in
faith
what?
in the
Yourself?
Holy Spirit. In the Holy Spirit, the Most
Yeah,
High.
then that's,
I don't. I don't have to pray. You have to understand how spirit works.
I do
You know
know
what I'm
how
saying?
spirit works. Trust me, you're talking to someone who knows spirit very well. And when you
Yeah.
have faith in the Holy Spirit, that is a form of prayer.
Okay. Let's just say it's a form of prayer. The best way in order for you to get to know a person is talk to that person as much as you possibly can in communication, to see what their tolerance level is, to see what their pluses and minuses is, to kind of see who they are as a person, see where they're trying to go in life, see where they've been, see if it's gonna mesh together. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all have any type of glue that's gonna allow y'all to stick together? Are y'all compatible? And all that. You know, you just have to talk because marriages ain't lasting. In order for you to find somebody that you're gonna spend the remaining part of your life with, you have to communicate with them. You can pray for them all day long, but if they don't know what you're praying for, it ain't gonna make a damn difference. You gotta have a communication with that woman, and that woman has to have communication with that man. That's just the way I
Yeah,
see it.
but the prayer has to start before you meet the person. That's what I mean. Like the Bible says, pray about everything. Okay, so prayer is very important, and it's something you do before you meet someone. It's not something you do to like. I mean, look, pray about everything. Even if you're in a relationship that's broken or whatever, pray on it. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and it doesn't mean that prayer doesn't work. It just means maybe that relationship ain't for you. You know what I'm saying? So,
So it's an option though. So have you ever prayed for somebody you was involved with before you met them? Do you think the people that you meet, you prayed for them first and they came into your life?
well, I'm single, and
I'm just saying before you were single, Chastity. I'm just saying before
well,
you
no,
were single.
I'm about to explain to you my situation because
You
I'm
ain't a
very
virgin, right? So somebody had to come into your life.
you got you might, but this you're not letting me explain. See, you think
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
a very different type of woman. It's
All right,
almost
go ahead.
I'm a
Go
very
ahead.
different type of woman.
All right, for sure.
The
Go ahead.
last guy I was in a relationship with, I knew him for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
and it was just a different situation. You know what I'm saying? Like. Hello, sorry, I keep getting cut out. But
Yeah,
no,
I'm here.
you know what I'm saying? Like, before I started going to church, of course, when in my younger days
Yeah.
as a younger woman, no, I didn't obviously pray, but I had, I met good men because,
Okay.
I wouldn't deal with men that weren't good. Like, I had a long-term relationship with someone he was a very good boyfriend as far as like providing and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
being there for me when it came to like anything that I needed. I mean, we're young, so it's like silly stuff like picking you up from work, you know, buying you things, taking you on dates, making sure you're taken care of, that kind of thing. Um, but I haven't been in a lot of serious. I haven't really had like that was like my most serious relationship, and that was when I was a lot younger. I'm not the type of girl who's ever had a lot of boyfriends.
Okay.
I'm a type of girl, I have to be extremely comfortable with you to let you into my space. Like I have to trust you. I have to have a gauge on your personality. I do not date you. There are people who have known me for years who have never seen me with a man. There are people who think I'm gay because they never see me with a man. So this is the type of, like, that's why I said my situation is very different. I've never been the type of woman who needed to feel validated from men. I don't jump in and out of relationships with men at all. My situation is very different. I don't have any children. I've never been married.
Mm. So tell me why the 10-year relationship didn't work.
It wasn't 10 year relationship. I knew him for 10 years. He was my friend.
Okay.
We worked together in the entertainment business, and it didn't. Okay, if I could just,
I
damn,
mean,
y'all
y'all
getting
had some
deep with
type
it.
of affection. Y'all had. If
We
you don't want to
did,
talk, look.
but
If you
I
don't
mean,
want to talk
it's just,
about
I
this in
guess
front of people,
what it was.
right? I understand. Don't
Yeah,
do it.
it's a little. The situation was different because I had went through a tragic time in my life with somebody in my family had been kidnapped and murdered,
Oh,
and
okay. I got you. I
he
got
was
you.
there for me during that
I
time.
got you.
But he wasn't initially. I'm gonna be honest with you. He wasn't anyone that I really wanted to be with. It was just kind of like
Okay.
an extremely vulnerable time for me, So it was something that was kind of just, we dated for like a year, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I knew that he wasn't someone I really wanted to be with.
Okay,
It
I
was just
got you.
like a, yeah, it was just like a kind of a moment in my life where, yeah, it was like we just said, he always liked me and made it known. So I guess part of me was like, well, fine, like he's here, he's, maybe I should give him a chance, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so you had a high level of maturity back in the day. If you're talking about, you know, being a decision maker on who you want to be with and not be with, that's very rare that you don't have any kids and you haven't been in a lot of relationships, because when it comes down to today's nesting pool, that's not the conversation. You know, it's impossible for us as men to know what the body count is of a woman, but a woman sometimes can figure out the body count of a man because we have babies everywhere. How many kids, how many baby mamas you got? You know what I'm saying? How many this, how many that? But if you get a woman that doesn't have any kids or even one kid, that doesn't determine who she's been with affectionately throughout her lifetime. You know what I'm saying? But I hear what you're saying about that. I mean, it makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
sense for real. It does. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, this dating world is tough. It's really, and when you're a woman, there's a lot you have to watch out for. There's a whole lot, Scotty. Like, it may seem easy, but it's really hard to date in this world as a woman. There's a lot of men that are deceivers, and they're out to please themselves, to benefit themselves, and women have to be really careful that they're not getting in relationships with crazy people. I mean, it's just, it's a lot to consider nowadays. Baby mama drama,
Oh
DL
yeah.
stuff. Like, there's so much.
And see unfortunately that conversation, those topics, really trumps a lot of the primary topics that should be spoken about, especially from a heterosexual man to a heterosexual woman who's trying to figure out what she's about, and vice versa. Those type of conversation, you really find out the level of patience a person have, and being frustrated that takes over the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like back, back back then, years back, you didn't have to go through this. You had general conversation. You walk up, you ask the name, you start up a conversation. If y'all vibing, y'all just still talking about each other, and then you exchange numbers or whatever it has to be. But now, before you even get to exchanging numbers or even know a name, people won't even tell you their name. They'll be like, okay, first of all, you stay down here? How long you been down here? Okay. What do you do? All right. Okay. When last time you been to the doctor?
Hello?
Yeah, that's you dropping out, Chastity.
Yeah, no, I don't know why. It's like every time my phone goes to sleep, it'll like cut me off. I'm sorry, were you asking me when was the last time I've been to the doctor?
No, I was just
Oh.
going through a scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like you talking about these type of conversations really trump the natural conversation that used to be had when a man approaching a woman and trying, striking up a conversation just to get to know her and see who she is. Now it's more so like, how long you been here? What you been up to? Where you working? When last time you been to a doctor? Why you asking me that? You know what type of we in? I just want to know. Are you straight with? I mean, you got to answer all those questions. A mature man to answer them. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? A woman have to be able to understand if he's lying or if he's telling the truth. You have to be able to identify that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's a maturity level. Like I said before, some of these dudes date within the bullshit that they are mad about and they frustrated. I've had the opportunity to be around the world and know what it's like outside of the ATL, and know what it's like outside of dating just black women and knowing what other cultures are like. So when I return back down here, because I got family down here, I brought that with me. So some guys may be looking at these BBLs and they be getting oh my God, look at that. I was never about that. I would rather take a woman that eat good, take care of herself, and the maintenance is something that's going to benefit her confidence, her inner security, her overall self in general. I'd rather take care of that instead of maintenance something that's a surgery that you had or whatever the case may be. I mean, it just becomes too much, man. That's unhealthy for the relationship.
Yeah.
Your
But
woman should feel confident.
do you feel like there are good women in the ATL?
I don't know. That's a tough question, man. Me,
Wow, that's not
me,
fair, Scotty. But that's
I
not fair
don't.
because you don't like when people say like men in the ETL are on the DL. You don't think that that's true, but you're saying
No,
that
I
there's
mean
no
you're
good
talking about.
women
No,
in the
No,
ATL.
you asked me were they? Do I think? I never answered you.
Well,
You
you
know what I'm
said,
saying?
well, I don't know. That's a
It
hard
depends.
question.
Look, because you gotta understand, ATL is grown, man. And you got women from New York down here, Florida, Virginia, North and South Carolina. So
Yeah, it
when
should
you
be more
say,
options, right? More possibilities to find a good woman.
okay, so when you take those options and you bring those options from the outer regions into the ATL, you got to understand how long they've been living down here and are they acclimated to their jobs like you are? They have directive in life, focus, goals, and everything, or they down here to be a part of the limelight. They down here to freaking become, workers in the strip club, or they down here to hang out and be a part of the nightlife. A lot of that stuff happened. It's some women that you wouldn't know that they weren't from the ATL. They act like they was born and raised down here in the South by the way they talk. It happens all the time.
I mean, but okay, so you were talking about Empress and her circle, but it's making me starting to wonder about your circle because the ATL is big. And you're telling me people are coming from all over to live there, but you're telling me you can't find a good woman. Well,
It
I know
deals
you
with.
didn't say specifically you can't find it, but it seems like you're giving off signals that it's a challenge.
I don't know if you heard me earlier. I know you're a good listener, Chastity, but I said that I wasn't looking to get into a serious relationship since the divorce. You
Okay,
feel me?
I heard you. You just gotta,
You feel me?
yeah, I feel you.
So I'm not up here trying to say, well, I can't find a woman. I can definitely find a woman right now, tomorrow. It's easy. It's extremely easy. Like I said before, you want to go up here and be reckless down here in the ATL and just going out here finding a woman and going through every startup package. It's a startup package there, Chastity, down here. If I go from woman to woman to woman, I got to start up with the dang, the welcome aboard package. I got to ask all the questions because I need to find out what her lifestyle's been about. There's no need for me to have a conversation and I'm up here struggling because I got a physical ailment. I got a sickness because I was out here reckless. No, I'm being patient. I don't have a circle. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't have no woman that I'm dedicated to. I wasn't trying to get into a committed relationship. Have I met women? Have I been out? Yes, absolutely.
So you've met good women. You're just not interested in dating them.
It depends on what you're talking about. Is good women.
Well, I'm
What
talking
do
about
you mean by good women? It's a lot of women that you can. Hey, check
whatever
this out,
that is to
Chastity. It's a
you.
lot of women that you can go out with. It's a lot of women that you can go out with. But you have to understand one thing.
But I'm
Those women have jobs. They have a lifestyle. A lot of these women down here not looking to lock down no man. They're
I,
not.
I'm just going off of what you said. You said that you're not interested in dating right now seriously. But I'm just saying.
No, I
But
didn't
in
say I wasn't interested in dating seriously. I wasn't interested in just jumping into a relationship just because I want to be in a relationship. It's so many women down here. It's so easy. I mean, I'm not a bad looking guy at all. You know what I'm saying? I can go out here and I don't have to have a mouthpiece to go up here and have some line set up. All you got to do is
I'm just
be
asking
mature
you,
about it and talk to a woman.
have you dated women that you like and maybe wanted could if you were in a different space in your life would want to go further with? That's what I'm asking. Like, are you meeting women that you are that interest you that fit these whatever you think a good woman is?
No, not since I've been back. No, I haven't really been trying to look for that, man. I've been taking care of myself, making sure my kid was good. him graduating and everything. I had other priorities.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah. So yeah,
I mean,
you're not really on the dating scene then.
no, it don't have nothing to do with dating scene, Chastity. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're single and you free to date doesn't mean you're out here on the hunt.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
you preaching to the choir. Like
I'm just saying. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. When you say the dating
no,
scene and
I'm
not
just
being
trying to
locked in with nobody,
understand. No, I'm just trying to understand where you're at. Like, are you interested in? I mean, I just trying to understand where
yeah,
you
yeah,
at.
yeah.
Like,
I'm definitely interested, but it comes down to it's like it's so many women down here in the ATL, right? So you meet a woman. Let's just say I meet a woman. I take her to Cheesecake Factory. She actually loved the restaurant, right? So we go to the Cheesecake Factory and everything, and the meal was good, conversation was good, and all that. But she has her occupation throughout the week, and she's locked into that. Sometimes the whole date can be fine. It's just linking back up. It's just finding out more and more that you talk to people how they act. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm not trying to date nobody. It's just at this point in my life, it's easy for me to go from woman to woman to woman. It's easy. I never had a problem with it. But I only got kids from my marriage. I don't have kids out here that I pay child support for. That's called discipline. That's called making sure that you understand that those kids will be, like Empress said, you're bonded. You actually bonded with a woman when you have a baby with them, and especially being in the military, they go straight to the finance department and get child support. So I don't have no kids out of wedlock. I'm good. I'm straight. I love it. I'm able to date whenever I feel like it. Spend my money how I spend it.
okay,
That's
so
all I'm
I mean,
saying.
so okay,
Spend
all
my
right.
time where I spend it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm also looking for a woman that's got themselves together, and it's not a lot of baggage at all that you have to spend 5 or 10 years trying to repair. That's one thing we didn't even talk about, to be honest with you, as to why you just can't jump out here in the dating scene. Because a lot of these women, they're Chastity, they got baggage. I'm talking about carry on, check in, all that.
I
Baggage,
mean,
baggage,
yeah, and
baggage.
men have baggage too, though.
I'm
That's
talking
and
about
listen,
me, women. You asked me, right, about the dating scene, right? I'm
I know.
telling you
I'm
from
just
me.
saying. I'm just speaking from a woman's perspective. Men have baggage as well. Like that's not. It's assigned to women, but men have it too. It's on both sides.
Hey, it all depends on what baggage you're talking about, of course. That's a whole nother live
I
stream,
mean, but
Chastity.
come on now, Scotty. You know men have baggage. You can't say that.
I never said we didn't. I'm saying that's a whole nother live stream to what baggage you're talking about.
I mean, y'all men. I swear. One thing I envy about men is y'all ability to just like,
You just need a man that you have confidence in, that he's gonna treat you like the woman that you want to be treated like, and that you can have confidence in putting trust in that man to be that leader. That's all. Somebody ain't trying to dominate you, but trying to walk by your side. I mean, like you saying
hmm
what you saying, that's baggage, Chastity.
what's
When
baggage? What did I say
when
that
you
was
keep when you
baggage?
keep on talking about y'all,
What
you
do mean?
carrying that.
But
Look,
what did I
you
say?
carrying you when you say y'all men.
But what did I say? Y'all meant what?
You
You
just
didn't
said it.
even let me. God, you didn't
You
let me
just
finish
said
my.
it.
You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead. Y'all men what?
I was about to compliment you, and that's
No,
what
no,
you
no,
just.
no, no. I'm talking
No,
about
no, no, no,
before you
no. I
said
was
that,
about to
Chastity.
compliment men. I was literally about to say that y'all. One thing I like about y'all men is that you guys support each other, like no matter what. Like you guys y'all stick up for
What
each other no matter
women
what.
support each other like no matter what?
No, I mean
Shit.
I'm talking about men in general, and you're still. I'm saying
I
all
don't
I
think so.
said.
I
No, 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 no,
totally
no,
disagree,
Scotty.
Chastity. I totally disagree.
All I said was men have baggage. I didn't go into any details, nothing. And you're like, oh, you got baggage for saying men have baggage.
So
You said
Chastity,
women have
hey
baggage.
Chastity, you think that cause men support each other, right? That's baggage?
No, not at
So tell me
all.
about a man's baggage. Explain to me what a
No,
man's
I'm
baggage.
just saying in general. You said women have baggage. I said men have baggage too, and you were like, "Oh well, that's another conversation.
I mean,
That's a whole
okay, let
different."
me
And I
let
said,
me
"Look
let me
at how
apologize
you and
then.
men." I said, and I was about to say, "Look how y'all men stick up for each other and y'all
All right,
support each
let
other."
me apologize for being impulsive, okay? Because I can see you have elevated your tone.
Yes, because it's
That's
not
Chastity.
fair. You're not giving me a
But
fair
Chastity,
shot.
but Fair shot. Chastity, we having a conversation, a live
But
conversation.
you're misunderstanding me. That's why I'm raising my voice so I can get your
I did
attention.
apologize though. I mean,
I
what more do you
appreciate that.
want?
Thank you. Thank you for
I
apologizing.
did
I appreciate
apologize.
that. But I wasn't taking it personal. I'm just getting a little excited. I'm not angry or anything. It's just
I can
you get
tell
excited
because
and
you're
your
definitely
voice
excited.
elevates. Your voice elevates because I'm like, this man's misunderstanding me. Let me try to get it out to him before he, because you can. I mean, just you're a podcaster. You can talk. So I got to kind of interject and like, no, Scotty, that's not what I'm saying. That's all that is. It's no animosity. It's no anger. We're just having a conversation. Like, but I'm just saying that I feel like you you don't want to like don't listen to women with the intent of like a correction. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of I understand the majority of things that you're saying, but it's like if I'm going to counter what you're saying with my own experiences in the same realm. You said women have baggage. I said and so do men. And all I said was that it gets assigned to women, but men have baggage as well. And I said you are a man and you know that. A lot of men know what men do, but they still take up for them. They still give excuses. They still like have all of these other ways to divert the conversation instead of saying that men also have problems too. That's all I'm saying. Like, yes, women have problems. I never said they didn't, but men have problems too.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and no, I don't have a conversation with you just to correct you. But if we having a live conversation, right, a topic on a live stream, there are going to be rebuttals
Yeah, me too.
because we are having a dialogue, and it's up to you to defend if you feel like you should defend the situation. But
Yes.
all I was saying is, I can say the same thing about y'all, point
And
blank.
and that's all I was saying. You
You
started it
all
first.
defend each other more than we defend our men. I mean, defend
I
our
don't think
brothers.
so.
Defend our brothers.
I
Yeah.
think women are so quick to try to be in agreement with men.
Shoot. Come on now. Come on now.
I mean, it depends on the topic, but I do feel. I mean, you're not wrong. Women do. I think women have. I think women have to need to support each other. To be honest,
Do you
but
watch
there's a
reality TV, Chastity? You know how they always have women sitting up
fighting
here.
each other.
They fighting each other over a man. They sit up there and tell the woman that they man doing this, they man doing that. That's baggage, man. That you have a now you have an alternative. You know, you have a different form, a different habit about you. You want to tell other people about something that's none of your business. Not you per se. I'm just saying the women that do it. They get in these gossip groups and they talk about each other's relationships or past relationships, and they talk about the bad, the bad, the bad, the bad. The good just don't, stand out the way it's supposed to. You know what I'm saying? That shit should be highlighted, man, shining
I
and bright
agree.
as a headlamp.
I
You know what I'm saying? But it's
agree.
not.
I had this conversation actually with somebody else, another gentleman, who I was expressing to him that because he was asking like, well, why are all these women out here, all these thoughts and stuff are out here, and why don't y'all other women say something to them? And I was like, but you have to understand, like, men put these women on a pedestal. This goes back to the even the rag thing, like me talking about the bait and the catch, like men go after a certain look. You know what I'm saying? Men go after what's appealing to them, but it might not be the best. The woman with the best personality or the best integrity. You know what I'm saying? But look at you brought up the reality shows. That's a very good example of how beautiful women can be very toxic, but they are on TV. So there's something about them that people want to see. There's something about they're attractive women. They all have nice bodies. They all have something going on in their lives. But you know, but at the end of the day, these might not be these are this isn't your Susie Homemaker most of the time. And Susie Homemaker is a hot woman too, but she might not do all that. But she doesn't get the pedestal. Where's the Real Housewives where nobody wears lace fronts and eyelashes? Where are those women? They're
Are
out
you a,
here.
are you a Susie homemaker?
I mean,
Chastity, are you a Susie homemaker? Can you
I,
cook?
I, I think that's inside of me.
But you don't know if you won yet.
I'm not a wife and I'm not even a girlfriend, to be honest with you. So I'm not,
Material or at the moment?
Wait, what material at the moment? What Siri?
So you're saying you're not a wife or girlfriend material or at the moment?
At the moment, I'm not.
Okay, so when a man, obviously you say you're an attractive woman, right? So if a man approach you and tell you straight up why he approached you to the first place, and it's based off of visual, right? It's based off how you looked. He don't know anything about who you are. He don't know if you snappy or not. You know what I'm saying? He just came based off what he's seen. From there on, that's when you gotta, both of y'all gotta treat each other from a clean slate. You know, he pulled up on you, yeah. But you don't go ask a man like you just pulled up on me because, I looked a certain way. Yeah, pretty much. Because I'm here to ask you what your name is, and so we can further this conversation. That's usually how it go, Chastity. If you're attractive like that, then the average, we pull up on you and we attempt to further the conversation, get some information, or try to strike up a dialogue with you to talk. And if it's meant to be, numbers and contact will be exchanged, and then y'all get to know one another. That's just the
Yeah,
way it
yeah,
works.
yeah. That's how it works. There's nothing wrong with that, though. I never said anything was wrong with that. But it's about who you approach. It's about what type of woman you approach. That's the part that I'm trying to get through to you. It's not about, oh, I didn't know, even though she has on all of these red flags. I'm sitting up here doing a podcast about women making cake of makeup or eyelashes and lace fronts. But then I want to know who she really is. I want to go and take her to rag. Well, she's already partly told you who she is. So go somewhere else.
No, no, it's not the fact that me going
I'm
anywhere
not
else. It's the
saying
message.
you.
It's
I'm
the
not
message
saying you
that,
per se.
yeah, it's pretty much the message that I'm putting out to the fellas that this is actually existing in our society. It's very active, right? It does have motion, and women are learning how to make up themselves, and they become artists, man. I said this earlier, and it's very deceptive. So when you furtherly, let's just say you extend that outside. Y'all talk, and let's just say you do meet up or whatever. Hey, you can come over, and you go over there, or she come over, whatever, and she look way different. That can just be not an icebreaker. That can be a claw hammer up against the head for real. Like,
No, totally,
I
totally.
mean,
I agree with that. That's it. I mean, it's almost a form of a violation. I would feel a little
yeah,
violated if I
yeah.
met a man and he had a fro, and then when I came in the house he didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, wait, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a bit extreme, but you understand what
Maybe
I'm
he had a good
saying?
heart. If he had a dugout up there, Chastity, he had no hairline and stuff. And hey, you say it's more than what the looks is, right,
It
Chastity?
is, it is.
So
But
you gotta
I am
accept
agreeing
that
with
bald head.
you.
You gotta you gotta accept that
No,
bald head,
I'm
Chastity.
disagreeing with you. That's
you
all I'm
gotta you
doing.
gotta take that initial hug and look at him and say, you know what? He got a nice personality.
No, 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 no,
He
no,
got a
no.
nice personality, even though he don't have that fro I seen him with.
Let me tell you something, Scotty. There is only a certain type of man that can approach me. There is a lot that you can tell by way a person dresses, the way they walk, the way they carry themselves.
Okay,
There's a lot of this. I have discernment. Okay,
I
I
feel
have
you.
discernment. So you can act like clothing doesn't matter. All of this
Yeah,
stuff, it matters about how a person carries themselves. Okay, so
absolutely, I agree.
that's your first form of communication. How you dress yourself. Okay, so this is my whole thing. Let's not play these games like, oh, I didn't know. You knew, home slice. You just wanted it to be something different.
Mm. Home slice. I haven't heard that in a minute. You can tell Chastity got some. She comes off like she don't have game, but you have conversation. You do,
I just like to
and that
get to the root
conversation
of
has built
things.
up over the years because you have been approached by more. You might have been approached by more men than you actually been in a relationship with.
What do you mean? Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. You mean I've been yeah, yeah, by the opposite sex? Yes.
yeah, you've been approached by more men than you've been in a relationship with. So you had to deal with the. You learn from it.
Let me tell you what I do. I ask a lot of questions. I'm a type of girl. If I see an older couple, I'm talking to them. I'm a type of girl. I've had a lot of men give me advice and very like I worked at a job one time. One of the janitors there was this Indian guy. He used to constantly talk to me about what real love is, what real marriage is, what how to identify a man who's serious about you. Like I have these kind of conversations with people. I talk to people of all walks of life. I talk to, young girls, young guys, older men, older. I mean, all. I'm a type of person. I like to hear experiences. I gain wisdom from listening to other people's experiences. So And I'm a spiritual woman. I have a relationship with God, and I take it seriously. And that leads me, let me tell you something. I'm not a perfect woman, but I have met men, and they don't get far because I have a heavenly Father that will reveal. He will
Hmm.
reveal. And I don't have to worry about it because I know the Lord loves me. He's going to reveal, and it's up to me to take heed.
Hmm.
That's where it falls on me. Are you going to listen? Are you going to ignore me? And
Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. You make some good point, the head empress. You know, you make some good points in there. Shout out to Richard on there being a trooper today. I think this is my longest live that I've done talking about the daily experiences of relationships between man and a woman. Straight to straight.
you know, when you get the women involved, we're going to have some things to say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, I don't have anything negative. Both of you and Empress made some solid points, and I can understand where you're coming from as far as your spiritual side and all that. I mean, everybody's the amount of activity they experience and the amount of scenarios that they had to break down in life, that comes with maturity, man. Like if you don't have different scenarios in life to kind of base, you know, how you treat people or how people going to treat you, then you're just going to be stuck on like, I feel this way and this why. You feel one way. You got to have flexibility. There's compromises in any relationship that you want to work.
Yep.
You just have to understand the compromise that you're willing to make doesn't have you living in a state of misery for years upon years. It got to be a compromise to make both of y'all happy. We both got to be happy. If we get into an argument, we can't sit up here and be mad with each other for days upon days, and we're not loving each other. It has to be love. That love has to continue to get stronger, and with that love, before anything, it has to be respect. We got to respect each other, and that respect is going to allow us to get through the arguments and be able to talk it out, to come up with a solution, to be able to love on one another and keep it moving. If you don't have no respect and there's a imbalance between us, then it's going to lead to the relationship severing, and probably no communication between all that work that's been put in. We've been putting in all this freaking work, but the compromises has to work. The compromise has to work, man. The respect has to be there. You know what I'm saying? I never could be friends with a woman for years upon years upon years, and I was attracted to her. I couldn't do it. I just have to let her know, hey, I'm attracted to you, period. That's pretty much where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had no woman that's no best friend. Not no attractive woman.
What if you worked with her or something?
Look, if I work with her, like I said, it comes from your barometer of maturity. I can work with an attractive woman. If that woman is in a relationship with somebody, she's off limits to me. Real talk. I don't want the problems. I don't care for the problems. She has to be all about me. If you somehow, some way gets that woman attention, right? I'm talking about me, and she's in a relationship with somebody, and I work with her, and somehow we cross the line or whatever, but it doesn't go, it's not something that sustains itself. I got to think about how me and her met, because she has a man. So me and her was able to do that. How vulnerable she's going to be with some other man if me and her was to really get into a serious relationship, being that I talked to her while she was already involved. You feel me? That's where I'm at. I can work with an attractive woman and not take it to the next level, especially if she with somebody. Now, if she's not with somebody, that's different. I gotta see if fraternization is allowed. You know what I'm saying? It's levels, bro. When I was a teenager, I used to work and travel and carry a message to the Pentagon. You had to maintain some etiquette. You did. You had to maintain some etiquette, and you had to approach people differently. But if I work with a woman, hey, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It depends on if she's tied up in a relationship or what she's looking for in a man. I don't know. I mean, that happens all the time in the military. You've seen that all the time. You know what I'm saying? You work with a nice looking female veteran, and you got to think to yourself, do I really want to get involved with her with all these other men around? When she go on deployment, she gonna be faithful to me? You got to think about all that.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Have you ever
That's
been out
true.
the country?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
But I would love to travel more, though. I am actually. I want to get to Singapore this year.
It's a nice place. Real talk.
Yeah, I've heard great
I've
things
been I've
about
been
it.
deep in Thailand. I've been deep in Thailand. I went over there. Just experience their culture. Where they teach Muay Thai. I mean, it's just that foreign culture is just. It was, man. Japan. It was just something different, man. It was something. 17 years old going on, man. It's
Wow,
crazy,
that's
man.
amazing.
It was crazy.
Was
It
your
was
wife Japanese?
no,
Oh, no, because
no,
I heard you say something about you brought like something back over here.
no. I said I didn't bring it back over here.
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
no.
bring. I
No,
said
I
his
thought you were
brothers.
saying like when you were traveling abroad, like you've seen different relationships, different.
I've been in relationships with Japanese, Thai, Filipino, South Korean, African, Australian.
Wow, you've dated a lot of women.
I mean, I know I didn't date a lot of women. I just, if you count how long I've been living in life and the amount of women, I mean, the amount of countries that I just named, that's not a lot at all, Chastity. You kind of exacerbating for real.
I mean, but
You over the top with
you
that.
just named like 10 different nationalities.
So peep this out. T- Since the time I've been living, and 10 freaking nationalities, do you think that's a lot? Man, come on, stop. Stop. I had three sons. Three sons now. If you take three and subtract from 10, come on now. That is
Oh, that's
minimal. That is minimal, man.
you got me beat on slice. You got
I'm,
me beat.
I'm just saying, 10 ain't a lot now. I,
Okay.
for a man, 10 in their whole lifetime,
No,
that's
that's not.
that's
That's.
light.
I mean, but
That's light.
Yeah, yeah. It's light. It is light. It is light.
You
Fucking
got to talk
eight.
about how many kids they got, how many baby mamas they got, what they got going on in their life. You know what I'm saying? You got to talk about all, if they got benefits or not, what they got going on currently. You can look at all that other exterior stuff. You got to understand how much stability do they have right here, right now for you. That's what you got to be concerned about. You busy worrying about, hey, I can't worry about who you dated. I never know. If I'm coming into a relationship and I'm trying to ask you everybody you dated, I never know.
Yeah. I mean, that's true for some people. Yeah.
I mean, some people don't think it's your business.
Yeah.
Some women ain't gonna tell you who they dated. If you having a moment and y'all feeling each other, and then I sit up there and be stupid enough to say, well, just tell me how many people you've been with in your life. Just tell me. It don't have nothing to do with us, but just tell me how. I just want to know. I just want to know. That's all. I just want to know. I mean, come on. There ain't no just want to know. You don't want to know that. You don't want to know it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's I don't. I mean, I don't know. That's a whole nother conversation. Honestly, that whole how many people you've been with type thing. I mean, you know, I don't know. I can't even really relate to all of that, to be honest with you.
So, what age you looking to be in a serious relationship?
I
Cause you
mean,
ain't getting no younger.
I hate when men say that.
You're not getting any younger. So you may be attractive now and then. That's gonna start slowly decreasing
How you
value as you
know?
get
How you
older.
know? You don't know what the women look like in my family.
You're right. You're right. I don't know. You might be looking like a dime all the way to 80. But with that
You don't
said,
know. I mean, honestly, it's not something that I'm like plotting and planning on. I have like a specific time. It's really just about happenstance, like when it happens. It could happen tomorrow for all I know. It could happen a year from now, or maybe it won't happen. And I'm okay with all of those.
You okay with all of those? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm okay with all of those, to be honest with you.
With
Cause it's
you just waiting for it to fall out the sky,
not
or
fall out the sky, no. But I told you, I'm a spiritual woman, and I am a person. I'm not like a closed off person. I'm a person. I'll talk to anyone. It
you
doesn't
got a
have to
you
be
you have a
anybody.
conversational piece for sure. You can talk.
Yeah, I'm a type of person. I'm a people person. I can go somewhere by myself and make friends. Like I don't. I'm not a person. I will make the best out of all my situations. So it's just about when it happens. It's
Do you
not
like
like
to be in control of a relationship?
no. I don't know what you mean exactly. Like that's a
You know,
broad
some
thing.
women knows what the answer to that question is right off the rip. They like to be in control of a relationship. I
I'm
mean,
not
you either
looking.
don't.
I'm not looking to control anybody. To be honest with you,
Okay.
I don't like to be controlled, and I don't want to control. I don't. That to me is control comes from fear. To me, that's a red flag.
I mean, I agree. I said the same thing. Like, you walk hand in hand, and of course, some of my male compeers would not agree. They'll say, "Oh, I gotta have them." But if you have to dominate or control your woman, it's never gonna be permanent.
Nope, never.
Cause you can sit up here and control, and it's gonna come a point where she's just totally done. You know what I'm saying? And she's gonna get distant. And so you need to, pretty much have that friendship, that respect level, so both of y'all can equally support one another. That's all I'm saying.
That's what it's about for me. Like me, I would rather. I'm the type of girl. I have, like I told you before, I have to be friends with you. I have to be close with you. Like there has to be an initial respect there before it even moves into any kind of relationship. Like I have to know that you respect me as a person, you respect me as a human being, that you're just not trying to like sleep with me, that you actually are interested in me. Like those are very important. Those things are very important to me. You know what I'm saying? I have to feel comfortable with you. I have to feel safe with you. But if I get any, because I told you before, as a woman, you have to be very careful. I live in New York City. I'm not from New York. I have no family here. I have to be very careful how I date. I have to be very careful about the situations I put myself in. So I vet and vet and vet.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Like I said about vetting, though, you know what I'm saying? You're not getting any younger than Chastity.
I know, but that's okay though.
So when you're vet,
You
don't
know how
let the.
many people have been married and divorced that I know?
I said that earlier. I said divorce is not lasting as long.
And
I
some of
never
those
asked you
people
about getting
is
married. I just
no, no,
said
no.
about
I'm just well.
relationship.
No. That's all it is for me. It's going to be marriage or nothing.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's what's
So
up.
that's why I said if it's either marriage or nothing. So and I'm okay with both because I'm secure in myself. Like there's a lot more to life. There's a lot of things to do in life.
I feel you. I mean, that goes without saying. That's a broad statement. There's a lot to do in life, but also
There is.
there's.
Like I'm even thinking about moving out of the country for a little while and living somewhere else.
Are you thinking about moving down here in the ATL?
No, I said out of the country.
Dang. Okay.
Out of
Cool.
the country. I've never lived abroad. I would like to live abroad. Like, I mean, I have a lot of, I'm a very creative person. There's a lot of things that can take up my time. Now, when I find a man that, I can trust and that I connect with, I'll change a lot of things as far as like, my endeavors are concerned. But until then, I'm just going to keep building myself, building who I am as a person, grasping more things every day. Every year I learned to do something new. I didn't paint, 10 years ago, but I do now. Like it's like there's so many things like when you're a single person, it get looks down on, but you can really like tap into a
Yeah, you
lot of
can
stuff.
tap in to certain things because you don't have anyone that that's there to help you spend that time. Chastity. I mean, plenty of us. You single. Yeah, you can find things to do. You can become a part of the crochet workshop.
No, stop
You know what I'm
it.
saying? You can go up there and learn how to be the best crochet artist.
That's
Period.
messed up.
You know what I'm
But you
saying?
see what y'all do to women who are people.
I'm
That's
just
not.
saying, you up here talking about, oh, I don't care either way. I'm find something to do. Okay, yeah, you're gonna find something to do. You're gonna join all these groups. You're gonna learn how to knit and
No, I'm
crochet
not gonna learn how
and
to
all that.
knit. I'm not gonna learn how to knit, but I might learn some other things. You know what I'm saying? But and there, but do you? But you looking down on that though?
I'm not looking down on it at all. I'm just telling you, and
You're being a bit facetious, Scotty.
I'm
You're being a little
no,
facetious.
no. If you listen to what I'm saying, it's efficacious to you. That's all it is, that chastity. It's not. Look, if I don't have a sense of humor while I'm talking to you, that means I'm acting different. Because anybody who know me on here is that I got a sense of humor. The person, look, the female, the woman that I'm with has to have some type of sense of humor.
But it's just where the sense of humor came in, though. It came in when I started
That's
talking about
right.
my
That's right. It
single life,
should be
and then it
weird.
got
It
like
should be
jokes.
weird, chastity. It shouldn't be predictable.
What?
That's what makes it laughable. You laughed.
Oh.
You ain't gonna admit it. You
No, I'm
laughed.
laughing because I hear that all the time. It's not a joke. It's the standard. It's what all men say when you do that. They all start talking about your age. They all start talking about you're not getting any younger. They all start saying you're going to be a cat lady. Like they start saying all of these like stereotypical things about women who are single. So it's not
It's
funny.
not personal, that
It's
chastity.
predictable. It's just predictable.
It is predictable because it's like lighthearted, right? It's not to
No,
piss you
but
off.
it's not
It's not
because
to piss you off.
it puts a stigma on being single. You know what I mean? And being single is something that it takes a lot of strength to do, and it takes a lot of awareness to do, to say no, to say
I bet it
no.
does.
No,
But look,
I'm serious. I
no
really
to
have
be in a relationship is different than saying no to sex. Okay, okay, it's different. It's different. Period. It's not the same. It is not the
well,
same,
yeah, that's
chastity.
true because I have relationships with men that I don't have sex with, but they're like more casual relationships.
I'm just saying, in your situation, you know what I'm saying, it's easier. It takes a lot of energy to go through life and be the I word, the capital I word that's kicked around a lot, of being independent. Yes, only so much independence, okay? To this point in your life, if you're in your 30s, you already know and understand what independence is. You don't
Yeah,
need
but
nobody
that
to tell. You don't need to tell nobody you
no, you
independent.
don't. No. You
You
don't have to tell
independent.
nobody exactly. I mean, but
We'll see
independent
that.
just means taking care of yourself. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it just means
But
it's
some of
work.
them say, yeah, taking care of yourself and they don't need a man. That's pretty much how it is right now for a lot of women. They say they don't need a man. They can be independent.
But it's not really about because needing something is not necessarily a good thing. Like you want to be in a relationship with someone because you found someone that understands you, that gets you. That's not a need. It's a happenstance. It's like finding a good friend. It's something that happens. So when if you're a woman who's in need of a man, that's a woman you need to be careful of. Okay, it's you want the woman that's secure in her singledom because she's going to come secure in the relationship. She knows look, let me tell you something. I will always applaud women who are invested in being complete within themselves. That is a very good thing for a man. Men, I don't know what kind of man you are, but not every man wants a needy woman who's stuck up under them all the time. Or I don't know, maybe you do, but I know I don't want no needy man. I want a man who has things going on in his life and things that I could be a part of and assist with and help with and I want the same in return. So it's like I'm just looking for someone I can live this life with, someone that I enjoy waking up to and having dinner with and going to the grocery store with. Like that's what I'm looking for. I'm not going to just be out there. Oh, I need a man. Let me just hit the block and walk up the street and just be out here. No, 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 no. That's not. You want a happenstance situation. At least that's what I want.
Hello, you there?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But you understand what I'm saying? Did you hear what I said?
Say the last part again.
No, I was just saying that like it's a happenstance in this situation. It's not that like, I'm not a woman that's like, oh, I'm independent and I don't need a man. It's not about that. It's just about like having that, initial interest that's not about me seeking a man. It's just about it being like, okay, look, me and you click. Me and you, there's some chemistry here. Like let's explore this. You know what I mean? But it's not something that I'm out avidly like searching for. You know what I mean?
There has to be a little bit of searching out there.
I don't know about that. I don't
Even
know.
even for me with a woman, my search may not be desperately seeking. It may be just be to a point of saying, I know it's a stable, solid woman out there that has herself together that I can potentially meet. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm seeking or searching. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have standards. You don't have standards, you're going to continue to go through situations that you always got to repair yourself from. And, I'm not trying to go through no repair process every time I allow myself to be in a deep seated relationship or a serious relationship.
Yeah.
It just gets overwhelming sometimes and very stressful.
Mhm. Yeah. That, I can imagine that. And this is why I don't date as much because I like peace.
Okay. I mean, I think we all like peace. I feel where you at with it. When you say peace, and you're not dating, I don't. That doesn't necessarily say if you have a man, you're not gonna have peace. You know what
No,
I'm
I'm not
saying?
saying that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that I'm like the type of person that if I see drama, I'm pretty much out like immediately. I mean, I'm out immediately.
Any relationship has some type of drama, especially when you're
But
getting to know
yeah,
each
yeah,
other,
yeah.
Chastity. You
Of
know
course,
that.
some type of drama, but not drama where if I have to like question certain things, or if I'm compromising, I'm compromising who I am as a person. Like no, then I'm not going to be a part of that.
Do you have to have the passcode to your man's phone if you was in a relationship?
I can't imagine that. I've never been in a relationship where I've needed to do that. No.
Okay, I'm just asking because there's a lot of females that gotta have the passcode to their man's phone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And that's not
it
something
ain't
I
it
would
ain't happening with me. You know what I'm saying? No, it ain't happening.
that's not something I would ever ask for. I mean, I would never ask for that, but if a man gave it to me, I'd be like, "All right."
And what do you look to find in there is the question.
But
Are
who
you
said
trying
I
to make
would
the
look?
relation?
Who said I would
Yeah, you're
look?
right. You're right. Who said you was look? But saying if he gave it to you, that was your words. Then
That doesn't mean I'm going to look. It's just the it's the
okay,
it's
I
the
feel you.
gesture, it's the principle. It's him saying you can if you want.
Okay.
And that actually secures a woman a lot more. Most of the time if you give a woman a passcode first, she probably won't look. But that's
I
the
mean, they have.
psychology.
I just the only reason I ask because most of the time is a reason why a female want to go through a guy's phone. It's not just to see how they're socializing via social media. It's to see if they have been, saying anything inappropriately or all that shit. And then you got some girls who's been liking freaking pictures on IG and then turn around and ask their man, why are you liking pictures? And that's grounds for separation. You know what I'm saying? That's grounds for freaking calling it quits. It's just stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff out there, man. Oh man. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff out there. It's me, I'm a simple person. I like peace. And I'm gonna be honest, I haven't dated in a couple years. Like I haven't met anyone that I've wanted to go further with or have an interest in that way. So I get detached from the dating scene a lot, and it's not until I have these conversations where I'm just like, dang, like I forgot all the stuff out here that you have to deal with, and it actually doesn't inspire me. It's not inspiring to hear this kind of stuff. It's not inspiring at all.
Everybody's conversation should be different. I mean, I'm pretty sure our conversation today was different. It's
Mhm.
all about who you link up with and how compatible you are, on the level of communication, having a dialogue. Like I said, you still got to be able to have a dialogue, whether it's not all in agreement. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to agree and link up with one another, but not every conversation is going to be in agreement. That's just,
No, of course not. That's not natural.
yeah. So it's all about how you get through that.
I mean, look, even in our long conversation, we've had times where we had like a little spat here and there, and it's natural. It's fine.
I didn't have one spat with you there, Chastity.
Oh,
You
come
know,
on.
you
You told
disagree
me
with
I was.
me. You disagree with me, and then your tone of voice elevated, and I say,
Oh my
okay,
God.
let me wait till she de-escalate. Let me wait till Chastity de-escalate and bring it back down. You know what I'm saying?
I am an excitable woman. I have a lot of personality. Like my voice does elevate, but it's if you could see my face, you would know there's no malice here. Like seriously, no malice here. I try my best to keep the peace. Like that's that's the base of my life. If you can't tell, everything is around. How can I get back to the peace? Get back to the
I
peace.
feel you. I got it. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Hey, what do you think about what Sid said? Any man with brains run a mile if he hears a woman say, "I'm independent." That is a code speak for saying I won't listen and I'm a feminist. What do you think about that?
I think those are true statements, but I think it's a general statement. I think that like we've all been through things. Some women are independent because they weren't independent before. They were dependent and then became independent. And usually those are the type of women that yell out they're independent are the ones who were previously dependent. So it's like that's I mean it's true though what this person is saying, what Sid is saying is I don't know if you have to run from it. I honestly think you just break down that wall. It's just a wall. And a lot of times a man can break that independent word down so quickly because a lot of most women don't want to be independent. I'm gonna tell you that secret. Most women have to be independent. Okay, it's not really something that women want. Every woman who wants to be in a relationship wants to have a man that can provide for her and who can take care of her. That's the inherent nature of a man, is to want to take care of his family, his woman. So that word right there is a facade. That's what I'm gonna tell you. That woman, um that independent word is a facade, and if men could break through that, they really could if they just took a little effort and got to the root of why they're saying they're independent.
Okay. I mean, good point, good point. But it's, like I said earlier, it's being used still, and it's being used in such a bad way. You know what I'm saying? The tip of the arrow,
Well,
man,
blame
it comes.
Beyonce for that. When they came out with that song, all the ladies, independent women stand up or whatever. They were the ones who really pushed that, and Beyonce, constantly talking about women having your own and doing all this stuff. You have to remember, a lot of these women have been cultivated to be this way. It's not really who they are.
I
It's
mean,
who they
Beyonce can bring out the song, but she's married, and
and
so the
that's
message
and
that she was bringing, if the listener perceived it to be, oh, that means being single, doing everything on
but
your
she
own, don't
wasn't
need a
married.
man.
She wasn't married when she came out with that song.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, if they still leaning heavy towards what Beyonce message was, they're not looking at where she's been for the last several
No, 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 no,
years.
no. Yeah, but
You
they
know.
but what she did was cultivate a culture. Like when that song came out, there are women that are now in their 30s who were in their 18, 20 years old. That song came out a really long time ago. So when you instill that kind of mentality in a woman and it goes on for years and then boom, she gets married and now you're the independent woman because this is who you've been listening to. But and this is not to knock Beyonce. I'm just saying these are how things are embedded in our culture. You know what I'm saying? People, you see movies talking about it, you hear music talking about it, then you start having side conversations about it at work, or at brunch with your friends, and then it becomes a part of the culture.
Okay.
And a lot of these things are just facades, though, because I don't care. God made man and God made woman, and what God made is going to be what it's going to be. The way He designed it and set it up is going to be what it's going to be. And we can try as much as we want to walk outside of that, but it's always going to lead back to disaster. So, a lot of things are facades out here. And if we actually care for each other, we could like break down these walls, get to the root of things. I mean, I think that's what life is really about. Like, this is why I talk to a lot of people. This is why I like to hear different people's stories, what they've been through in life and stuff like that, because it'll tell you a lot about the way people think. Nobody's life is perfect. Some people have been through a lot of trauma. They've been through a lot of disappointment. They've been through abuse. And I'm talking about men and women, not just women. I'm talking about men and women. And there's there, like we were talking about before, there's baggage there. But these bags can get thrown out. They don't have to stay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is a learning experience, but we just live in a whole different society, man. Generation Z, it's just different. It's just these cats, these younger generations just thinks different, and then you wonder why they think different, and then you gotta look at their parents. It's definitely different.
It's different. It's definitely different. But we have to talk about, like, social media and how that has influenced the options. There's a lot of reasons why people don't have to make it work anymore. Our parents, our grandparents, they had to make it work. They were willing to stay through, they were willing to sacrifice to make it work. They were willing to go through their seasons of good and bad. People aren't willing to do that anymore. People, we do have a lot of access to a lot of things. There's a lot of ways to make money these days. There's a lot of ways to connect with people from all over the world. People don't have to be locked down to anything anymore.
What you mean by not locked down?
They don't have to, like, when we talk about our grandparents and our parents relationships, they were in a time where social media didn't exist, and there were, you didn't know that many people outside of your family. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know that many people outside of your job. You can't just get online. Like, look, me and you, we didn't know each other. What, a couple hours ago? I got on this YouTube platform and met Scotty, and now I have had a whole couple, hour, 2 hour conversation with him, and know about you now. What other time in the world could you do something like that?
I mean, you can contact somebody via social media platform. It didn't have to be live. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of ways to
No, I'm talking
converse,
about in our
but
parents.
different, but different. Yeah, I understand. But like, everything gravitates differently. Like, yeah, YouTube is different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the topic. It was good they would speak to two grown women. Been sure about the topic, gave their perspective, and it was good conversation. I'm pretty sure the listeners learn or whatever and all that. And it definitely would have been different if it was a male and female panel, of course. But I just wanted to get the female perspective, real talk, on
I
the rag wipe
appreciate that.
situation.
I appreciate that. I really do. It's good. I feel like we should always have men and women perspectives on topics. I feel like men and women are here to learn about each other. And I think I mean, that's why I like YouTube. I like YouTube for that very point, that it is everyday people on here talking about things.
Did you see what I put over in the private chat?
Mm-mm.
Do you even know
Okay,
what the?
gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if
Yeah, I
you even
gotcha.
know what the private chat is,
I
but
didn't, but
yeah.
then I saw the big alert, and when I looked down, I was like, oh, okay, that's what he's talking about. Yeah, because I'm still learning this YouTube thing myself, and I love boxing too. That's how I initially started listening to you.
Yeah, I cover MMA and BJJ also. So boxing, it can get redundant sometimes because it runs out of
It's
topics to
been
talk about,
it's a lot
and
going on right now.
it's a lot of drama going on. Um, Speaking of that, since you brought it up, I ain't gonna hold you long. But what do you think about the Garcia and Haney situation? Well, matter of fact, check this
Yeah,
out.
let's talk about boxing real quick. Come on, please. Let's talk about boxing real quick. All right.
I'm
So I'm not a fan of either one of them for one. Like, I wasn't a Haney fan. Wasn't I knew who Ryan Garcia was. But Haney, I'm gonna just tell you something. It's messed up what's going on with Haney. I feel like the whole world is turning on this boy. Ryan Garcia is like America's sweetheart all of a sudden. I don't know what is going on. I think it's crazy, to be honest with you. I think it's buffoonery. I was in your chat when you was talking about this before, remember? And I don't know if you remember, but I said
Yeah.
he's going to turn boxing into a clown show. He's going to
Mm-hmm.
make it a spectacle, and that's what
Yeah.
he's doing. He's making it a spectacle, using, Jesus, weaponizing Christianity. You know, everybody hate this poor boy Devin Haney. But what I will say is, I don't understand why, like, Devin Haney doesn't want to rematch Ryan Garcia, like, after all this stuff. Like,
That's a lot of people saying that. Why don't he just go out there and rematch him?
Yeah, like to me, that's all I would be talking about. I'm like, oh,
I mean, his point was that he felt that he cheated. You know what I'm saying?
he did cheat, but that would be my thing. Like, all right, let's get the testing again. Come in, and if they get the testing again and they do a rematch, them testing people gonna be on it. They're gonna be on it this time. He's not
Correct.
gonna be able to get away with PDs twice. Like that's just not gonna happen. But I would, if I was Haney, I'd be like, yo, you need to get back in that ring with me. I don't under, but this is my other thing about Haney. I don't really think Haney got that dog in him though.
Mm. Damn.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Haney. I don't think Haney got that beast in him. You gotta have a beast in you when you a boxer. I'm
God damn,
sorry.
dog.
Like you don't see it even
Look,
before.
I'm gonna be honest. You talking about, you don't think Haney has beast in him from this fight that he just had with Ryan Garcia,
No, I'm
or
saying
the
in
two fights?
general.
Check this out. The two fights he had with Cambosos, he went in there and fought.
But it wasn't. I saw it, but it wasn't to me. It wasn't spectacular. And
Okay, so going to somebody else's backyard, he dominated. It wasn't no. I mean,
I mean, yeah, but there's something about him. It's something about him where I just don't. Okay, and I'm gonna say so. You gonna get mad at me when I say the second person. I don't feel like Haney. Well, no, I'm not gonna say his name because I don't know if that's true. But Haney, I really feel like doesn't have that dog in him. I feel like Bill does. I feel like his father got it in him, but I don't feel like
yeah,
Devin does.
obviously him and his father have different personalities. His father personality is much more different, more outgoing, and experience. The backstory is different for both of them.
But that's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you're, I mean, look, you can teach skill all day. You can teach technique, but you cannot teach instinct. You can't teach that beast. That beast got to be there already. You
True,
cannot. That's not something you can put in a person. And you can be a good boxer until you box somebody that got that beast.
true.
Then it's
That's
different.
true.
You're going to look like you got exposed. And I just feel like Ryan Garcia, even though he's such a clown, he has a determination, this beast in him. I don't know. He might got a demon. He got something in him that he's like, yo, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm not saying it's right, but he has more of that audacity in him, and I need Devin to get that. Like he gotta, I don't know, he gotta live life some more or something.
I mean, it's for a long time people saying that Devin Haney was spoiled and all that. And look, I'm not knocking him for if his father created a better path from him. I'm not, because I would do the same for my kids. I have done the same for my kids, but I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, um, you know, some of his own people was criticizing him for not being that overly aggressive um, black man, and that's the same mentality we get criticized for in public, for being overly aggressive and tearing each other down. But you get a fighter, you get a person like Devin Haney, who father did more for him coming up, and he might have had a silver spoon a part of the way in his life that he never had to really experience the struggle. Hey, Chastity, they say for you to be something big in boxing, you got to have some type of struggle now. You got to have some type of want. It can't just be going up here getting a title.
I
You have
agree.
dudes in here fighting for money to take care of their family. I don't think Devin had to do that.
I agree. That's what I heard about him too. But I don't know a whole bunch about him, but I've heard things about him just throughout whatever, and I heard that too. I mean, I don't know, but even before I knew that, I still was like, I don't know about this kid. Like he's very sweet, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But he looked like he should be like a teacher or something. Like he gives me that kind of vibe. Like he could
God
be like
damn.
he should be like a professional man. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a businessman, a professional man.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's frowned upon in a sport like boxing. That's the hurt business over here. So they, like you said, they want you to have some type of dog in you. Everybody can't be Manny Pacquiao. First of all, let's get that straight. Manny Pacquiao didn't go around acting like he was a loose cannon. Manny Pacquiao will shake your hand, tell you thank you. Yes, I understand, but he's an 8th division champion. Dude was a beast in there, you know. So he
Yeah,
had the separation. Haney, they just, they always get on him for not having the power, to match the potential superstardom. They were saying he's going to be the next Floyd Mayweather, but he don't have that power. It's crazy. Somehow it says device is not connected. Let me see. Hey, Chastity is saying your device is not connected all of a sudden. You must have changed to a different device. It's saying device not connected. Say they would need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. Hey, shout out to the hottest chat in the MF and game. Those of you that's been hanging around. Yeah, I know. Every now and then it's good to have conversations like this. Empress, I appreciate your convo. We definitely got to have another conversation later on the live stream about a different topic. You know what I'm saying? Chastity goes for chastity too. You know, it's good to get the women's perspective, of course. And you know, it's a lot of situations going on in life that involves a man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? But the rag wipe situation, yeah, still the message still remains the same, fellas. You know, got to put it out there. Appreciate Rachel pulling up. You know, she said, Regis, yeah, he dominated Regis. I can't. It say device is not connected, Chastity. So I'm not able to bring you back on because it's somehow saying device is not connected. But they say she's right. Devin too textbook, no versatility. Hey man, y'all making some good points, man. What was that comment at? That's a good point. That's a good point. You know what I'm saying? Somehow you change your it's showing that you can't be let back on. But appreciate you pulling up there, Chastity. Stay in touch, you know what I'm saying? Whenever you feel. Hopefully after experience, Devin can now find his dog another gear and some grit. You don't think he had grit? I think he showed some grit. He showed grit with Lomachenko. He showed grit with the Aussie double. You know, he didn't have to show grit against Regis Progress because that shit was just too easy. It was just a walk in the park. I ain't gonna lie, just a walk in the park, man. You know what I'm saying? You're saying your device is not connected, so it's more so probably something dealing with your phone because nothing changed on my end, to be honest. Let me see what happened if I. You don't know what that's about, but I think he showed grit. He had to dig deep to stand back up when he didn't need to. Yeah, for sure. Him getting up off those knockdowns, you know, with Ryan Garcia, that does require a dog. You know, these fighters fight through adversity. It's easy for us to sit back from afar and critique him. Yeah, for sure. But unless we got hit with those punches and know how it felt, yeah, he did get up. If we're gonna praise Errol Spence for getting up, if we're gonna, you know, we gotta praise Devin Haney for getting off the canvas too. You know what I'm saying? He did get off the canvas and kept on fighting on, man. Yeah, it did look bad, but his face wasn't swelling up because he was getting hit by some pillows. His face was swelling up because he was taking punishment. You know what I'm saying? He was taking punishment, so I agree with you there, Rachel. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you there. He was showing grit when it comes down to him getting off that canvas and continue to fight on. Yeah, it looked bad. I don't think people are turning on Devin. I think it's the same amount of people that supported him before. It's just choosing to now be a little bit more vocal. You know what I'm saying? They're being a little bit more vocal because Ryan Garcia has blatantly made a mockery about the whole situation in their face to the whole promo leading up to the fight. And then I think they look at it like he did it so well. Like, we didn't see this with the Gervonta Davis situation. We didn't see it with Oscar Duarte. But we saw it, all this new character when the fight was changed from Vegas to New York. We seen this whole different persona. And it played out to his benefit because, he came in overweight. He didn't have a problem saying, I'll pay that. I don't care. And then he rubbed it in our faces that he betted on himself and won. I don't know how all of that's true. But he's been making a tour, right? And I haven't heard anybody checking him on it. Where's the people that's supposed to be checking him on it? I haven't heard it. Why you haven't been checking this dude? Ask him the tough questions. Say, Ryan, about the drug test. What's next? Did you willingly do it? Did you do this? Did you do that? Carissa Shields had the opportunity to check him on it. She was just extremely nice. I don't care who gets offended when I say that. But she was extremely nice from an athlete, right? An athlete that competes in the same sport that she does, to be so nice to someone who's up here just making a mockery and telling me he want to have a baby and all that, and then say he'll knock you out at the end. When y'all continue to enable this guy to get away with the bullshit he does, he gonna continue to remediate it in your face. And that's exactly what we've been seeing going on. They up here allowing a pretty face Ryan Lyon Garcia to do this shit and get away with it, and they don't even take it serious. But he's doing some serious shit. I wonder why. I wonder why all of a sudden it did that. Let me see. You can try it now. I'll remove you from the studio. You can try it again. But yes, allow me to get back on. Yeah, I'll just remove you from the studio manually. So it might work now. Yes, you got so much smoke for Alicia. Yeah, Jay, you know what I'm saying? How you gonna have so much smoke for Alicia Key, who popped dirty, right? She was all on Alicia, and that makes me think that, were you really feeling some type of way about her anyway? Because she popped dirty and you was all telling her drug cheat and all that. But all I heard was, someone who's always so domineering, right? Oh, Ryan. I'm like, what? What about the nandrolone? Now, Carissa, I never had no reason to take no steroids. You know that. Come on now. What about the ostarine? Look, ostrich, I don't even know what that is. I have no idea what it is. Oh, I'm a superstar. I don't need that. Yeah, you are a superstar. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. That's wild, man. I don't know why all of a sudden it stopped. It must be your end with your phone. I have no idea why it stopped. You know what I'm saying? Rachel said those are casuals. Yeah. Look, bring it up. Look, it's funny you mentioned her, right? And shout out to Hannah. One of the coolest in the game. Let me tell you about why I got mad respect for Hannah Gabriel, right? Mad respect for her. Because when I was in NYC, and her husband was on the card, of course, Hannah has this imposing aura about her when she enters the room, right? Besides her being very beautiful, right? She comes in, her husband's with an interpreter. We're interviewing several fighters. I think Shakur Stevenson was in there and all that. So she walks in the room. I say, Hannah, how you doing, champ? I had a small conversation, small talk. I say, do you mind the interview? She says, I have no problem with an interview, but please interview my husband first, and then I'm going to do interviews, but my husband first. I said, okay, no problem. I mean, come on, man. She was so soft spoken, man. She came in there like a boss, man. I mean, real talk. Great individual. And then when she did the interview, She was talking like a lady, acting like a lady, all that. It wasn't no tough girl, this and that. She gave off this aura like, yeah, you know what I do for a living, but I'm a lady in real life, man. And she was up there doing the interview, man, and she was cool. I mean, wasn't in a rush, wasn't snotty, stuck up like some people I know. Every time you try to you of this complexion, but you ain't popular. Hey, Chris, and ignore you got frown up and all this other shit. Don't nobody want to hear that. But yeah, you get on there and kiss Ryan's ass. No, I don't want to hear that. Well, what I was saying, Hannah Gabriel and Alicia Baumgartner got the most venom, right? The most venom. And then when Ryan Garcia, in the chat room, he was within her presence. This is not about her, but just within her presence to check him on that positive text. It was just, him saying, "Hey, we should have a baby. We should do this. We should do that." And I thought fight David Benavidez, we should do this, that, and the other. And then, hey, I have a fiance. If that would have been me, it would have been sexual harassment. I don't care if I was joking, I would have been sexual harassment. He was over there talking about, oh, we'll have a hybrid baby. We'll do this. We'll do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. That fiance stuff should have been nipped in the bud in the beginning. Like, hey, I'm with somebody. You being disrespectful. Chill. Switch it up. Talk about something else. That ain't happening. We live on the chat room and you up here talking about having babies and stuff. How your fiance supposed to feel? No, bro. But anyway, to get back to Devin Haney, I definitely want to hear, everybody's perspective. We got to wait to the test come back with Ryan Garcia, who supposedly submitted his supplements to see if they are contaminated. The hair and nail samples already came back supposedly clean, like that matters. I met her and her daughter, so sweet. Yeah, man. Hannah Gabriel is a bit hypnotic in the way she presents her femininity. You know what I'm saying? Very nice person, but yet you won't cross her. You know what I'm saying? She put her husband first before she even allowed any other media to have an interview. That's respect. That's respect. It ain't no, she wasn't up there, cussing people out and giving them a mean mug and shit. She was like, no, interview my husband first. After he get his interviews, then I'll talk to you all. For real, say less. I wonder why it's doing that. Why it's doing that, for real. But let me it's 3:00. God dang. Hey, I'm not complaining though. I'm gonna put it to you like this. Shout out to the hottest chat in the MF game. A shout out to the ladies, Chastity Thomas. Stay in touch with me if you want to talk, communicate or whatever offline. The Empress, the head Empress, Salute to you. Appreciate y'all ladies' conversation. Hopefully we can do it again and even have more ladies on the panel. Um, much respect to your input on the topic of the conversation. I appreciate y'all not coming to the panel with preconceived notions of who you thought I would be or what you think I might be. You know what I'm saying? I can have a conversation with a woman about, you know, men and women and the situations that we both pretty much have to deal with in society. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't get along with every channel. So ladies, all I'm telling you is there gonna be some other channels that's hosted by male fuckboys. Be strong. Go off what you presented. You know what I'm saying? And go off what you know and what you heard and everything else. Don't listen to the ones that I don't get along with in here. You know, men ain't meant to get along all with each other. But on this YTC shit, it's just petty. And they get real mad when they see women on other channels and they think, don't do it. Hit me on the DM immediately. Hurry up. Empress, don't go over there no more. And then look, they start telling you about all the long stories about what they don't like about another man. But these cats won't go over here when I want to talk about a heterosexual relationship. when you want to talk about male, female, and this and that. And, you know, I understand, and, you know, Empress, I wasn't shutting down what you was talking about. I just can't relate, man. I don't have any gay friends. I don't have anybody in my circle that has gay friends. You know what I'm saying? Nor do I hesitate to say that I love a woman. And, you know, when I hear people say, oh, well, I don't have a problem with the acronym community. Listen, I do. My problem is I want to talk about heterosexuality. That's it. I like the straight community. Why is the straight community being placed in a less situational or topic of priority when it comes to just general conversation now? I don't choose to talk about that. Like, it's not that I have any disdain, but I'd rather talk about something that I like. Find me a shirt to say, you know what I'm saying, heterosexual all day 24/7. Well, that's a shirt I need to wear. Like, y'all want to talk about not being able to find a man? Goddamn, create a shirt and have a heterosexual man wear that motherfucker, and you approach him. Have a freaking speed date. Hey, everybody in here heterosexual. You got your doctor slip? Let me see that motherfucker. Okay, he clean. Okay, they got your shit coming back a little bit too long. What's this test right here? Oh, you got to get up out and get. Go. We can't have no. If the doctor don't know what it is, we don't know what it is. Get the hell up out of here. Why can't we just talk about women no more, man? That's the best creation ever, bro. Not every woman is going to satisfy a man, no doubt. But not every man is going to satisfy a woman. You just got to find a way to compromise and make that shit pop. That's just the way it is, man. You just got too many dudes on here talking about this, that, and the other. Suck this and all. I never. I'd rather talk about, you know, other relationships. You know, talk about boxing in a way it don't piss people off. You know what I'm saying, and all that. But I enjoyed the conversation today, ladies. Real talk. And yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying? Follow me on my social media on IG, worldcombatsports.com. You know, I don't have nobody checking my IG. I can like what I like and post what I post. You better know it. She said that about Hannah. Clarissa probably feels. Oh, okay. Okay, let me see if it even works again. I give the benefit of the doubt. And appreciate that drop, Rachel. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Yeah, I just dropped the link in there again. I got about 15 mics. You know what I'm saying? But appreciate the chat. You know, Jay was in there dropping some gems. Sid, appreciate you, big dog. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Always big shout out to Rachel Nonito. Salute to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Hall of Fame around the corner. Um, who else was in here earlier? Mr. Golden, the OG on deck. I see you. Don't know Turner. Salute. Jones was on deck earlier. Yeah, you got it right. You know what I'm saying? I think it was my fault though. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I thought that was my fault. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think that was the link.
Yeah, it was my fault, man. I might have been dropping the wrong link that was copied to my clipboard. I thought the link to invite was on my clipboard, but the link to share was on it.
But you know what I wanted to bring up about Clarissa Shields though? Why I think that, because I didn't actually hear. I heard about the live that she did with Ryan Garcia, but I didn't actually listen to it myself. But you are saying that she was like coddling him.
Absolutely.
Well, this is why I think that she was probably doing that, because I don't know if you know, but y'all know the beef she had with Alicia, and then Tank started like coming for her too. So I think that Clarissa probably feels like if she would have went in too hard on the beloved Ryan Garcia, she would have got dragged. She
So
already is
Tank ain't
making
beloved. Tank ain't beloved.
not
You
as
know
much as
Tank.
Ryan Garcia. I mean, right now Ryan Garcia is the talk of the town.
Yeah,
And
he's the talk of the town for buffoonery. I get what you're saying though,
you see what
but
I'm
Tank
saying?
makes more
Like,
money than Ryan though. Tank is more of a cash cow than Ryan is.
but Ryan has more of an influence. Ryan has his reach is not just boxing. He has a boy band reach.
Yeah, for sure. I got you. I got you on Menudo. He give
You
you
know,
that
those
Menudo.
girls would have came for Clarissa, and the men and the Ryan boy lovers out there. They would have came for Clarissa if she would have got too greasy with Ryan. And I just think she don't want that smoke. She already dealing with smoke from other people talking about the way she looks. Alicia calling her ugly, saying she looked better than her, that she want to be her. And then, I just think that when Ryan was talking about that, she just kind of just wrote it out, like, because y'all know Clarissa, I don't think she's one that's going to back down from no Ryan Garcia. I just think she was playing her position to be on the safe side.
Hey, hold up, Ben. It's only women, bro. I'm not today. Maybe next time. I'm not bringing any men on the panel right now. This will go to a whole nother situation, big dog. Especially you. Especially you. I'm just kicking it with Chastity right now. Real talk. Maybe next time I bring the guys up or whatever. Go ahead, Chastity.
No, but that's all I'm saying. Just from this thinking, just yeah, just from looking at what she's been going through the last few months about just
Yeah.
being attacked about her looks and stuff. She probably took it as a little, even though Ryan was trolling her, she probably just said, you know what, I'm gonna let him. At least somebody's making some kind of gesture, towards me in that way. Like, she's been dealing with a lot with people coming for her, talking about she complains too much, she's too loud, she's,
So
I
so you
feel.
don't think the comments like Carissa has been looking the same for a long time, to be honest with you. I don't get in like I said, I don't get into the ugly shit. You know what I'm saying? Like God blessed me with three healthy boys, even though one of them passed from a health condition. He blessed me with three healthy boys. I just never really called, people ugly off their appearance, regardless if they unattractive or not. But with Carissa, she comes off as mean spirited. I've experienced it, and also she's made a perfect point to always come at men. And then if you have a man to say know your place, stay in your place, I think with Carissa, it's not even trying to say stay in your place as a woman. It's just being stay in your place and stop trying to cross over to be a man. If you want to be a boxer and the GWOAT, be the GWOAT. But it's too many times you want to beat man ass and talk about you and F this man up and F that man. She's built that entire persona, man. Ain't nobody showing her no leniency. Man, she is freaking,
Yeah, I don't
she's
agree.
reckless with her mouthpiece, man.
Yeah, I don't agree with all that. I don't agree with her like wanting to fight men. That's like, I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that. But I feel like Clarissa is taking shots like that because she feels like she's not really getting her acknowledgement that she should as like a woman with her accolades. So I feel like
That's any woman, Chastity, right? In boxing,
it is true,
that's a
but
lot
you
of
can.
women.
It is, but I'm just trying to have a little understanding for her. Like I feel like there are other women who are acknowledged. Like it took me a while to find out who Clarissa Shields was. I didn't like. I found out about, of course, the men first, and then I found out about Amanda Serrano, and then like I heard about Alicia, and then I heard about Clarissa, and then to hear about she's all these titles and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Why do more people embrace Amanda Serrano? Because she has more professional aura about her. You know what I'm saying? She don't go in there trying to take the place of a man. When she go in the ring, she let her performances speak. She's a nice individual, man. 7 division world champion. Like, that's who she is. You know, she don't go in there trying to, like, believe me, if you saw Carissa in person and you try to talk to her, black, and you try to say, hey, Carissa, she would, man, she's a mean spirited individual. It's no other way to say it. She is a mean spirited individual. You have to kiss her ass. You know, you looked at the situation in Flint, Michigan, where a member of her team punched Coach Brazier in the back of the head. He fell flat on his face, knocked out some of his teeth. And then my boy down in Florida, Derek Santos, you know, when that video was released of her getting dropped by in there with a dude, he told me the entire situation on how it played out. That was just wrong. And he's a good guy. She was trying to ruin his entire reputation, saying they manipulated the gloves. They had worn gloves. She's lying. Her coach checked the gloves. Her coach, John David, checked the gloves and told her to her face, nothing is wrong with the gloves. And she's still running around here telling people that the gloves was worn and they removed the padding. Now, Panama Lewis was banned from, boxing for freaking altering Luis Resto's gloves. Banned for life now. After serving prison, banned for life. Why would this dude have to go in there against a boxer like Carissa Shields, who has 2 knockouts, and remove the padding from his gloves? He could knock her out with the padding.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I don't know. I mean, that's the only logical thing I could think of why she wants to fight men. Like, you're just really trying to prove something, because you feel like you're not getting acknowledged where you're at. Now, I don't condone it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it at all.
You trying to tell me if I go around here and I want to fight women all the time on social media, right? I'm just going in and I'm being extremely disrespectful, abrasive, and just vilifying women. You think I'm not going to do it in my personal relationship? Absolutely I am. That's what I get from her. She want to fight men online and talk all that talk. She's going to want to fight men in her personal relationship. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I guess, I mean, I don't know. Clarissa, I don't know what's going on with her. I honestly, I don't know all of the ins and outs of her story. But I mean, if she out here just moving reckless, that's not cool.
See, I can see if she's trying to, okay, it seems like what Amanda Serrano is doing right now, trying to change the sport, trying to get more money for the women, is what Carissa's trying to do. But her attitude basically stands out a whole lot more. It's exemplified 10 times more than people just looking at her as a regular woman who's out here trying to change the sport. In order for you to have any influence on the woman's side of boxing, you need to get other women and combine them together and try to, come to the table and say, hey, we need higher pay, just like the females in tennis. They play the same sport as the men, the same time and all that, and they make equal pay as the men. Now, of course, the budgeting is different, but these women got to figure it out. And Carissa's not going to be the pioneer. She's not going to be the pioneer to make it happen. Her attitude is just too bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. I guess all of the, she's not somebody I follow avidly, to be honest. But all of the like interviews and things I see, she seems like a sensible person. I actually didn't know about the whole punching in the head thing. I gotta be honest, I didn't know anything about that stuff. I not heard
She
about her
didn't do
being.
it.
I
She
mean, yeah,
didn't
she
do it.
didn't do it, but it's somebody from her team. But that's a. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know why it happened, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know too much to speak on it, but I just know she. I always hear about her, kind of like she just seems like she's always defending herself.
Yeah. And yeah, is you're gonna have to defend yourself if you're going out here, doing things that people find questionable as far as the level that you on. She went in on Layla Ali real tough too. You know what I'm saying? All the pretty women. She has a trend now. Look at Layla Ali. You look at the Hannah Gabriels. You look at the Alicia Baumgartners. I said this so long ago. I said it just seems like she has a problem with pretty women. And then
But I
all of a
think she's a
sudden,
pretty woman. Do you think she's not pretty?
pretty? No, I don't think she's pretty. No,
Really?
I
Oh, okay.
don't. Now I think she is in certain ways when it comes to when she dresses up, she looks sexy. She's I would say she can look sexy in certain ways. You know what I'm saying? But as far as a pretty woman, no, I don't find that definition to be something that I can express to you. You know what I'm saying? No, not in reference to her. Hell no.
Mm.
I do like that she's changed her whole the way she dressed in her hair and all that, changed it up. I do like that. Why? Because it's good for her brand. She started wearing different type of clothes to accentuate her shape, her body. She does have a nice body. She does. And I'm gonna keep it honest. As black women, have been known to have these bodies that they paying to have now. I don't get it. Black women were always, you know, stamped to have the ass and full figured and all that. Now you got women paying to freaking have that shit. Carissa has it. She didn't pay for it. It's all natural. So I can understand why she's putting it out there and dressing it up and changing it. There's nothing wrong with that. But her attitude just washes all that shit away.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It's a tough week. It's a tough one though, because like she is a fighter, so I think her initial response is to be aggressive and. But I mean, I guess y'all say other women don't do it though,
I
so
mean,
I
if you
don't know.
just think of other women. Like I ran in French on Cruz the Zone, right? A fighter who fought Carissa in her debut as a professional fighter. She's nowhere close to that. Down to earth, cool as a fan. Cool as a fan. Real talk. I mean, and she's married to a boxer. And shout out to her husband. She's married to a boxer now. And she's cool as a fan. Sister. Talk to you, respectful, I mean, I'm talking about she's cool. But she would throw down in that ring. You know what I'm saying? She would throw down in that freaking ring. Just ask Shadeja Sweets. Shadeja thought she was going in there and having the easy one on French on. No, no. I told people no. French on can fight. Hey, besides that though, let me ask you this: what's Have you been to a fight? Have you been to a boxing match?
No, but I'm gonna go. I'm going to Crawford and Madrimov.
Okay,
I'm definitely going to that. That'll be my first in person boxing match. I'm I'm excited about it.
that's what's up, man. I'm supposed to be out that way too.
Yep, I will be out there and out there putting that faith out, making sure Bud get the victory.
I mean, Bud gonna get the victory anyway. He gonna beat Madrimov, and get those two belts, and it's gonna be a celebration. You know what I'm saying? So it is gonna be what it is, man. I just can't wait for that card too.
Yo, I'm just saying, isn't that a good first? first boxing match to attend?
Excuse me?
I said, isn't that a good first boxing match?
Oh, that's a heavy boxing match to attend. Heavy. That card is heavy, man. I, I
What?
mean, I mean, if Deontay Wilder goes in here and knocks out Zhang, they're talking about putting him on the card with Jared Anderson. That card is gonna be insane, man. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. I can't wait, and hopefully he get that Canelo fight. I'll be there too.
Yeah, Canelo. I mean, Turk say he's trying to get it, but from what I understood, Canelo turned down $100 million fight. So I don't know if Canelo wants that smoke
He
because
don't.
he already been dispersed by Floyd Mayweather back in the day. So for him to get dispersed by Terrence Crawford on the back end of his career, if he's able to hold on to all the titles, I'll put it this way: Canelo don't even need the unified because I think Crawford is going for 154 unification, undisputed. But the fight itself, definitely, Crawford versus Canelo is the biggest fight in boxing.
It is, even though people try to act like it's not. It is. It really is. That's gonna be crazy. It's gonna happen though. I feel like it's gonna happen. I mean, because Canelo is Canelo is ducking too much. Like he got to fight somebody.
Mm-hmm. True. So Senior said, W says, can you name a pretty dark skinned athletic woman? I'm gonna tell you a pretty dark skinned woman that I like, that's seen in person. Her personality is just amazing. And that's Venus Williams.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What about Serena? Have you met her?
I haven't seen Serena. I have seen Venus in person. I haven't seen Serena. Nope, haven't seen her. But I did see Venus Williams though.
I forget. There's this brown skinned athletic gymnast who's very. I think is pretty. She's dark skinned. I forget her name though. It's not. I mean, Simone is pretty. It is another one too.
You're talking about
Is it Gabby?
Gabby Douglas? Yeah, Gabby Douglas.
Yeah, I think she's cute.
She's returning after 8 years. Yeah, I always thought Gabby had like a little goofy type of attractiveness. Yeah, I mean she should have been more of a sex symbol, so to speak. But she was just too young at the time she was going to the Olympics. So people didn't them girls be some of them girls be young in gymnastics. So you're like, I don't
You
think I
know
should
who
comment
else?
on that.
Dominique Dawes was cute
Yeah,
too.
Dominique Dawes is still looking. She's still
Yeah, she's a
representing.
very beautiful dark skinned woman as well.
It's just a lot of people didn't gravitate to Dominique Dawes because she didn't say too much. Something like that. Just like Gabby. Gabby, they kind of thought she was kind of, you know how they say the sisters kind of act like white women a little bit. She had kind of a little quirky type of personality. It's never a bad thing, but they try to get on her about her hair. One time they say her hair was nappy, that she shouldn't let anybody do her hair like that because she's a black woman. Yeah, they criticized the
But
shit
yeah,
out of
look,
her.
and this is what black women go through. This is what they go through. This is, and this kind of go back to Clarissa Shields, and this even goes back to the original topic of this show about the hair and the makeup and all that stuff and being accepted. And this is a lot of things that black women go through. And I think with Clarissa, she's just that one. She's that black girl that she's not going to allow it. She's going to say something. She just has like that personality where other women might be like, you know what, I'm not even going to get into this battle. But she's like, you know what, I'm going to get into this battle. I'm going to say something.
I mean, okay, they say pick and choose your battles, right?
Yeah,
When
exactly.
you're creating the war and the war isn't needed, it's different.
I mean, I think it's hard because I think that, like, as a black woman in these spaces, you have to sometimes I think you do have to be a little loud to make sure that you're not pushed to the back.
A little loud with who? Your peers? Your female peers?
I mean, whoever. I mean, I don't know because she's
Because
not
we
she's
don't
not
need a
coming.
woman. We don't need a black woman to be loud towards us as men.
No, I
For
don't
what?
agree with that. I don't agree with that, but I do agree with like her. sometimes talking about how she's not like acknowledged in certain things in
Oh,
boxing.
okay.
Like
I got
her
you.
acknowledgement with stuff is not, and that adds on to it. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, why am I not being acknowledged? Is it because I don't look like Alicia? I don't
No,
look
it's
like
her
Amanda?
personality there, Chastity. It's her personality. Alicia Baumgartner, people talk about her when she shows up to a fight or something, but when you want to talk about who they know most, I still think people know Shields more than they know Alicia Baumgartner because of her accolades. She's a 3-time undisputed. You know what I'm saying? Multi-time world champion. People know Carissa Shields has been a 2-time gold medal Olympian. She always remind people of that. But when you are in the sweet spot of the public, you don't have to remind them. They know you. They treat you like you royalty. They don't want to treat her like she's royalty because of her attitude. You know what I'm saying? She's just very overly cantankerous, man. For real. She's belligerent as hell.
Mm, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on too much. Like I said, I'm not like an avid follower, so I don't know everything she does.
You need to hear her on that video. That's what you need to hear. Let me see. You need to hear her on that video, man. You need to hear the one where she was going off. Like, I can understand her responding to Tank. I get it. But she has her own channel out here. And maybe, during your spare time, you can get acquainted to her channel on YouTube, Carissa Shields. Just go check her out
Yeah, I
and
will.
base off your own opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll look into it a little
Because
bit
like
more.
Sir Senior said, I don't want people thinking I don't like dark-skinned women.
No, I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, I get like I mean, no, I'm not gonna lie. She does get a little, cooking with Sir. He's off the chain. He is off the chain. Um, I do. I mean, she does get a little annoying because it just seems like she's complaining all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
talking about.
I also feel
She
like that
comes off as the
confidence.
angry black woman. You know what I'm saying? You remember it used to be a thing with that. Like they used to say that all the time. The angry black woman, the angry black woman. Carissa, she gives off those vibes, those signals, that whole entire. She emits that type of perception that she's the angry black woman.
Oh, she does.
She's always. Why do you think Sir Senior's going off? He ain't the only one that's up here feeling that. You know what I'm saying? She
Well,
gives
he
you
said
that.
it's her attitude and her dark skin too. So he's talking about two different things.
I know, but he's kind of being a bit sarcastic about the dark skin because it's not for me. It's not the dark skin. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't do it for me. I'm just saying like attitude over everything. Attitude over everything. It's okay to have an attitude. Like Alicia Baumgartner has an attitude a bit, but her attitude is not the rude sense. She'll check a fan and she'll do it raw and uncut. For real. She'll do it raw and uncut. But she can be a lady too. You know what I'm saying? She'll be a lady too. She does have an attractive side to her. She is an attractive woman. But also once again, she's in boxing.
Yeah,
That's all. She's in boxing.
that's true. That's true. She's in boxing. So I mean, I guess we gotta show him a little bit of grace, but I don't know.
I mean, you're a black woman. I mean, just check out the channel and see for yourself. Give your own opinion. Don't let me persuade you, and don't let these people in the chat sway you in any direction. Just find out for yourself. What do you think? You want to be a fan? Cool. You know what I'm saying? I just feel that when somebody's up here trying to fight men, you have plenty of women to fight. Fight them. Fight Hannah Gabriel in the rematch. Do that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, she could be calling out more women. I mean, I know she's called out Alicia though, but I don't know.
Now, okay, I'm glad you mentioned that. Do you think she should fight Alicia? Okay, that's just a rhetorical question. The reason why I'm saying that, Chassis, is that they had a problem with Bud Crawford calling out Canelo from 147 to 68. which consists of 3 weight class, elevation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just think how many weight classes Alicia Baumgartner will have to go up if she came even close to trying to fight Clarissa Shields. It's not even close. And Clarissa was saying that she's not coming to 47, first of all. Alicia Baumgartner fights at super featherweight. That is 130 pounds. Clarissa is fighting at 154 before 160, 168. Baumgartner will have to go up to 35, 40, 47, 54 to 60. Clarissa's not going down to 154. Baumgartner will have to come up 5 weight classes to fight Clarissa. No, that ain't happening.
Yeah, I heard. I mean, I saw that whole little back and forth they had. The one with Eddie Hearn was there,
Yeah.
and I heard her tell her you got to come to 154. But I mean, it's probably just not gonna happen then.
Man, that doesn't make any sense for nobody.
So where does Amanda Serrano fight at?
Amanda Serrano is about to have a fight at 140.
Oh wow. So
She's
it's
she's about to face Katie Taylor.
That's right. She's about to face Katie Taylor on the Tyson and
Yeah.
Logan Paul card.
And she's making real good money over there at MVP Promotions. Just think about that. Jake Paul chose to sign Amanda Serrano, who's a female fighter, 7 division world champion. But she didn't want to sign. He didn't sign Clarissa Shields to MVP, and she has, her share of accolades too.
I mean, that's true. But also Clarissa also has all of Puerto Rico behind her. I mean,
But what is Amanda Serrano though?
Amanda Serrano
okay,
has all
okay.
of Puerto Rico behind her. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
I mean, but Jake Paul ain't Puerto Rican.
But he lives there, and he's trying to make changes there.
Yeah, hey, anybody with money can make change to Puerto Rico. Hey, me and you can make change to Puerto Rico.
But
you ever been over there before?
Yeah, I have. He's doing it the smart way, though. He's trying to embody the culture, so he's bringing on one of theirs. That's smart.
Hey, if he say so. I mean, there's plenty of people that try to take advantage of them countries, them places that need freaking financial support, and it's easy to go over there and buy real estate and stuff like that if you got money. I mean, it is what it is, man.
He just bought his last fight was there.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's bringing money to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's bringing money to Puerto Rico. Plus, it don't cost them that much money to fight in Puerto Rico too. So it's a give and take situation when it comes to the business with Jake Paul. He's helping out Amanda Serrano, bring more exposure to her fighting in her hometown. It's a smart business move. Jake Paul's smart.
Yeah, it's a smart.
Even though Even though I hope you don't go in there and drop Tyson, and Tyson lays down. I hope that doesn't happen because I just don't think. I don't know, man. I hope that don't happen.
I hope that don't happen either. I actually don't really agree with the fight, to be honest. I think I don't know. It don't sit well with me. But I mean, it's happening, so ain't nothing nobody can do about it.
Yeah, they're gonna make their money. I don't know what the contractual addendums are, but supposedly there's stipulations in there where Tyson can't do this, that, and the other. Else he don't get paid. But I'm curious to know how it's gonna turn out though, because I don't want to see Jake Paul go in there and make a mockery of Mike, and Mike allows it to happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't want. No, that's fucked up.
I mean, yeah, but part of me really hopes the fight is fake. Like seriously, like.
But fake in whose case? Like you want to see fake and see
Mike,
Tyson get flatlined?
No, I want to see the other way.
Yeah, you see Tyson flatline Jake.
Yeah.
And then, what that does for Jake's momentum. Like Eddie Hearns is really fucking with Jake. Like Jake has, brushing elbows and shaking hands with some high end people, bro. So, I'm gonna tell you straight up, they're trying to get Jake into a championship fight. That's what they're trying to do, a real legitimate championship fight. So A big part of me said he's gonna beat Tyson. This is a sanctioned fight now.
But this is
Tyson's gonna be
dumb.
58. He's gonna be 58 years old.
Yeah, but that's dumb though. I mean, he could still do a championship fight after this. Like, even if he loses, Jake is he's not gonna disappear. People will still see him fight other fighters. I want to see him fight Tommy Fury. You know, he said he tried to bring this to Tommy Fury first, and he turned it down.
I mean, he already beat him. Tommy Fury already beat him. So the Gypsies are like, now we just gonna ride off. He know he don't want to go back in there and fight Jake Paul. You know
But
what I'm
that's
saying?
a
Like,
good payday, and it's on Netflix. Like, why wouldn't you?
Tommy Fury needs it though. You know, you don't know what type of relationship. You know, I'm not speaking for the Gypsies, but Tommy Fury don't seem like he's wanting right now. Whatever he got going on, I don't know what he got going on, but you know, he say, you know, Tommy Fury may be the guy that don't want to get in fight camp. You know, he don't want to go in fight camp.
Yeah, I don't think Tommy Fury is really serious about boxing, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't know why Jake is taking this route. Maybe I think Jake needed a big name for this Netflix deal. He needed somebody that was going to bring in the numbers.
There you go.
And he needed a big name. And there's not a whole lot of other people out there that he could have. Like, it had to be somebody like this.
There you go. There you go. That makes sense.
It's
A lot of
either going to be
sense.
Tommy or something ridiculous like Mike.
Who's a bigger name for Netflix? Definitely Mike Tyson, other
Yeah,
than Tommy
definitely
Fury.
Mike Tyson. Definitely Mike Tyson. But I did hear Jake Paul say out of his mouth that he went to Tommy first.
He might have went. Yeah, he could go to Tommy for sure. Definitely.
I ain't even gonna lie. He could have fought KSI on Netflix.
No, stop it. See, just when I was giving you compliments and everything above that, with freaking Tommy Fury, you bring in KSI. No.
No, I'm serious.
No, not after that last freaking debacle we seen with him in there with what's his name? That guy he was fighting, bro.
Tommy Fury. That was that was KSI's last fight was Tommy Fury.
Yeah, Tommy Fury. No, I'm not trying to see the KSI Tommy Fury. A lot of holding in that fight. It was sloppy.
But let me tell you, KSI is he is a major deal in the UK. Like, he's more popular than any boxer out there. Okay, and having America versus the UK on Netflix would have been something.
Yeah, but not. I mean, yeah, but also, so you have to factor this in too when you're talking about this YouTube game there, Chastity, is that KSI is also doing business with the Paul brothers. So you really think he's selling that? You got to think he's doing business. KSI and Logan Paul, they in business together with the Prime. They making millions off that shit right now.
They are, you're right, but the thing about it is, they also have like a real beef. Like, they really don't like each other.
Who?
KSI and Jake Paul, but Logan Paul is cool with KSI. That's the one he's in business with. He's not in business with Jake. He's in business with Logan.
If you believe that he has real legitimate beef with Logan Paul,
I'm gonna tell you why it's real. Because he had beef with his own brother over their relationship. Like, he has, like, him and Logan have been on their podcast literally not speaking to each other because of the way that Logan supports KSI. Like, Logan has clowned his own brother and took KSI's back. Like, you're probably not even into that world, but
I am. I do know what podcast you're talking about. Yes, I do pay attention. You gotta understand, I cover media there, Chastity.
But that's
I've been
what I'm
doing
saying.
this
Like,
for a
it's
while.
a real beef. It actually got really personal to the point where these two brothers were about to, like, stop talking.
They did stop talking.
I mean, yeah, but they came back together. It did,
because they started talking about suicide. What's his name? Started talking about he was feeling suicidal. Jake Paul and all this other shit, and I see where you're coming from with KSI. He is a big deal. His stardom came from being a Vine creator, a content creator, YouTuber, so to speak. And then he started getting into fights. And I remember his fight with Logan Paul. And that was
he called out Logan Paul.
Yeah, he called out Logan Paul, and they had a fight, and it was a big turnout with Eddie Hearns and them. I liked it, but Eddie Hearns did away with the the YouTube shit, and then it started coming back into the frame once again. So
Yeah,
that
they not like super close brothers from what has been revealed. Like there's some animosity there between them as brothers, the Pauls. So that relationship, like why would you, they have beef with this guy, why would you go start a business with him? Like it started
that's
from
money.
there.
That's money. What
Yeah.
does think about what they say about us blacks? Why we can't do a business together? It's always some type of conflict. We can't do business. We can't remain sensible and sane enough to understand the business plan and carry it out to the fullest. We can't maximize, both of us may be extremely smart, but we can't stay together long enough when we meet new people and start, people start getting in our ears and stuff, to stay together and build something that's black owned. You have more people saying, well, you don't have to be black to do that. You can get with this white person over here or this investor over here to make it happen. No, you can do it the same way everybody else do it in every other country. They bring their people on board. So why should beef stop you from getting millions? That's crazy.
I mean, that's your family though. Like you gotta have morals and standards with things. He could have did that with his own brother, but I mean, I get it. He wanted to make money. He wanted to do something apart. KSI is a big deal over there. It's a smart move, but not to the point. He should be trying to bring them together, not keep them separated.
They are together. They're still living like family. Don't get it twisted. I
No, I'm
can't speak
talking
for
about
everybody's.
KSI and Jake Paul. He should have been trying to like make their relationship cordial, but that's not what he was doing. He was keeping a wedge there by siding with KSI and telling Jake Paul he needs to quit boxing, and like he was really hating on his brother. Like you could clearly see it.
I mean, there's been plenty of relationships, in my opinion, that people have that's played out in the eyes of million that didn't work and they was family.
I
Plenty.
mean, but that's not cool though. I mean, whoever does it is not cool. Like
I mean, yeah, I get it. Life ain't cool, but you had the Charlo brothers, for instance. They're boxers. They don't get along. You know what I'm saying? They don't get along with each other. That's been played out on the social
yeah,
media.
but
Both
did
of
one of
them
them
nut
go and start
jobs
a business
get
with
in
their
trouble.
enemy? They didn't. One of them didn't go and start a business with the other one's enemy.
Well, perfect example once again. Jamal Charlo took a picture with Terrence Crawford, somebody who obviously don't get along with Jamel Charlo. He took a picture with him and everything. It went viral
Well,
all online and all that.
I
It
got a
might not be a
rebuttal.
business. It might not be a business there, Chastity, but it's still way more deeper than a business
But they
if
were
he
all
up there cussing
friends.
you out.
They were all friends though. They were all
No,
friends.
they was all friends before he moved to 147 pounds though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There was an initial friendship there. The Paul brothers, that started on beef. It's just one of them left the beef. That's it.
Oh man,
One of
Jamel
them
Charlo
left
been
the beef and
extremely
started a
disrespectful.
business. It started a business with the guy. Not just took a picture with him. You started a whole business with him, and then you still hating on me for what I'm trying to do. Like I think that's shady as I don't know what. To me, I would take that personal if my sister did that to me. Like if you're gonna start a business with my enemy, you better be trying your hardest to make some to make
I mean,
to
what that enemy do to you though? It's just what the enemy did. If the enemy basically shut you out of $1 million deal, $1 million+, okay, that's enemy shit. But if the enemy says some stuff like, you know what, I just don't get along with Chastity, I don't know.
Well, what
That's
about this?
what
What about
beef,
when
man.
Logan Paul got beat up by KSI and then he told his brother, you got to go back and get the name straight. You got to get the family name back. He put this whole mountain on his brother's back to go back and reclaim their name after he lost that second time.
Man,
And
they
then
do that in combat sports all the time, Chastity. That's
it's the
real
point.
talk.
But it's the point. You tell me to go and face somebody that we both had beef with, and then you go a couple years later and start a business with him.
Hey, got to get that money, man. It's not like they stand in the same house.
And then
They
you
doing
throw me
business.
shade as your brother?
Let's think about this when it comes down to the business. You trying to tell me they haven't been people that didn't like each other, but yet they made millions together? You trying to tell me that don't make any
Not with
sense?
that foundation. Not with that foundation, Scotty. Like, let's keep it 100. Like,
I am.
seriously.
I mean, I
Let's
can
keep it
keep it 30.
100.
I can
Like,
keep it
family.
30% of that.
Like, family is family, and you should have a price tag on like how far you're willing to go. Like if you're willing to sacrifice your brother's relationship for this guy, then go ahead. If you think
You don't know
money,
how strong the relationship was, Chastity. You don't know.
I
You just
seen
seeing
the
it
whole
from television.
thing.
You
I
just
do.
seeing it
You're
from
right. You're right.
television. You
You're
know what I'm
right. But
saying?
it got nasty. And it's still nasty. That's the thing. It's not like before. Yeah, you think it's a facade, you think it's fake, but this has been carrying on for years now.
That seems like rich people problems to me.
I mean, but they're in the public eye, so we talking about it. But the
Yeah.
whole thing with Terrence Crawford and the Charlo brothers, that to me is a whole different situation. They were all friends. They were all acting like they were cool. And then when Terrence moved up, all of a sudden now they got a problem with him. Why? Because they fear him for real. So now, and that's what Terrence said. Like they're fake, they're phony. Like you like, act like you was my friend. You talking about coming down and chilling with me in my city, and then all of a sudden you want to switch up because I'm moving up. That's fake.
Hey, you
And
know.
another point I'm gonna make about it is Terrence. Terrence talked about how when he started rising, people came to him, managers came to him and told him, "Leave your team. You can make more money with different trainers. Move out of Omaha." Terrence said, "No, I ain't leaving nobody. You take me and them, or you get nothing." That's real. He
Yeah, that's real, but we ain't
that's
talking about
real.
family now. We
No,
ain't talking about family.
exactly. They're not family, and he's that loyal. He's telling
Correct.
he's that loyal, and it's deeper than money. He knew the money would come later, so he made the sacrifice in that moment and said, "No, I'm gonna make it with my team that was here from the beginning." Like to me, it's just
But
so
look
simple.
what you're saying. Look what you're saying. You're going from the Paul brothers and acting like he
It's the
left
principle.
Jake Paul that didn't have any money. Jake Paul had his own money. So if Logan Paul want to start fucking
No, it's the
with
principle.
KSI, it don't have anything to do with Jake.
It's the principle. It is. It
Yeah,
is.
it's the principle,
It's
but
the
who stands on
principle.
principles? Who stand on principles?
I mean,
What's
it
the
doesn't matter if
largest
they're
group
not
you
standing
know?
on them. They're there. It's a principle. It's a principle at the end of the day. You're my brother. We grew up in the same house when there wasn't no YouTube. There we wasn't doing none of that. So you're gonna go and make a business with someone that you told me to go and defeat to save our name. Then you make a business with him, and then you still you crap on me
Well,
at the end of the day.
you should have been there to tell Cain and Abel that then, Chastity.
I mean, dang, you just took it all the way back to Genesis.
Just saying. I'm just saying, like, this family deal has been going on even in this. I mean, I see what you getting. I do. I see the clarity in it, all that shit. Well, I'm just saying, like, when if him doing business with KSI, he didn't say I wasn't speaking to Jake ever again. He just chose to do business with someone that didn't get along with the other family member. That business did not
I,
affect
I can
anything Jake
actually
Paul had going on.
I can actually understand that part, but it's the part in turn where you still try to clown your brother. Like that's the other side of it that
Yeah.
I don't like. Like you're trying to you put this guy on a pedestal, but then you try to indirectly push me down. Like that's what he was doing to him. Telling him, he
It's
needs
a
to give
dirty
up.
game there, Chastity. It's a dirty game in life
That's
too.
man, that's messed up. I'm telling you, that's
It
messed up.
is. But you got to get over it. Like, okay, you say you have one sister. Do you have any brothers?
I have three sisters,
No brothers.
no brothers.
Well, I mean, I know you still have pretty large family and have three siblings, but you know how that goes, man. Like, yeah, it happens like that sometime.
I
That's
mean,
how it
it does
happens.
happen like that, but let me tell you something. Loyalty is very important to me, and there should be a line to your, integrity. Like you shouldn't go past a certain line with your family. There has to be boundaries there. Like I'm not saying that enemies can't come together and make money, but
Yeah.
if you have a business partner who's not cool with someone that you're close with, that's your own brother that you grew up with, was on line with, made money with, made millions with before this guy ever came into the picture. My whole mission would be y'all two got to be friends. Like I would sit them down and be like, look, y'all got to work this out.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can play, this can't be, and I'm not going to insult my sister in the name of somebody else. I'm not.
Yeah.
You can't even say, I don't care who you are. You can't talk about my sisters. You can't talk
Yeah.
about my sisters to me. Like, nah. Like, you can have your opinion about stuff, but you're not going to like bash and disrespect my sisters.
Yeah, I feel you on that. All family ain't the same. And that's all I'm saying. Like, all family ain't the same. That y'all say. I understand. I totally get where you coming from. But all family doesn't stand on loyalty. All family don't stand on principle. You know what I'm saying? And some families don't have no respect for one another. That's just the way it is.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
just that's just facts.
I mean, that's sad, and to have it play out on the world stage like that is, I just can't even imagine how hard that is.
You ain't lying. You're not lying for real.
Yeah, I felt bad for Jake. I ain't gonna lie, I felt bad for him during
You
that
feeling
time.
bad for a rich man?
What do you mean? Rich people have feelings.
How do you know what his feelings are? He don't seem like he's ever.
Rich people are human beings
Uh,
too.
yeah, you're right. But I haven't had a chance to see you and him on a panel, and he's basically having a conversation to like we had today, and he's telling you what he's been going through mentally, mentally and psychologically. You know what I'm saying? No, he may like human. He's human. He's probably going through stuff, but the man is doing very well. So some of his success will wash that away. Hey, the man is making millions, man. Millions on time. He'll be a-okay.
I One thing I'll say, I've lived rich, I've lived well, and it doesn't fulfill you. It makes you comfortable, but it doesn't fulfill you.
Well, there's some people that'll say, okay, I agree with you, and some people that'll absolutely be in the opposite direction. Because like I said, everybody's different. Seriously, everybody's different on that. I get you though. I totally get you on money. Money isn't everything. It doesn't wash away all your pain and hurt for whatever it is. It don't heal all the inner scars, but it can help you get happy. It can make a smile for real. It can provide you some temporary enjoyment. Real talk.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, you can mask it well with money. That's one thing.
Yeah, you can mask it. You can mask a little happiness. One thing when I was in California, I seen a lot of rich people that besides having company and drinking, they really wasn't. They really wasn't loving each other. Only when
That's what
company
I'm
came
saying.
around and they was drinking and having all this wine and doing all that, they was the most loud, rambunctious, user friendly people. But besides that, man, they arguing all the time and it's just crazy, dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, you're backing my point.
I'm just saying with them though, I think they'll be okay. Real talk. I think they'll be okay, Chastity, for real. I'm serious. I
So
just
funny
think they'll
when
be
men
okay.
men always say the same thing. They rich, they got money, they millionaires.
I'm
Who
just
cares?
saying it's certain things that they can just cleanse all the other way and hey, they'll be okay. Him and his brother, it's not like they're silent, like they're disconnected. I think yeah, they have some issues, but they talk.
Yeah. I think they're in a better place now because the whole internet was going in on Logan, and he kind of had to like change his image on the situation. But I mean, I don't know. Rich people kill themselves every day.
Shout out Jessica. I see you in the building, Queen. Hey, I was just talking about what the rag wipe earlier, but we've been just been talking about um current topics, man to woman type stuff, you know, just and now we just talking about some boxing to all of you that's been in the chat. Just having a general conversation, that's all, chopping it up.
Wait, I do want to ask you though about another boxing thing. So, did you see the interview? Like, what you think about Boots and Bud? Do you want to see that fight?
I do not.
I don't either, honestly.
I don't want to see it because I'm looking as a heavy Crawford supporter. I'd rather see him fight for 3-time undisputed at 154 pounds. Um, I just don't want to keep on being overly critical with Team Boots because I like Boots. He comes off as he is a good dude. You know what I'm saying? But he does he does some real goofy type reactions. Like he said when I get the title, I'ma step on him. It's over. And then when he get the title and he's asked what's the ideal fight for him since he's now the IBF world champion, he calls out Stantionis and Mario Barrios and all. He didn't call out Crawford.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I was just gonna say that. Like, I don't think that fight was really ever on his plate.
Yeah, for real.
I mean,
Like,
even
you're
if
not
him,
trying to fight Crawford. You're trying to keep the belt. And like you said, you're trying to become undisputed at 147 because from what I hear, Crawford is vacating the belts in a couple of months. So that's going to free up the whole
147.
the landscape of 147. And then now you're going to start seeing possibly some unification bouts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did you see that interview that from his dad?
What interview?
He did
Like
an
it's so many
interview
interviews out
after
there.
the press conference that he did where he said they asked him about the Crawford fight. He's talking about he
Hmm.
not thinking about Crawford. No, they not thinking about Crawford. Boots is on his way to undisputed, and the guy was like, "Well, what about the fans? The fans want it." He was like, "Well, I ain't thinking about the boxing fans."
Of course they look. Hey, Chastity, they never had any intention of wanting to fight Crawford. They was just, as much as I don't want to call it clout chasing, it was kind of
It
clout
is clout
chasing. You know what
chasing.
I'm
It's
saying?
totally clout chasing. But I just thought that was so whack for him to to
It
say
was
that. Like,
whack, man.
y'all use this man to bring y'all all the way up. Y'all got Eddie Hearn on board.
Yep.
And then
Mm-hmm.
now it's just dropped. The whole thing is just done. That's how you know it
Drop.
was straight. It was a plan. It was a
Yep.
strategy. It was they did a whole little blueprint on this. And it's just sad though that people be using Bud's name like that and they still be, hating on Bud a bit. It's crazy. They use his name in a negative way. They don't say, "Oh, I want to fight Bud because he's the best." It's just like, "Oh yeah, I can beat Bud. I want to fight Bud," and acting like Bud is some easy walk. Like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, when people hating on you, they say it's usually good that they're showing you that attention. But for Bud, his hate was unreal. So I'm glad he was able to activate his WBO. He's going to be, having his unification fight August 3rd. I like how, they was up here saying Bud is moving funny. And then they're not talking about how he's moving towards the money. He's definitely going to be getting paid by Turk Al-Sheikh in these upcoming fights. Turk Al-Sheikh is definitely going to make it to a point where he's going to help him try to get 3-time undisputed by setting up the fights. Because
Yeah,
Bud ain't signing nobody. You know that, right? So
exactly. Even though there are people trying to say he signed a match for him, but I was like, I don't think that's accurate.
they always trying to lock Bud in to say he's doing something. Oh, he's signed the PBC. He's this. I'm like, come on, man. Just go to the fight August 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't know. I'm glad he got it. Bud was moving. Bud was moving like a G, moving in silence, and then he just popped up with all of this going on. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
happy. I'm happy for him. But you know, these people be out here. They still don't put the respect on his name that he should have.
That's
Even though
why
I
that's why
know
the
he's
fans got to
loved.
put respect on it though. His
Yeah.
fans. All we got to do is just put respect on it. That's all.
And honestly, I really do think the fans know. I mean, the fighters and the fans really know what it is. It's just something about Bud that people like to. I don't know. They like to pick with him.
I mean, he's an Omaha fighter. Omaha doesn't have a plethora of professional sports. So, even with what he was been able to accomplish at 47, he made them guys look like they was nothing. And, it was beautiful how the rivalry between him and Spence developed and blossomed without them even stepping into the ring. So it basically moved and then it imploded on July 29th. Finally, we got it. He made it look so easy. And I guess people, that dagger through the heart, people was just like tripping. They was like, damn, what? It ain't no way he beat Spence that easy. No way, man. No.
Yeah, they
I can't
couldn't
stand it.
handle it. They couldn't handle it. It was crazy that time in boxing. It was just crazy. It was craziness going on between those two. But I mean, it was exciting. I don't know. People think that the moves that Spence is making now may lead up to a rematch with Bud. I don't know.
You think he's gonna beat Fundora? What's your take on that?
I want him to be honest. I'm not even like a big Spence fan, but I want him to win this.
Okay. All
I
right.
do. I mean, I'm not like, if Fedor wins, I'm not gonna cry about it, but I would like for Spence to win. Then, if there is a Crawford rematch, it'll be a lot more exciting that way. If he has like a belt.
I I want to see the rematch for ulterior motives, the rub it in the aerosexuals eyeballs. But you know, I'm just saying, like, if he wins, cool. If Fundora wins, cool. All I'm looking for is for Crawford to get another belt and then fight for the IBF. If that's gonna be the last title out there, I just want to see the legacy, put a whole nother layer to it, become first man to become three division undisputed, and that's gonna separate him from Floyd, Canelo, all. It's gonna separate him. He got Turk Al Sheik, supporting him. That's big. All he has to do is
That's
keep winning.
huge. That's
Yeah, it's
huge.
huge. Yeah, it's huge,
That's
man.
huge. And what I like about Turkey is that Turkey doesn't care if you lose. He'll still have another fight lined up for you
Correct. Correct.
because he's
But
a real boxing fan. He's a real,
yeah,
like,
true. Yep. Yep. You're right. He's a real boxing fan, and when it comes down to it, he has the budget. His people has the budget, and Crawford's not signed with anybody, so it's playing out real nice. The stars are aligned for Crawford.
they
You know what I'm
are. But
saying?
we'll see how the PBC gets down, because I don't know. People are trying to say like this could either lead up to a rematch, or it could lead to like PBC trying to block Bud somehow.
I mean, they already tried that. In their petty way, they tried to say, okay, we send him Spence over there. No, it didn't work because the WBO, the WBA said what it said, and then they tried to go over there and say that Jamel Charlo is activating his champion recess. That shit didn't work. So yeah, they've been trying and trying, but right at this point, PBC don't have the financial leverage to impede freaking Buzz Crawford. You know, Errol Spence got to get paid. If he wins, if he beats Fundora, he looking to get paid. So they're gonna let him fight Bud Crawford. It don't matter who's touching it this time. They're gonna let him fight.
Mm. We'll see. Well, let's see how he gets through Fundora. Let's see how he does. Because I mean, Spence looks slow to me. I mean, Fundora might finish him off. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel he might finish him off too. I feel it's gonna be something. Yeah, I told people that Crawford retired Spence, but Fundora might get partial credit for doing it, and that's with him, stopping Spence in this next fight, because that's a tough. You want to stick by. I don't take no tune-ups, but you're coming off over a year, 15 months when you step in the ring in October, and you're going in there with a stature fighter that you never fought in your career. You coming off a beating, and Fundora is coming off a very impactful fight with Tim Tszyu to win the championships. So he has that momentum on his side. Errol Spence has the reflection that he got his ass beat last year.
Yeah. But another thing I wanted to bring up, this is just speculation and me just thinking. But do you remember when Turkey put out the tweet talking about he wants the Canelo and Crawford fight and nobody better get in the way? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
So a part of me hopes that if Spence wins this Fundora thing, I hope they don't try to match him up with Canelo.
Okay, so check this out. So for you saying you hope they don't match him up with Canelo.
Because I think that would be a great duck for Canelo. I'm telling you, if Spence
No,
wins
no,
this
no. Why
Fundora,
would that happen though? Why?
because it's an easy way out for Canelo.
No, no, not really, because Canelo is younger than Crawford, first of all, right? Crawford doesn't need Canelo except just for another notch of his legacy. You know, him becoming 3-time undisputed is way more, when it comes to legacy. Canelo, it deals with legacy with the name, to have Canelo's name. Canelo's been beat already twice. He's
No,
been
I'm
beat.
saying I don't think Canelo really wants to fight Bud. I'm saying
Correct.
if Spence wins this fight with Fedora, I think that they might try to link. I think they're going to try to connect Fedora and Canelo and Spence.
But why would you be mad about him fighting somebody other than Bud when he's already shown his cards? He
Because
fought
it's a
John
duck,
Ryder.
though.
He
It's a
fought
duck.
John Ryder. Yeah, of course. He fought John Ryder.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
look how long.
Jaime McGill, Jamel Charlo. Come on, man.
Yeah, but Bud is the one. Okay, Bud is the one.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
for
the
sure.
one that's the most challenging one, and that's the most exciting one. So it's like you already ducked Benavidez. So now Crawford has been calling you out for a year now, ever since he whooped Charlo, because Crawford originally was calling out Charlo, but after Charlo lost that fight, he started calling out Canelo. So Bud is doing his part. He's letting Canelo know, I want to fight you. I want to fight you. I want to fight you. Now Turkey is on board. He wants to fight you. I'll make it happen. But I have a feeling though, if Spence wins this fight, because a while back they put out a list. This is like before the whole Turkey and Bud thing came out. They put out a list that PBC originally was trying to get Canelo and Spence after the Crawford fight. But I guess when, I don't know, something happened, I guess with Charlo or whatever, and Spence had to recuperate from the fight. But I just feel like they're going to try. It's going to be a perfect situation for Canelo to duck Bud if Spence wins this fight. And it's going to be like, oh, I can see all of the aerosexuals now. Oh, Spence got him. Spence got the Canelo fight. He got over. He got one over on Bud. Like, because I don't think Turkey would say that for no reason. I do not think Turkey would say nobody better get in the way of this fight for no reason. Like, he knows something.
Well, they already got in front of his fight. You remember
Yeah.
that Crawford had put it out there that he had reached out to Turk Al-Sheikh for the Spence Crawford first fight. He was trying to get him to finance it because he's been knowing Turk Al-Sheikh for years. So the only reason he didn't do it because Al Heyman said he didn't want nobody else touching it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like these men been blocking Bud for a while, so it's like I just feel like they're always trying to like scheme and plot a way to kind of push Bud back down.
Yeah.
This is all speculation. I'm just saying there's certain, like, I'm starting to pay attention to the dots. I'm connecting the dots. Like Turkey puts out this tweet talking about don't get in the way, and now Spence and Fedora are fighting. And it was rumored months back that Spence and Canelo were in talks about fighting. And then now, like, I don't know. I'm just seeing something. I just feel like if he wins this, if he pulls through this Fedora fight, I don't be surprised if you start hearing Spence and Canelo. I mean, he's going to get devoured, but I mean, if that's what he wants to do. But
I'm not even trying to even,
I'm just throwing it out there.
keep that in my recall memory.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just kind of trying to. I don't know. I wouldn't
I
be
think
surprised.
you threw it and I rolled down the window so it can keep on flying out.
So you don't think that that's a possibility at all?
No.
You don't think that they would try to set up a Spence Canelo fight at all?
Turk Al-Sheikh
No,
or
not Turkey.
PBC?
PBC.
PBC don't have the money to do that no more. Do you see like what's going on with PBC? Like they don't have the finances to do that. They're struggling right now.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Look, Canelo has to be paid. First of all, Chastity. First and foremost, Canelo has to be paid. Who's gonna bring that money up? Who's gonna pay that money now? They just did it with Jamel Charlo. They can't do it again. They can't bring, have Canelo fight Jamel and then think people want to see him fighting Spence.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Canelo on PBC?
No, he ain't with no PBC, man.
Who is Canelo with?
I don't know, but he only, from my understanding, he only signed with PBC for that one fight, that fight or whatever.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know.
Why do you think Turk was saying that if he signed with PBC, somebody in the chat let me know, but I don't think he signed with no PBC. I think he was signed for that fight, or whatever, for the Hammy McGill fight and the Jamel Charlo fight.
Well, look, I don't want to see the fight. I want to see Canelo Crawford. That's a fight I want to see, but I just know like they be trying to throw wrenches in Bud's way a lot. So I'm just saying, don't be surprised if that comes up in the conversation. I mean, when y'all saw Fedor fighting Tim Tszyu, did y'all really think that Spence was going to be the next person?
I didn't think so. I didn't think. I thought they was gonna do the way Samson was up there crying about having a rematch with freaking Fandora. I mean, having a rematch with Tim Tszyu. I thought that was gonna be it, but Tim Tszyu, that cut on his head, he's gonna come back in August. And the crazy part about it is that he's coming back to fight before Fandora, who had a nose injury.
Exactly.
Tim was split open in the head, and Fandora nose was messed up. He's coming back in October, and Tim's coming back earlier. So
And Fedor looked absolutely fine at the Canelo fight.
yeah.
His nose looked just fine. So this is what I'm talking about though. These are the shenanigans that people are playing games with. Like they're timing things a certain way for a reason.
Well, Chastity, it's absolutely been a pleasure. I have to
Yes.
relieve myself from this social media for now and take care of some business. But I sent you on the private chat. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. It's been like 5. You know how long it's been since I did a
Yeah,
5.5 hour
know.
live?
That's crazy.
That's
I
a
ain't never
work
been on
day.
no chat. Like I don't. I think I've been on one other chat before months ago. So this is definitely. I mean, a panel. I don't really do stuff
You
like
say
this.
you
So
you say you live the rich lifestyle. I need compensation for my time. At least let's just close it down
I
like at
said I
two hundred
have lived
thousand.
rich. I said
Two
I
hundred
have
thousand.
lived rich. I have
Just
lived
send
rich.
200,000. Just wire that. That's all we
My
need.
I have my mother married a rich man.
Okay.
But anyway, but yes, it was nice talking to everybody, chatting it up. It's been real. Have a good one, Scotty.
I appreciate it. You too. Thanks. To everyone else, yes, we're gonna close this out. Salute and shout out once again to the hottest chat in the MF and game. Appreciate y'all for pulling up, those of you that did. And yeah, Jay, remind them after the 7/29/23 T-Mobile massacre, that Canelo versus EJ fight has sailed away, away, away. Peace. I'm out.